Hey guys, how's it going? I'm back here with another video, and today I'm really excited to bring to you guys my finalized ReactJS beginner course. As many of you might know, I've been making React tutorials for the past 3 years, and I started this channel by creating a very simple React course for beginners. But that course is very outdated, so I decided to create this whole playlist or this whole video in order to help those who are trying to learn React and are having difficulties with it. Now, I'm basing this whole course on my personal experience, because I learned React without buying any paid courses, without going to class, without boot camps, without anything. It was all teaching myself. So I had to struggle, just as many of you have, in order to learn this technology. Now that I am way more experienced with it, I feel like it is my job to help those who are exactly in the same position I was 3 years ago. So that's exactly the reason why I decided to make this course. And for those wondering, in this course, we're going to learn a variety of different topics. We're going to learn everything from some basic hooks, learning how to create components, all of that kind of stuff, to also using some very commonly used libraries. At the end of this course, we're going to build a 3-part project where we're going to basically build a simple social media type project using Firebase and React. It's really cool. I would stick around and watch everything from the beginning, but if you already know a little bit of React and you just want to learn a specific topic, you can use the timestamps that are attached to this video in order to navigate through it. I know it's pretty long, so if you just want to learn a single part of it, you can just go through it. Or you can also check out the playlist with all of those videos posted separately. I always do this when I make a course. I post it separately and also unite them into a single video. So if you're interested in that, you can just check it out. Not to mention, at the end of each topic, I'll also present an exercise, and the solution to it and all of the code in the video will all be in the description. You can just go to the source code, then it's going to be a GitHub repository. You can change the branch to each episode or each module of this course and just look at the code you're interested in. Now, I'm really proud of this course, especially because those who watched the course from the beginning really enjoyed it, and I enjoyed making it as well. So if this ends up helping you, don't forget to leave a like or leave a comment just letting me know, because then I'll know to make more videos like this. So without wasting any more time, let's get into the video. Okay everyone, so the first thing I want to go over is why exactly you should learn React. Now, this is a kind of a trivial question because if you're watching these videos, you probably already know why you would want to learn React. However, you got to understand exactly why it is required for you to learn React in order to improve as a developer or a web developer more specifically. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because I remember in the beginning, I was really used to just coding websites using vanilla JavaScript or some really outdated frameworks such as jQuery. And when I started learning React, I was wondering to myself, why am I wasting time learning this when I can do all of this using some sort of outdated method? And that really stunted my growth for a bit. It definitely made it so that I took a little bit longer than usual to learn the basics of React. And for that reason, I wanted to start out by just explaining to you guys why you should actually learn React. Now, the first thing I want to say is that you will love React. I'm being honest. If this is the first framework you're learning, I'm not saying React is perfect, but I'm just saying if this is the first time you're learning a framework and you're coming from just knowing vanilla JavaScript and coding websites without using any of the available frameworks out there, I'm going to let you know that you might not like it in the beginning, but you will love it after a while. The way in which using a framework abstracts complexity in your project is really nice. I love it. As soon as I realized how much less code I had to write in order to make a complex website compared to something like using normal JavaScript, I really fell in love with using something like React. Now, like I mentioned, React is not the perfect framework at all. It is an open source library created by Facebook and maintained by a Facebook group, which constantly deals with backlash and opinions from other people on how certain things should be handled. React is constantly updating and constantly being maintained, which is really nice. It has a massive community around it. Everyone knows that React dominates the JavaScript framework / library industry, right? And the reason for it is because React, right in the beginning when it started to be created, it came up with a concept called the virtual DOM, which was pretty new at the time. You see Angular, which is another framework, copied or got inspired by this concept, but I feel like React did it in a better way and was already getting more popular by the time that Angular released its new version. Now, React changed a lot throughout the years. You might go to YouTube and watch a tutorial from 2018 and see code that is completely different from what it is right now. So it is important for you to recognize that the date in which you're watching your tutorials is really important. Now, most companies out there will be using React or some sort of alternative to React that is based on React, such as Next.js, for example. And that's, in my opinion, already a pretty good reason for you to start learning it. Because if it is a standard in the industry and you're going to be working on the industry, you better be aligned with what people are using. And you'll have a much easier time finding a job if you know something that is way more popular. A lot of the big companies out there are using React in some sort of part of their application. And it is important for you to understand that it's not only how the framework or library performs that makes it good. The community and the amount of people who embraces that project definitely plays a role in it, and React definitely wins in that specific case. Now, it's hard for me to talk specific things about why you should use React because you haven't probably used React in the past. So explaining stuff that are more technical is pretty hard. So I'm gonna be mentioning this kind of stuff throughout the course, just so you guys can refer to that in the beginning. But for now, just understand that React is widely used in the world. It will make your life way easier when you start building anything which is a little bit more complicated than a medium project, and it will make your life easier in the long run. So that's why I think you should be learning React. Now, I want to go over some of the stuff that I'm expecting you to know before we get into the course. So these are the kind of stuff that I will gloss over or not explain much because it's assumed that you already know in order to start learning this course. Now, what I'm assuming is that you already know HTML and CSS. Now, I'm also assuming that you know a little bit of JavaScript. I personally didn't learn JavaScript before React. I knew the basics, like really basic stuff, but I wasn't good at it at all. So for that reason, I am assuming you know HTML, CSS, and the basics of JavaScript, because if you don't, it will make learning this course a little bit difficult. However, I will still be going over some JavaScript stuff, like some functions that we're going to be consistently using, some different methods and concepts that are important. So if this isn't you and you don't know the stuff that is required for this course, I would recommend just working a little bit before you actually start watching the videos. So now that I went over all of the stuff that I really wanted to talk about, let's start with actually working with our first piece of code. What we're going to be doing is we're just going to start by setting up a React application inside of our computer and just looking at how the project looks. So let's get into it. So let's get started on setting up our first React application. I want to start off by saying that the code for every episode in this whole course will be in the description. So if you want to go to the code for a specific episode, you can just go to the link in the description, or you go to the original repository on GitHub and just move throughout the different branches that I'm gonna create for this project or this whole course. So what we need to do in order to set up our first React application is make sure that we first have a code editor to work with. I 1,000% recommend using VS Code. It is pretty much a standard in the industry, and I've tried a bunch of editors. This one is the best one, so I would definitely recommend using it. Also, you need to make sure that you have both NPM, which is one of the most famous package manager out there. You want to have it installed. It doesn't have to be this specific version. This is just the one that I'm using. And you also need to have Node.js installed. Or Node installed, right? So you can see I have both of them installed into my computer. So those are the two things that are necessary for you to actually create your first React application. Now, in order to create your application, you need to open up a project, a folder inside of your VS Code. So what I did is I just opened over here, as you can see, I have a folder called episode 1, and I just opened it up inside of my VS Code app. And inside of the terminal over here, what I want to do is I just want to run the command npx create react app. like this. Now what this does is the create React app will generate a boilerplate code for a very basic React application. And we can specify where we want to create this application by putting, for example, the name of the folder where our app will be created, right? So if I was creating, for example, a social media website, I could put over here social media website. And what would happen is it would create a React application and would also create a folder called social media website and put the React application inside of that folder. In our case, we want to create the React application inside of the folder we are already inside, which is the episode 1. So what we can do in that case is just put a dot. It doesn't matter what way you do it. You can do it both ways. I'm going to do it this way so that when I press enter, you'll see that it will start generating our application and it will generate the files inside of the folder we are currently inside. So it will start running all of these commands and it won't take a while. It actually doesn't take, it takes less than a minute, but I'll be back in a second when this is done. Okay, as you can see, it just finished everything. You'll notice it finished because at the end it will say happy hacking, and that's the signal that you have that everything was installed correctly. We're gonna clear it up and just close our terminal, and you can see we have a bunch of different folders and files over here on our left. I'm gonna go over each one of them and explain to you guys what they mean. So basically, we first have a README, which is just something for GitHub, for example. I would just ignore it for now. We also have the git ignore, which is also something for GitHub. I would also just ignore it. Then we have our package.json and our package lock.json. So this comes when you install any packages using npm. Package.json is just a JSON file which contains information about your project and also about all the dependencies that you have installed in your application. So our project, as you can see, by default, its name is episode 1 because it's the name of the folder. You can obviously change all of this. This is more for documentation purposes because, for example, if you were to create or clone this application, you can just look at all the dependencies, which are just extra packages and libraries you install in your project to then know what you need to install in your own project. So you can see we have already, with the command, installed the React library and the React DOM library together with all of the other stuff that comes with this command. Now, all of this stuff over here, they're meant to, I wouldn't worry about them for now. We will go over all of this later, but for now, let's just keep it like this. Just understand that this is mainly for documentation purposes. Then I'm also going to ignore the package lock.json because it really doesn't matter for now. And also the node modules, because most of you guys might know, this is just a folder containing all the packages and libraries you installed. So we have over here, by default in a React application, our public and our source folder. Our public folder is just containing a bunch of kind of static files, right? So we have a bunch of pictures by default, like logos that come with the boilerplate code. We also have a bunch of text files and JSON files, and also, importantly, an HTML file. Now, why do we have an HTML file over here? When we are working with a React application, we're not going to be creating HTML files. This is something that is really important to understand because React provides us with a method of creating an application which is a single page application. And what does that mean exactly? It means that our whole app will exist inside of one single HTML file, which is the index.html. So what happens is inside of this file over here, we're going to have a div, as you can see over here, a single div with an ID of root. And what React does is when you enter in the website, React will grab all the code you write, all the React code you write with JavaScript and just put everything inside of this div. Now, why is this good? Well, there's benefits and there's negatives to it. One benefit is that you will not need to be downloading more files as you move in your application. If you just have multiple HTML files for each page of your app, you need to download that HTML file every single time you move on your app. But with React, that's different. Everything is downloaded before, and you don't need to download anything more when you're navigating, right? So this is important to understand because we're not going to be creating HTML files, but rather our whole app will exist inside of JavaScript files, which you can see over here, or TypeScript files. If you're going to use TypeScript, we're going to talk about TypeScript later on inside of this course. But this is how the source folder basically looks like. So we have a couple files over here. We have our test files, our setup tests, and we also have a report web vitals.js. We have a logo, which, like I mentioned, is just coming with the initial boilerplate code. We have an index.js file, an index.css file, a test, an app.test.js file, an app.js file, and an app.css file. Now, I want to run this application right now before I go over those files and before I do anything, so you guys can see how our app looks using the create React app command. Now, in order to run our first React app, I just need to come over here and I just need to put npm start. Now, what this is going to do is this is going to start running our application into a live server inside of our browser. The server will run on the localhost 3000, so make sure you don't have anything running on the port 3000. And every time you make any changes into your code and you save the file, it will automatically refresh and rerun your application so it shows the changes. So I'm going to press enter over here and it will start running everything. And you can see on my browser, now I am inside of the localhost 3000. This is how our project initially looks like, because this is how it comes with the create React app command. But we're obviously going to make a single change into our project so we can show hello world appearing in our screen. So in order to do that, I want to come over here and I want to go over what the files are, right? So some of these files are actually unnecessary and I won't even go over them right now. And that's important for me to emphasize, because if you try to understand them now, it will just waste your time, because you definitely won't be using them for a while in the beginning of your journey for learning React. So I'm going to delete the setup tests over here, the report web vitals, the local.svg, the index.css, the app.test.js, and that's basically it. So I'm just going to delete them like this, and now it should be fine. Now, since we deleted the index.css and the report web vitals, if you recall, I just deleted those files, we also have to delete their import statements from the index.js. So I'm going to delete both of them and this call over here, and I'm going to save it right now. Then I also need to delete the stuff that we imported in the app.js, which is the logo. And I'm just going to delete all of this code over here, because this is the code that comes with that makes our website appear like it was before. Right now you see it's just a blank page because we deleted everything. Now, what I want to explain to you guys is that when you have that HTML file over there, right? I mentioned to you guys that we have the single HTML file. Well, inside of the index.js, this is where we create a React element, a root to all of our code, and we put it inside of the element in the HTML file with the ID root. So you see what it's doing over here is it's grabbing this div over here and it's putting all of our code inside of that div. Now, what exactly is it putting inside of that div? Well, it's going to be putting this thing over here, which is known as a component. I'm going to go over components in the next video, but think about it this way. All of the code in your project will initially exist inside of this app function over here. Now, I know if this is the first time you're looking at React, you might think this looks weird. You're creating a function that returns what looks like HTML. Well, don't worry, I will go over this in the next video. But for now, if we want to display hello world inside of our project, all we have to do is just write hello world over here, save it, and if we come to our Google Chrome, you'll see it says hello world in our screen. Okay, everyone. So like I mentioned, in this episode, we're going to start actually working with React code. And in order to start talking about React code, I need to explain to you guys what exactly is JSX. So if like I mentioned in the previous episode, this over here might look kind of weird for people who are used to normal HTML or normal JavaScript, because what it looks like is a JavaScript function that returns a HTML div, which is weird because this is not how you actually normally do when you're working with something other than React or any other framework that does something similar to this. And the reason for that is because this isn't JavaScript and this isn't HTML. This is something called JSX. This is a syntax presented by React, which makes it a lot easier for you to mix rendering logic with UI stuff, right? So we're just mixing our JavaScript and our HTML together to create this thing called JSX. Now, what exactly does this mean? Well, it means that every single time you're going to display some sort of UI in your screen or a group of UIs, you're going to create a function that will return some HTML. Now, I'm going to go more into that later on in this video when I'm talking about components. But for now, just know that probably all of your JSX will be rendered inside of some sort of function that is returned inside of a return statement of some sort of JavaScript function. So what exactly does this benefit us? Well, think about it this way. You've probably used some sort of template JavaScript language that allows you to put JavaScript inside of HTML, but with JSX, it's very simple. For example, we have over here our hello world being displayed, which as you can see, it just displays hello world in our screen. But if I want to, for example, create some sort of variable, let me call it name, and I set it equal to Pedro, which is my name, right? I can do this. This is inside of a function, so I can just declare variables. But if I want to display Pedro inside of my UI or inside of my div, what I can do is I can just delete this hello world, and I can just open and close curly braces. And what I'm saying here is that I'm going to be putting some JavaScript inside of this div or inside of this, and I'm saying with quotes HTML because this is not HTML. This is called JSX. So whenever I say JSX, just note that I'm talking about this whole kind of syntax over here, which includes the JavaScript and the HTML. So what exactly I can do here is I can just display the name, and what it will do is it will get this string and just put it inside of the div. So if I save this and I come over here, you'll see that my name is being displayed. So what I want to try out with this is I want to play a little bit more with this. So why is this cool? Well, because obviously if I wanted to have multiple instances of this variable, I could just do something like this. I can just declare name inside of a, for example, a header tag like this, and I can just copy and paste this 3 times, and I don't need to rewrite the name Pedro because the variable will represent it for me. And I can just come to my Chrome, and you can see that Pedro is being displayed in our screen. So you can get an idea of why this is cool, right? But that's not all you can do. Right here, name is just a string, right? And that's cool and all. We have to declare our h1 tag every time we want to declare a name. But what if we don't want to do this? What if we want to just, by default, say that the name variable is already a header tag? Well, you can do that because with JSX, like I mentioned, you can mix JavaScript with HTML. So any variable can actually be represented by some sort of HTML or JSX element. So instead of name being a string, it can actually be a header tag with the name Pedro, like this. I can say over here, Pedro, or I'll put it normally like this. And now instead of saying name 3 times inside of an h1 tag, I can just say name 3 times like this. And I'll just put it twice because you guys will get the point. But you'll see that it still is an h1 tag. It's not a normal, I don't know, p tag or a normal string inside of our website. It's an actual header tag. So this is really cool. You can see how this can be really useful and will be really useful later on. But this is kind of the introduction I wanted to give to you guys of what exactly JSX is. It's just a mix between JavaScript and HTML, which allows you to put JavaScript variables and logic inside of your UI. Now, this is really cool, right? But imagine if you want to create some sort of, I don't know, imagine this is a website and we have a div over here which is displaying something like information about a user, right? Or a person. Well, I could create variables like name, like this, and I could just say Pedro. I could also create some variable called age and just display it as a h2 tag just to make it different. And just say, for example, I'm 21, and I don't know, I'm gonna put one more thing, probably email, as an example, but we want to describe an email and say something like pedro@pedro.com, something like this, right? Well, I could put all of these variables inside of this div like we did before and say age like this and then email like this, and it will be displayed in our screen, right? We can see it over here. But what if we want to have multiple instances of this user in our screen? Well, we can just copy and paste this, obviously, a bunch of times. And that would be cool, as you can see over here. Now, the thing is, this is very ugly. You can see our code is becoming bigger and bigger every time we do this. You might argue that we can just create something like this, user, and set it equal to one of this, right? This whole thing, and then just display it a bunch of times inside of here, because this is something I mentioned to you guys, right? I said that you can just store UI inside of a variable, and you can just display user, and then user, and then how many times you want, right? And this will work, as you can see over here. It will work if I come to my browser. You can see it is displaying each user a bunch of times, which is great. But there's a better way to do this, right? If you look at here, we're storing all of this UI stuff, all of this JSX or HTML inside of a variable. You might also notice that it was automatically input here, a parentheses around this. And I'll go over more of that later, but just know that because this takes up more than one line in our code, because obviously we can put all of this into one line, but this is currently taking up more than one line. We have to surround it with parentheses. That's just something I wanted to mention. You see it over here as well. It's just part of how the syntax works. But you see, we're storing all of this UI into a single variable. But there's a way better way of doing this, which is more important, and you'll be using a lot of it throughout your code, right? Throughout your projects, which is using a component inside of your project. Now, what exactly is a component? Well, you're looking at a component right here inside of this code, because this function over here, the app function, is what is known as a component. Well, a component is just a JavaScript function that returns some sort of UI or some JSX. Or if you still are used to the word HTML, it's just a JavaScript function that returns, in quotes, HTML, because it's not HTML, it's JSX. So what does this mean? Well, it means that, for example, I'm going to come up with some examples over here. I'm going to create two functions. So I'm going to create a function called getName, like this, and this function will return a string called Pedro, and I'm going to create another function called getName component. I'm making it really obvious which one is the component and which one isn't, and this will return an h1 tag, which is JSX, and it will return the word Pedro. Now, this over here is a JavaScript function. This over here is a React component. What is the difference? Well, like I said, this returns some sort of primitive JavaScript type, or it doesn't even have to return anything. It can just be a function that doesn't return anything. But with components, you will always be returning UI stuff, such as a h1 tag or divs or whatever you want. There's important stuff for you to know as well. Every component needs to start with a capital letter. So you can't create a component that starts with a lowercase letter, while in JavaScript you can create a function that starts with a lowercase letter. But with components you can't. So that's important for you to notice, because it's a mistake that a lot of beginners make when they're trying to create components and they don't understand why it's not working. Well, it might be because of this. Well, I just explained to you guys what a component is and how to create one, but I haven't really gone into too much detail about why you might want to use a component. Well, I'm letting you know right now, components are one of the most important things in React, and you will be using it throughout your whole project. The reason for this is because whenever you have some sort of piece of code that you might want to reuse it really easily, or you might want to organize it in some sort of way that will make your project not look messy, you would always do this using components. So for example, using the example that we had before, right, where we have this user thing that includes a name, an age, and an email. Well, inside of this file, I can just create a user component like this, and remember capital letter in order to be a component, and just put that this will return a div including all of this information, right? Now, name, age, and email, it doesn't have to be a variable like I was doing before. We can just delete this like this. I'm just going to delete all of this, and I'm just going to put all of this inside of this div. I'll just say that there's an h1 tag, which is going to be saying Pedro. Then there's I'm going to do for the other ones as well. one which is my age, and it will say 21, and then one which will be my email, which will say pedro@pedro.com, right? So we now have this function called user, or this component called user, which returns this div, right? So what I can do now is, if I want to display it inside of my app component, which, if you remember, the app component is the first component that is being displayed in the website. So when you go into the website, this UI over here is what is going to be displayed. So would it work if I just came over here and called user like this, like we were doing before? Let's check it out. It doesn't, because this is not how you actually work with components. They're not variables. You can't just call them like this. With components, in order to call them, what you have to do is you have to use this specific syntax where you write component names like this, and you self-close it as if it was some sort of HTML element, right? Now, you can make it like this as well, but not now. This is something we'll learn later on into the course. But for most of the components, you'll start in the beginning, and even later on, they are all self-closing like this. So this is how we're calling this component. And you can see that this works because over here, we're displaying the information. Now, if I want to reuse this, we can just do this many times and just paste it many times like this. And you'll see that it will be displaying all the times that we copy and paste it. Now, like I said, this is great because instead of just rewriting all this code again and again, we're just calling this function or this component 3 times, and all of the code inside of that displays a user is now hidden inside of this component. So it makes your code look better because if, for example, we put this in a different file, now this file doesn't have to have all of the logic for this. Now, as a beginner, you probably shouldn't be worrying that much about making your code look beautiful or about making your code look as optimized as possible. But don't worry, because we're gonna ease into working with more complicated stuff and making your project look better as we're going through the course. But for now, this is amazing. Now, there's a concept I want to go over, which is extremely important. Because as you can see over here, we are reusing this user component 3 times. But there's a catch here. The thing is, it's displaying the same information for all of them, which is kind of annoying, right? Like, I don't want to see 3 divs saying the same name, age, and email. I want to kind of change them for each user that we try to display. So how exactly would we do this? Well, you know that in functions, in normal functions in JavaScript, you can just pass arguments, right? You can pass, for example, Pedro over here or something like that, right? But this is not how you do it in React with components. What you can do is you can have what is known as a prop. And a prop is just an object, so a JavaScript object that exists inside of the argument of some sort of component. So every React component will accept an argument to it, which is an object called props, like this. And this object will represent all the data that we might want to pass in to this component. So what kind of data can we pass in? Well, we can pass every kind of data we want. And how do we define it? Well, for example, if I want to pass a different name, a different age, and a different email for each kind of user, well, I can just say over here that for this user, for each user, I'll just pass a name like this, and I'll say that for the first one is Pedro. Then I'll pass an age, which I'll say that the age is, I'm gonna say 21 again. And you'll see over here with strings, you can just pass it like this, but with numbers, you have to put curly braces. That's something I wanted to mention in order to get confused by it. And the last one is an email. So I can just pass an email like this and say pedro@pedro.com, right? So I'm passing these 3 pieces of information to this component as props. You'll know it looks kind of weird, but this is how you actually do it in React. So now we have 3 fields that are gonna exist inside of the props object. So how will this props object look like? Well, it will look something like this. If you're familiar with JavaScript objects, this is one of the things that I assume you already know for this course. But it looks something like this. It's an object with a name that is something called Pedro. then it has an age, which is 21, and then there is an email, which is the one that we wrote over there. So this is how the props object now is being represented inside of our component, which means that instead of manually displaying our names, our ages, and our emails, we can just say something like this, props.name, and say something like this, props.age. Or for this one, we can say props.email. And you'll see that since we only passed in information for the first user, you'll see that in our Chrome over here, it only displays the first user because the other ones don't actually have any information coming in from the props. But you can see it definitely worked, right? Which means that if we want to call 3 different users, we can just copy and paste this and just pass different props for each of them. I can create one that is called Jake, one that is called Jessica. Jake might be 29, Jessica might be 190. Jake might have an email also at pedro.co, and Jessica as well. And you'll see that now it's really easy for you to rewrite code that looks different but has minimal changes to our actual code file. Components and props reduces the amount of code you have to write for more complex pieces of UI, for example, like this over here, where in normal HTML and JavaScript, we would have to maybe rewrite the div 3 times to display these 3 pieces of information. Here, we can just do something like this and just reuse the code 3 times like this and change them depending on the props that we pass. So I really want you guys to practice something like this. Before you get into the next video, I'm going to give you guys some sort of exercise that you can do on your own. And I really hope you guys understood what props, components, and JSX actually mean. If you have any questions, please leave a comment in the description. Especially with this course, I will be 100% focused on answering every single question because I really want everyone to enjoy as much as you can from this course. So please leave any comment in the comment section and I will be answering. So let's get into the exercise I want you guys to practice before going into the next episode. Okay, everyone. So the exercise I want you guys to practice is creating another component similar to the user one, but for something like job information. So I want you guys to create a component called job, and it will have 3 different props. It will have a salary prop, a position prop, and a company prop. Now, I want you to display very similarly to what we did in the video. Just display them in the screen one by one, the salary amount, the position, and the company. You can do it however you want. I would recommend not looking at the code that we wrote for user before starting doing this. Try to do it without looking at it and see if you can do it. I don't think I need to write the solution for you guys, but I'll just show it to you in like 10 seconds. So do it, check to see if it's working, and come back to see if you did it right. So, okay, everyone. Yeah, this is the solution. It's extremely similar to what we did before. It's just I just tweaked a little bit the values and the props, but this is how you would do something like that. And I would recommend playing around with this, trying to display different information, trying to do whatever you can to like make some sort of changes to it and see how it works and what happens. Okay, everyone. So to start off this episode, I'm going to first talk about how to implement CSS inside of React. And the reason why I even want to mention this and not just let it slide and assume you can figure it out on your own is because for some reason I've dealt with this. Like when I started, this was something that annoyed me and it took me like 30 or 40 minutes to figure it out for some reason. So for that reason, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit and explain to you guys how you do it. So basically, it's not that different at all. An example I have over here is we have this, I just have my name Pedro being displayed, and over here we have a header tag, an h1 tag, displaying my name Pedro, right? But there's a class name which is equal to name. So what I want to explain to you guys is at the top by default, it comes with an app.css, right? I mentioned to you guys that this comes by default, right? And it already has some styling to it because if you look at what we've been doing so far, it's all been centered, which is not how a website is by default. So this is how it looks by default when you install using the create React app command. So this file over here, you can simply just add any CSS as you want. I could just come over here and say .name, and for example, make the color of the text be red. And since we are importing over here, it will work, and you'll see that now it's red. So the only thing I wanted with this is to show you guys that whenever you have a CSS file, you can just import it like this. By saying import, you don't give it a name, you just import and put the path to where that file is. Now there is something important I wanted to tell you guys as well. There is something called CSS modules, which is a different way to write your CSS. So if you came over here and changed the name of this file from app.css to app.module.css, what this will do is it will make this file into a CSS module style sheet. So what exactly does that mean? It means that when I import, instead of importing this way, I can actually import it by saying import styles from app.modules or module.css. And then instead of declaring the strings for the class names, for example, saying app or name directly over here, what I can do is I can treat them like objects. I could just say styles.app like this, then say something like styles.name. Now, why would you want to do this? Well, it's kind of annoying to have strings all over your website or your code. So maybe if you prefer to do something like this, it's fine. I'm actually not going to do it this way, although a lot of people do it this way. You see that it still works, even though we're doing it this method. So you can see it works. I'll just follow the normal way you use CSS because it's what I'm used to. And but I just wanted to point this out because a lot of people see this as well when they're coding in React. So this is the basics of how to use CSS in React. Now let's get into some more interesting stuff, such as how to conditionally render in React. Okay, so let's start talking about conditional rendering in React. So like I mentioned when I started this course, I'm assuming you know some stuff from JavaScript, but I'll just do a really quick recap on the ternary operator, which is a concept in JavaScript which allows you to write if statements without actually writing if statements, right? So you know if statements are used for conditionals when you say something like if this then that, but there's a shorthand notation which is way more useful when you have situations where you don't want to use multiple lines. So this is an example that just demonstrates what can be done. So for example, imagine we have a variable called age, and we want to console log the text is over age if it is over 18, and console log is under age if it is under 18. Well, if we're using an if-else statement, we do it this way. But we could use, instead of this, just a ternary operator and say something like if age is greater than or equal to 18, then we want to console log the text, right? I'll just write whatever here. But else, we want to console log something else, right? Now, I'm not going to finish writing this because it's redundant, but you can see that this serves as an if and this serves as an else. And this is really important. There's also the double ampersand, which serves as kind of like if something is true, then do this, right? And I'm not going to go too much in depth about this because this is something that you should have learned in JavaScript, but it will be super important when you're working with React. And I'll show you guys exactly why that is important. If we have some text over here where we want to display based on some sort of condition, we can do that very easily by using conditional rendering. So the most simplest way to conditionally render in React is by actually having an if statement. For example, if I create this variable called age over here, like I mentioned, and set it equal to 15, I can just come over here and say if age is greater than or equal to 18, then return an h1 tag. I'll just make an h1 tag, a header tag that says over age. And if it's under 18, I want to say under age, right? Now it's 15, so you can see it will say over age. And then else over here, else, we just return whatever is down here, and we say that the person is under age, right? You'll see that by this logic, it should be displaying that the person is under age. But if we change this to 19, which is obviously over age, it will now say over age. So you can see we are conditionally changing what the UI is being shown depending on some sort of condition, which is in this case, if the number 19 is greater than the number 18. Now, like I said, ternary operators can make this look way better because we're currently having an if statement. If statements aren't bad in itself, right? If you're going to use an if statement, I wouldn't even put an else over here. I would just do something like this because it's still, since you're returning something, it will still work the same way. But in this case, I would much rather do something different. I would just remove this over here, and down here, directly inside of one return statement, I would just put some JavaScript code using ternary operators that will display the different pieces of information. For example, I can come over here and say, if age is greater than or equal to 18, then I want to display an h1 tag that says over age, right? But else, if it's not, if this condition is false, then I want to display something else. I want to display another h1 tag that says under age. And you'll see that in a single line, we're able to do the same thing that we were doing with all of those lines before. And because of how React mixes your JavaScript logic with how your UI is being displayed, this works perfectly, right? It says over age because 19 is over age, but if I put 17, now it will say under age. Like I said, there's other ways in which you can conditionally render stuff. For example, you can use a double ampersand, which is just an if statement, not an if-else statement. And an example for that would be if we had some sort of actual Boolean here. Let me say something like is green. And this is actually a good example because this example will show you guys another way to use CSS in React that I didn't mention in the previous segment of this video. In this example, think of this is green as a Boolean that starts that is false. But if it is true, then it will make the text being displayed become green, right? So that's the whole point of it. If it's not, then the text will remain the same. So how could we do something like this? And which text are we talking about? Well, I'm going to create a text over here, which is going to say something like, this has color. It's just a random text, but you can see that it will always appear no matter what down over here. And if we want to add some sort of styling to it, we can either add it by using the CSS file like I mentioned previously in this video, or you can actually directly add some styles to your individual elements. Now, styling like this, inline styling like this, already exists in normal HTML. However, the difference here is that you're actually going to be using objects to do something like this. So it's a bit different. So the way we do it is we declare a style property into whatever HTML or JSX element we're going to be altering the style for. And then over here, we just put another curly brace because it is an object. And what we put over here is all the different styles we want to add to this element. We can add, for example, color, and it already has autocomplete for us, which is amazing, right? There's like so many things we can add to style this element, but in our case, we only want color. I also want to point out that in normal CSS, like over here, if I want to say color red, I can just say color red, but since this is JavaScript, it's not actual CSS that we're writing inside of this object. If I want to say color red, I have to put red inside of a string, right? I'm just pointing this out because it's small things that can confuse you if you're working on your own, and I just want to point them out now so that you don't make the mistake whenever you're working on your own. Now, another thing I want to point out is that when you have some sort of style that includes a hyphen, so like something like background color, instead of saying background hyphen color, you gotta say background color like this, right? So that's basically it for inline styling. The only style that we want to know over here is the color one, which is we set by default to be red, and you can see it displays the color red. Now, what I want to show you guys is how do we integrate this Boolean to be part of this color definition, right? How can we say that if is green is true, then make this color green, but if green is false, make it red? Well, by just using the ternary operator that we created over here, we can just do something like this. If is green is true, then we make this green. But if it's false, we make it red. You see, this one line logic over here can have great impact on how your website can look like. So right now it's red, but if we turn this to true, now it will be green, right? And this is really cool because later on you'll see how we can use this kind of logic to make your website look really cool, and not actually be manually altering what the value of this variable looks like. So this is basically it for conditionals. Like I said, you can use the double ampersand to just do an if statement instead of an if else. An example would be saying like is green over here, and if is green, then I want to just display, I don't know, a button, right? A button that says something like this is a button. Now this example is kind of dumb, but all this is doing is it's showing you that this is an if statement. If is green is true, then we show the button, but if we set it to false, then we don't show the button, right? So I'm just showing you guys some very simple logic that you can integrate into your projects, and that will be really useful later on. Now, what we're going to talk next in this video is about how to use lists in React. The reason why I want to mention this specifically is because lists are extremely important in a complex website, especially websites that you use React to create. We're going to be using them so much throughout this course that I really need to already point you guys in the right direction so you guys already start getting used to it. So let's start working with lists right now. So in order to work with lists or arrays in React, I just came up with this really quick example over here, which we're going to be working with throughout this next part of this video. So I created an array called names, and the array is just an array of strings where it just includes name of people, which just includes names of people, right? So we have Pedro, Jake, Jessica, Mike, and Dustin. So what I want to do is I want to display the name of each of those people in a very easy way, without having to repeatedly write each of those names, right? For example, if I'm being lazy in some sense, I could just come over here, write an h1 tag, and I could just say, for example, that I want to display the first element in the names array, right? By saying something like names 0. And you'll see that this works. It definitely works. It says Pedro. If I do names 1, it will show Jake, as you can see over here, and so on, right? However, I don't really want to display each of them like this, like putting each of them individually, because that's stupid. That would take forever, especially if it is a big array. What I want to do is I want to use this array and tell it, basically say that we want to loop through this whole array, and for each of those elements, I want to display something else. Now, this is where I assume you know some of JavaScript as well. The basic stuff that I assume is that you know some of the JavaScript array functions. So we have some functions. For example, we have for each, right? You can say something like names.forEach, and that serves to loop through each element and, I don't know, do something for each of those elements. We also have map, we have filter, we have reduce. We have so many different functions that you can use with arrays. I would definitely recommend practicing or learning at least some of them because they're going to be really important. One of the most important ones for us in React is the map function. Why exactly is the map function important? Well, because with the map function, you grab an array, and for each of those elements, you can change a part of it, right? You can change something in each of those elements. And why is that important? Because if we want to display each of those elements in some sort of UI form inside of our project, we can very easily do that by just coming over here and saying names, then .map, and the map function, it requires that you pass over here a callback function. So a callback function is just an anonymous function like this, a function that has no name, that exists as a return, like as an action after you call this map function. You can grab a value and a key, right? The key is just, for example, the index of each of the elements. So for this element, the key will be 0. For this one, it will be 1, right? It's just the index in the array. The value is the actual value of it, right? So for the first element, the value will be Pedro. The second one, it will be Jake. The third one will be Jessica. Obviously, we're not going to call it value and key. You can actually call it key if you want to. But what I'm going to call this over here is name. just to make it make sense with the data that we're working with. And what I want to do is, for each of the elements in this array, I want to return some sort of HTML or some sort of JSX, and I want to return an h1 tag, which means that it's going to loop through each of these elements, and for each of the elements, it's going to create an independent h1 tag. Now, what I want to display inside of this h1 tag, well, I want to display the name, right? I want to display whatever is over here. Now, never forget that whenever you're inside two JSX or HTML tags, you always have to use curly braces to declare your JavaScript. And also, one thing that is kind of annoying with React is the fact that whenever you're looping like this, it will always require that you use the key in some way or another. So what you can do is you can just pass this key property over here to remove an annoying warning that always comes with React. It's not important for you to know why you have to do this right now. And trust me when I say it's not important for you to know, it's just it will take unnecessary space in your brain when you're learning so many things in the beginning. So just know that to remove that warning, you can put this over here. You can also not do anything with this key at all, and it should be fine as well. But the important thing is that now, if you come over here, we are displaying each of the elements in our screen, which is amazing, right? If I add another person over here, for example, Lucas, it should now display Lucas as well inside of our website. So this is the basics of actually looping through an array. Now, what are some more complicated ways you can do something like this? Well, usually when you're working with data, you work with objects, right? And objects can exist inside of arrays. For example, if you have a list of users that you get from some sort of database, it's going to be a list of objects, right? So I'm going to create an example over here where we have information about each of the users, and we just want to display those information for each of the users inside of our website. So I'll be back in a second. Okay, everyone. So to make it simple, I removed half of the people in the list and I only kept 3 of them. So we can just work with 3 of them. And I created for each of them an object that only contains 2 different fields, a name and an age, right? So this is a list of users, as you can see. And this example is really cool because you guys will see how easy it is to work with objects inside of arrays in React. So what I want to do is I want to loop through each of these users, and I want to display a div that includes a name and an age. So to do that, we can do the exact same thing as we did before. Obviously, our array has a different name now, so we'll change to users instead of names. And instead of returning an h1 tag, we're going to return a div tag, right? Because it will include multiple pieces of information. Also, I need to change this name variable over here to user because it makes more sense, right? We're not just displaying a name in each element in the array. Now we have an object containing 2 different pieces of information about the user. So could we just do something like this and just display the user info like this? No, it will break. Actually, it won't display absolutely anything because user is an object and not a string like it was before. So if we want to display both the name and the age, I would have to do something like user.name and user.age. And you'll see that now what it's doing is it's actually returning the correct information in our screen. Now, one cool thing that we can do is instead of just displaying the div like this, we could actually use what we learned in the previous episode and create a component for the user. We could come over here and just similar to what we did before, if we want to create a component, I can just call it, for example, user. And it's just a function, a normal function in React that returns some sort of JSX. Now, what JSX are we going to return? Well, we're going to return this div, which includes both a username and age, right? Now, that information we're going to grab from the props. If you recall, that's what we usually do when we have components. So instead of saying user.name, we say props.name and props.age. Now, how exactly are we going to grab the name and the age from props? Well, now instead of saying that we're returning a div for each of the elements in the user's array, we're going to be returning the user component. And the user component will now have a name prop, which its value will be user.name. And it will have an age prop, which its value is going to be user.age. And you can see that it looks a lot cleaner if we do something like this. and it still works, right? It works perfectly. And we're using what we learned in the previous episode of using a component to make our code look better. Now, one thing I didn't mention in the last episode on purpose because I didn't want to make it super complicated right in the beginning is the fact that normally when you are creating new components, you're not putting all of them into a single file like I'm doing over here. The reason for that is because you don't want to have a file with like 1,000 lines of code, right? You usually create different files for different components. I'm going to go over more about project structure later on in the course, but for now, just know that when you're going to create a new component, you should be creating a file for it. So let's create this file called user.js, which is going to contain the user component. So all we have to do is we just have to copy this user component over here and literally just paste it over here. Now, how are we going to access this inside of the app.js? Because right now we are calling the user component, but it's breaking because it doesn't know what user is because user exists in a different file. So the way we do this is we just export this component in this file, and in our app.js at the top, we'll just say import from, and we put the path towards that component, which is in the user file, just like this, because the user file is over here. And we just grab the user component like this. And if we save this, now it should be working like before, but instead of having everything in the same file, it now exists inside of a different file. I like doing this way. It makes code look easier and better. And yeah, it's just the standard pattern in React. So this is basically it for this video. I know this is actually a lot of information, and I thought about making my videos into really small videos, one for each topic, but I don't like that idea. I don't personally love that. I like videos where you're able to work with a lot of stuff, but at the same time, I don't want to overcomplicate each video. So the middle ground is making this medium length videos for each episode where I go over a few different topics which are kind of related to each other. So let me know what you think. I'm gonna give you guys some exercises at the end of this video right now, so you can practice on your own. But let me know what you guys think in the comment section. And yeah, that's basically it. So let's get into the exercise. Okay, so for the exercise, what I want you guys to do is I have this list of planets over here. It doesn't include all of the planets in our solar system, but it's just a section of it that I wanted to show you guys. But basically, what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to write code for looping through each of these planets and displaying their names, just their names. But for each of those planets, I only want you to display their names if they are a gas planet. So if you guys don't know, only I think 4 planets are gas planets, and some of them are over here, right? 3 of them are over here. And I want you guys to display only the gas planets' names over here, right, as a list. So how you should do this? Well, just do exactly how we did before. Loop through this list, then use ternary operators, which we learned in the beginning of this video, in order to decide which ones you should show and which ones you shouldn't. And then if you want, you can also make them into a component, right? Make the planets into a component and just make everything that we've learned previously into a single piece of code, right? So the code for all of this will be in the description, but I'll put this even over here, like right over here. I'll call this planets.js because the code for all of this will be in the description, right? So you can just check it out. But if you guys want to use this before you see the actual solution for this problem, you can just come to the planets.js file and it will be over there. But work on this and come back whenever you're done because I'm going to show the solution right now. Okay, so this is the solution for this exercise. It's very simple, as you can see. We just loop through each of the planets, and for each planet, we just ask, okay, if the planet.is a gas planet is true, then return an h1 tag displaying the name of the planet. And as you can see, this is exactly what happens in our screen. However, if we want to use ternary operators to do this instead, it would actually look a lot better. We don't even need to use this return over here, and we don't need to use an if statement. Instead of using this curly braces, we can actually just return directly some JSX right after the arrow function. So this is equally valid, as you can see over here. This code over here is equally correct. Instead of actually putting curly braces and saying return, we can actually just return like this. And instead of using an if statement, we could just use something like a ternary operator, right? We can say if the planet.isGuessPlanet, then display this, right? Something like this. And this would still work. As you can see, it still only displays the correct information. We could do the opposite as well. We can say if it's not a gas planet, then display the name, and you can see the other 3 planets that are not gas planets will be displayed in our screen. So that's basically it for this video. Okay, everyone. So like I mentioned, we're going to be going over what states are in React. And I'm going to tell you guys straight off, this is my favorite topic to teach because I remember when I was learning React and I first learned about states, I was completely mind blown because that was the point where I was like, okay, React is good. Or not only React, but I was like, okay, I really need to learn some sort of JavaScript framework because this is way better than how you usually do it in just vanilla JavaScript. So in this video, we're going to be going over states by going over a couple examples. I really want to emphasize on you guys understanding what states are, so that whenever someone just asks you, oh, what is the point of creating a state in React, you're going to be able to answer it with the knowledge and ability of implementing it as well inside of your code. So what exactly are states? Well, the best way I find to explain a state in React is just a variable, right? Now, it's technically not just a variable, but think of it as just a variable that holds data. And it can be either a string, it can be, I'm going to create just an example here. For example, the variable name, right? Or actually, I'll create a variable called age. And we can obviously set it to be a number. We can set any variable to be any kind of type, right? We can set it to be a string, a Boolean, whatever we want. But an age is a number. So we have this age variable over here, right? If I were to display this, I could easily display it in my screen, like I showed you guys in the past, by just putting some JSX over here, and it will show 0 whenever I go to the page, right? This is the browser. You can see it's just displaying the amount that we have over here. Let's try doing something really cool over here. Let's try creating a button, right? A button that when you click on it, it will increase the age. So to create a button, you could just create a button tag like normal HTML, put a text inside of it, and close it like this. Now, what will happen is you'll see that in our browser, now we have this little button that obviously nothing happens when we click on it because we haven't implemented anything for it. Now in React, very similar to how you do in normal JavaScript, you can pass what is known as an onClick function to this button. Now, properties and inputs such as a button, in normal JavaScript, you usually put it with like lowercase, but in React, you put it like this with on being lowercase and the C being capitalized. So this is really important because we're going to be, for the first time, dealing with events in React. So what is an event? Just something that happens as a response of something else. So in this case, we're going to do something after we click on this button, right? So what do we want to do? Well, we can pass a function inside of this onClick that will be called whenever we click on the button. So we can just create this function over here. I'm going to call it increase age, and it will be just a normal arrow function, which we can now just pass it inside of here, just like this. Now, what do we want to do with this increase age? Well, we basically want to, whenever we click on this value, we want to increase the value of age by 1 each time, right? So intuitively, if you know JavaScript and programming, you would just do something like this, right? Age equals to age plus 1. If it's 0, then we'll set it to be equal to 0 plus 1, which is 1, so age will become 1. If it's 1, then it will be 1 plus 1, which is 2, right? So it's increasing by 1 each time. Now, we want to also console log over here the value of age after we increase each time, just so we have an idea to see if it's working or not. So let's check out to see if this will work, right? It should work because we're increasing the value and we're displaying the value over here. Now let's go to Google Chrome and let's try clicking on the button, and you immediately see that it doesn't work because you see over here it says 0, right? When it should be whatever value it is right now after clicking this button a bunch of times. So you may argue, okay, it's not changing because we set it as a constant. So let's try setting it as a let or a var, right? The constants obviously can be changed, so if we set as a let or a var, it should work, right? Okay, let's test it out. It still doesn't work. it still doesn't work. But it doesn't mean it's not changing the value of this variable over here. Well, no, it is actually. Because if you go to the console log over here, it is actually increasing by 1 every time you click on this button. So you're probably really confused because this is exactly how I was when I was learning states. Why is the variable changing value, but whatever is in my screen isn't changing as well? I thought that this should be representing this variable. Well, it is, but there's a point that you need to understand with React. React will render this component over here initially once. And what do I mean by render? It will just display the UI. It will generate the UI for this page once. So what happens is initially it will look at whatever the value of age is, it will see it's 0, and then it will display 0. It doesn't matter how many times we change the value of this variable. React doesn't know that it needs to re-render to show whatever value it is currently, right? So it renders once, and we can change the variable, but changing a variable value doesn't mean React will re-render because of it. So that's exactly what states are. Because if you were using normal JavaScript, whenever you change a variable like this and you wanted to change something in the HTML to show the value of the variable, you would do something like saying document.getElementById, or I don't know, using a query selector and then manually changing the HTML. But here you don't have to do that, because in React, if we wanted to create something like this, we could very simply just use a state. So in order to use a state, we have to come over here at the top and import from the React library. So I'm going to say React, and we're going to import what is known as a useState hook. So there's this concept in React called a hook, and I'll obviously go way more in depth about what hooks are when we have our hook section of this course. Just know that when I mention a hook, I'm just talking about a function that for now, all you have to know is that it's a function that starts with the word use. Later on, I'll obviously talk about it more, but for now, just keep that in mind. So the useState hook over here is what we use to create a state. And in order to create a state that, for example, in this case, a state for the variable age, we would have to do the following. We would have to say const, then open and close square brackets, then set it equal to useState, and open and close parentheses. So we're just calling the useState function, and this useState function will return some information that we're getting inside of this square bracket. So what kind of information can we get? Well, we can get a variable, and we can call it whatever we want, right? In our case, the variable will be called age. And then we need to create a function that will be used to change the value of this variable. Now, that definitely sounds confusing if this is the first time you're using states, because that's how I felt. But just know that the standard is, if you have a variable, for example, called age, you put over here a function that is called set, and then the name of the variable. For example, set age. Now, you'll see what this does in a bit, but just know that this is how you structure the useState. So then over here, you can put an initial value to the variable. Remember that initially we set age to be equal to 0. So this is where we put this 0, right? This initial 0 value. We put it over here. So now what we just did is we just created a state that is obviously a number because we set its first value to be 0. And we have a variable for it, and we have a function that is able to change its value. So here's where it gets good. If I want to display this age, I can still do it, right? It's exactly how it was before. I can just put age inside of here, and you'll see that it will display the 0, right? I'll just refresh the page, and you guys can see it says 0. If I change this to 1, it will show 1 because that's the initial value. But now what happens is, if I came over here to this increase age function, and I wanted to increase this age variable by 1 every time I click on the button, I could just say something like set age, call this function, and inside of here, I can just put whatever value I want age to become. So for example, I can say 5 by default, just say 5. And what happens here is if I click on the increase age button, it will turn this into 5, right? And the reason why this is happening is because the whole point of a state is it is a variable that when its value changes, React will be notified. It will look to see if the value is different from what it was before. If it is, it will trigger the UI to re-render, to redisplay what the whole UI so that now it will include the new value for that state, which is amazing. And that's the whole point of creating a state. Now, obviously, I don't want to keep it as set age to 5 because all it's doing is it's changing from 0 to 5 no matter how many times I click on this. But one way I can make it increase every time I click on the button is if I were to come over here and I just said that the age will be equal to age plus 1, because it will get the current value and increase by 1. And you'll see that now if I keep clicking on the button, it will keep increasing just like we wanted before. Obviously, I could do something like subtracting, and it would do the exact same thing, but the opposite way, as you can see. But it's nice, right? Because this is the whole point of creating states, and they're extremely useful. You'll be using them a lot in React. So there's also more use cases for a state. A really cool use case that I like to represent always is whenever you're using inputs, right? So for example, let's delete this code over here, and let's, instead of creating an age, let's just put an input inside of our React app. So I'm gonna say input over here, and I'm gonna close it like this. Now an input, as you might know, can be a lot of stuff, but in our case, it will be an input of type text. Now that means that if we come over here, you'll see there's a text like input that we can just write on it, right? So what I want to do here is I want to be able to type on this input, and as I'm typing, I want to display a text that displays exactly what I'm typing on this input. So how would we do something like that? Well, we would have to create a state to represent that value. So let's come over here, just like how we did before, and let's create a state. So to create a state, you just do something like this. And since this will be a text, it will be a string, we just initialize it as an empty string, like this. The initial value will be this. So what we want to do here is we want to create a state that will represent whatever this input is. So let's give it a name. Let's call it input value. Obviously, we could give any names, but in this case, it just makes sense. And then we need to create a function that will change this input value. So we'll call it set input value. Now, I want to display that input value. So I'll just come over here and say input value. And you'll see that nothing changes because input value initially is an empty string. But what I want to do is, as I type on this input, I want to change this input value by using the set input value function to be whatever exists inside of this input. So how would we do something like that? Well, I would come over here and say onChange. So if you worked with inputs before, you know that every input has an onChange, which is triggered whenever there's any change to the input. So a change could be you typing something on the input. So we can pass a function over here. So let's create a function for this. I'll say const, and I'll call it handle input change, right? Create this function, handle input change, and we can just grab this and pass it inside of here. Now every input, when you have a function that is inside of this onChange property over here, it actually has an argument by default called event, which is an argument that, if you're familiar with HTML and JavaScript, it's used to grab information about the input. So if I were to say, for example, console log event dot target dot value, for those who know what this means, it will basically console log the value of whatever is currently written on the input. So this is really, it's used so many times in React because whenever you want to grab something from an input that a user is writing, you do it like this. You grab it by saying event.target.value. And what is happening right here is we're calling this function every time there's a change, and we're console logging the value, meaning that now if I open up my console log, every time I type on this input, it will now console log whatever the value of this input is, right? Like automatically. I can delete it as well. I can write whatever I want, and it will be always console logging. So in our case over here, what we want is we actually want to set this value over here to be equal to this input value. So all we have to do is, instead of console logging this, we just say we want to set input value to be equal to that. And now magically, whenever I type anything on this input, it will now start displaying over here, which is amazing. Like it's completely useless to, in this example, to just show the string. But I remember I was so mind blown when I saw this for the first time that I had to show you guys. But this is the power of states, because every time the value of the variable is changing, it triggers a re-render and shows the new value in our page, right? So in this case, we won't be, whenever we do something like this, it would be mostly to try to grab information from like inputs. So we can, I don't know, there's like a form in the website and we want to grab whatever the user typed on the form. We can do it this way. But I found this to be a good example whenever you're learning states. Okay, so we just went through two different examples on how the useState hook can be used, but I know that you might still be doubting its practicity or how important it actually is. So I'm going to give you guys two more examples that are actually really cool and can show you the power of this. So the first example is, imagine that we have something like this. We have some sort of text in our screen that says something like, hi, my name is Pedro. Now, obviously, this is just an example, but imagine that we have this text in our screen. And we want to be able to have a button over here that whenever we click on the button, it will either show or hide this text. So what I want is, I want to be able to click on this, and every time I click, it will either display this or hide it. So if currently it's being displayed, so if I click on this, I want it to now not display this anymore. And then if I click again, it will display this. Now, I know for a fact that if I was doing this with normal HTML and JavaScript, the way I would probably approach it is I would probably change the CSS or maybe remove the thing that completely from the HTML. It would be way more work than what we're going to do over here. Because with states, all I have to do is I just have to create a state just like this, but obviously the names here will change. We'll call something like, I don't know, show text or something like this. And then obviously this would be set show text. And then over here, this would be a Boolean, right? Because we want to either set this to true or false. So instead of having an empty string or a 0 for a number, for Boolean, we can start it out as true, right? Because we want to first show this text, and then if I click on it, I want to hide it. So now we have the state. So all we want to do in this case is we want to say, okay, if show text is equal to true, then display this over here. So if we were to combine what we learned in the last episode, where we talked about ternary operators, we could just say something like, if show text is equal to true, then we put the double ampersand because this is just a then, show this. This logic makes sense, right? And obviously we have to put the curly braces around here because we're now putting some JavaScript in the middle, right? So all this is saying is, if show text is true, then display this. So let's see if that works. We'll come over here. Obviously it's true, so it will be displaying. But if we set the state by default to be false, it will not show anymore. Now, another thing you can do is, obviously, with if statements like this, you don't have to say if this Boolean is equal to true. You can just say if show text, and obviously it will work the same way, as you can see. But now the cool thing is, we want to be able to click on this button, and whenever we click on it, we want to be able to toggle between show text being true or false. So we could just create a function over here, right? By saying something like const toggle text or something like that, right? Just like how we did before. But actually, you can also just create the function anonymously inside of here. So what does that mean? Well, I can either create an external function and define its name like we did in the previous two examples, or directly inside of the onClick, I can do what is known as an anonymous or inline function, which is just a function like this that doesn't have any names. It's just a parentheses and an arrow and then the curly braces. And then inside of here, I can do whatever I want. I can, for example, come over here and alert a message saying, hey, and you'll see that every time I click on the button, it will alert the message, right? So this is also like used a lot in React. It's just a function that is created inside of some sort of event or some sort of prop, right? So in our case, we don't want to alert it. What we want to do is we want to set the show text to be true if it's currently false and false if it's currently true. So how could we do something like that? Well, we could just use the current value of show text and say that we want the opposite of that, because if it's false, it will now become true. If it's true, it will now become false. So let's test it out to see if this is working, right? It will start out as true, so we are able to see the text. But if I click on this, it will set the variable to be the opposite of true, which is false. So now it's not displaying. And I can click again and it will display. I can click again and not display. You don't understand how useful this is to many websites. There's so many UI things you can do that with this that is super easy to make because of how states work in React. And that's just an example of how cool this can actually be. Now, you can even do more to this, right? For example, you can actually change CSS directly by using states. So what I mean by that is, for example, if we want to scratch out this whole show logic and just make it always show the text, right? Something like this, we always show the text. But whenever I click on the button, now I want to make this text become green. And then when I click it again, I want to toggle back to black, right? So that would be hard with normal JavaScript, but it's super easy with using states, because then I can just create a state, let's call it text color, and the function will be set text color, and it will be a string because in CSS you can call colors like red or blue or whatever you want. And using what we learned in the previous episode, you can actually write CSS directly inside of your HTML, your JSX, right? So I could come over here to this h1 tag and I can just give this style prop like this and open and close parentheses. And over here, I can do whatever I want with this style, including give it a color. I can obviously set this to red by default and it will, oh, it's broken. Oh, it's because we obviously there's no set show text anymore because we changed the name. But like I was saying, you can obviously set this to red by default and you can see it works. But what we want to do is we want to use the state to change the color directly inside of here. So what we can do is we can just say text color is equal to, the color is equal to the text color state. And now all we have to do is we just have to come to this on click and say that whenever you click on the button, we'll just set the text color to be red. And you'll see that if we set this by default to black, because the initial color is black, now when we click on this button, it will become red. So we're altering the CSS of our page very easily by using states. Now, if I click again, obviously it's not changing because we're not implementing any logic for this. All we're doing is whenever you click on the button, it will set it to red. So if it's already red, all it's doing is setting to itself, which doesn't make sense. But to do something which mimics a behavior of it, like toggling between black and red, what we can do is we can use ternary operators, which is something, like I mentioned, we learned in the last episode. We can do something like saying if the text color is currently equal to black, then we want to set it to red, right? We just set it to red. But if it's not, so else, we set it to black. So really try to understand this logic over here. We're putting inside of this parentheses what color we want the state to represent. So what we're saying over here is if it's black, then we want to put red inside of this parentheses. If not, we want to put black because the color should be black. And if we run this, you'll see this is exactly what happens. We keep alternating between the colors, which is obviously the behavior we wanted. So those are the actual 4 examples I really wanted to bring to this episode. I don't know how long this episode is, but it shouldn't be a short episode because states are super powerful and will be really useful throughout our course. For example, in the next episode, we're going to be using states so much that I guarantee you will start feeling very comfortable with it by the end of that episode. So in order for you guys not to be confused, because I know some of you guys might still be confused with how states work, I'm going to obviously, like I did in the previous episode, leave a little exercise here at the end so that you guys can do. I'll show you guys the result on how to solve the exercise, but obviously do it before you see the answer. And yeah, let's get into the exercise. Okay, everyone. So this is the exercise I want you guys to complete. So this is a very famous example of something you can use states for, which is a counter app. And I wanted to leave this as an exercise because the examples I showed you guys, I really didn't want to repeat a counter. But a counter is a very easy way to understand states. So I'm going to leave you guys to do this exercise. So basically what I want you guys to do is you need to create a state called count, which is a number, right? And similar to with the age, I want you guys to have 3 buttons in your screen. I want to be able to click on this increase button and see this number increasing. Then click on this decrease button and see the opposite happening. So the button decreasing, the number decreasing. And also when I click on this set to 0 button, no matter what the value of the number over here is, I want to set it to 0. And I want to be able to do all of that using states. So use everything we learned in this episode to do this and come back whenever you're ready to see the solution. So yeah, if you're ready, now let's see the solution. Okay, so this is the solution to the exercise. As you can see, it's not super complicated. I didn't want to make a complicated exercise because we're going to be working with more complicated stuff in the next episode. But all you have to do is create 3 different functions. Each of them have their own purpose for the buttons. So the increase function, similar to the one we did before, it just increases the count by 1 and sets the count to be that value. Then the decrease does the opposite. It decreases the count by 1 and sets the count to be that value. And the set to 0, 1 is the one that is a little bit different because you just set it to be 0 no matter what. And what we did is we just passed all of them to the on-clicks of their respective buttons. And now you can see that if I play around with this, I can now increase, I can decrease, I can go negative, as you can see. I can return to 0 no matter what by just clicking on that button. And it's a very simple counter app, but it obviously shows how quick it is to just create something like this using React. Okay, everyone, so let's get started writing the code for our first CRUD application in React, where we're going to be building a to-do list. So, like I mentioned, this episode will be mainly focused on emphasizing how to use states and enforcing the best practices when you're using states and exactly why you would use states in React. Because when you create something like a to-do list, states are extremely important. So that's the whole point of us making this video. So I have over here just an empty application, just like we had before. You see there's only 3 files. And I just have hello world written over here. And what we want to build is we want to build an app where over here in the website, there's going to be a list for like tasks that you might want to complete. And inside of that list, each task will either be colored green for completed or just white for not completed yet. So you can basically check them to say that you've completed a task, and if you did, the task will become green. You can also delete a task if you want to. We're gonna add all of those functionalities, and obviously you will be able to add a new task to your list. Now, if you're interested in seeing how this will look, you can just go to the end of the video where I'm going to be showing this. But basically, this is one of the best projects in my opinion. I know it's overused and there's a lot of tutorials out there for this already, but there's no way I'm going to make a React course without including this, because this was definitely one of the projects that got me understanding what states are and how they are used. So that's why I decided to make this video. So let's get started right now. I'm going to open up VS Code over here. I basically want to create a div over here because we're going to divide our project, our website into 2, right? 2 parts UI wise, right? We're going to have over here a top part where there's going to be an input and a button, because we're going to be able to write which task we want to complete. And there's going to be a button which when we click on it, we're going to be able to add the task to our list. So we're going to have that part, and we can even give a class name over here of something like inputs, or actually I'll just call it add task, something like this, right? It's just a part where you're going to be able to add a new task to your list. And then we're going to have another div, which is going to be the div with a list. Now, this whole course, I don't want to focus at all on CSS because that's not important in my opinion for someone learning React. Although it is important for a website, it is not important for React. So what I'm going to do is whenever I add some minor CSS, I'm just going to show you guys the CSS, and you guys can just look at it, use it if you want to. But I'm not going to be wasting my time of this course teaching you guys CSS, because it's not the point of the course. But over here, we have 2 divs. And on this div over here, what we want to put is we want to put an input and a button. So 2 things. The button will be the add task button. So we'll look over here and you'll see right now we have the input and the button. And over here is where we're going to display the list of tasks, which obviously initially will be empty, but let's leave this for now and just focus on this part over here. So what we want is we want to have some sort of variable inside of our application, which is going to keep track of a list of tasks, right? So we could have a task, for example, do homework, right? Where we're just saying that I need to do homework. Or we can also have a task which is wash dishes, right? Something like this. So a good data structure that could hold the information about which tasks we have to complete is an array, right? It's a list, an array. So what we want over here is we need to have a variable which is going to keep track of our list of tasks. And we want to dynamically change how the variable looks, because we want to display the list in our screen. And whenever we make any changes to the list, we want to re-render the UI to show the new changes. A change would be, for example, adding a new task to the list. We want to immediately see that new task appear over here. Or when we delete or when we complete, we want to see those changes appearing immediately. So the way we're going to do that is by creating a state, which is what we learned in the previous video. So if you want to refresh, you can watch the previous video to see how you create a state. But the way you do it is you basically say const, you open and close square brackets like this, and you set it equal to the useState hook. And we obviously need to import the useState hook from React. So I'm going to say import from React, and we're going to import the hook that we're using, useState. So to declare this hook, we need to give a name for the variable. I'm going to call it ToDo list, and a function that will be used to change the value of this variable. So I'm going to call it setToDoList. Then, like I mentioned in the previous video of this course, you need to set an initial value for this variable, or for the state. So the initial value will be an empty array, because initially this list will be empty. So this can be a good initial value, right? What we want to do over here is we want to be able to, whenever you click on this list, we want to add something to, you want to add that task to the list, right? But in order to do that, we need to keep track of the value of what is inside of this input. So if I write over here, do homework, we need to get the information. We need to get this do homework string inside of this input and use it to add into our list. And the way I taught you guys in the previous episode to get information from an input is by creating a state to represent the input value. So I'm going to create another state over here, and I'm going to call it, we can call it whatever we want. I'm going to call it new task, because it's going to represent whatever we're writing on the input when we want to add a new task. And then I'm going to say set new task like this. And I'm going to set this equal to useState, and it will be a string initially, right? Because it's a string inside of an input. So now we have two states, and this is basically what is necessary for our to-do list. So what we want to do now is we want to make it so that whenever you type on this input, you now keep track, or you update this new task state to represent the value inside of that input. Now, the way you do this, as I mentioned in the previous episode, is you can give an onChange function to this input. So whenever there's any change to the input's value, so whenever you type a letter in the input, this function over here, whatever function you pass inside of this, will be called. So we're going to come over here and create the handle change function like this. And inside of here, we're going to write the logic for this. So we're just going to copy handle change and put it inside of here. Now, inside of this handle change function, since it is inside of an input, like I mentioned, you can have an event as an argument to this function. And you can use that event to grab the value of the input. So if I want to set the variable a new task to be equal to the value of the input, all I have to say is set new task equal to event.target.value. Now, all of this, like I mentioned, I've talked about this in the previous episode, but it's extremely important for me to show myself using it again in a better context, so you guys keep refreshing how everything works and understand how everything will be used. So now what we have over here is we have a variable called new task, which I'm gonna even, just for now, just to show you guys that this is working, I'll just display this in our screen over here, in our UI, new task, and you'll see that it is actually working. As I type on this input, it is setting the variable new task to be equal to whatever's over here. And the only reason why we're seeing it over here is because I just decided to display it as I go, just to show you guys that it's working. So I'm going to delete this for now, because this is not the point of this video. But it's good to know that it is working, the handle change function. So now that we have this new task variable and we have access to what the user is typing on the input, we want to be able to add to this array over here the new task that we just typed on the input. So the way we're going to do that is we have this button over here, which whenever it's clicked, we want to add to the list. So we're going to create a function over here and call it add task, right? Because it is the function that is going to be called when we want to add a new task to the list. And then inside of this button, we're going to give it an onClick property, because we're going to say that whenever you click on the button, we want to call the add task function. So we haven't worked previously with using states and lists before, but states and lists are extremely interesting because it is very common for you to use it, and they're going to appear so many times that it is important for you to get good with it. Now, when you have a normal array, and I want to emphasize this to you guys, when you have a normal array, right? Imagine I had this array over here, which was just an array, an empty array. Usually in JavaScript, if you want to add a value to that array, for example, I want to add the variable name, which is equal to Pedro. If I want to add Pedro to the array, I could say something like array.push and put name over here, right? And this would work. We would see that now after this, array would have the name inside of it, right? But this doesn't work with states. And the reason why it doesn't work with states is because we don't mutate the state directly. Remember, with states, we always have to use the function that is used to mutate the value. So I can't just say something like new task is equal to event.target.value. This is why we have to put the value inside of the function parameters, not by setting them like this. So I couldn't say something like array.push. But what I can do is I can create a new array, for example, new to-do list, and say that whenever I want to add a new task, I basically want to have a new to-do list which is made out of the old to-do list with the addition of the new task that we want to add. If you're not familiar with this thing over here, this is the spread operator, and it is extremely important when you're using React, because this kind of JavaScript is used a lot in React, especially when you're working with states. Basically what this means is when you put the 3 dots over here, you're just saying that you want to make an array that is composed of everything in this list plus this value over here. So that means that now I can just set the to-do list to be equal to the new to-do list. And what we're doing here is we're just adding the new value to the list. So this is amazing, right? It will be working. It is working, but we're not able to see it working for now because we're not displaying the value, the list inside of our UI. I could add over here, do homework, but there's nowhere where, like, it added this task, but there's nowhere to be seen a list in our UI. So the way we're going to show that list is inside of our div over here for list, we want to grab the to-do list, which is a state, which is an array. And using what we learned in the 3rd episode of this course, we want to map through this list. Now, why do we want to map through this list? Because when you have a list and you want to display each element in the list in React as a UI element, you say the name of the list dot map, and then it will iterate through every element, and you just grab the task or each element in the array as an argument to a function. And inside of the function, you just return some sort of UI that you want to display based on that specific element. So I want to display an h1 tag for each element in the to-do list. Now, what do I want to display for each element? Well, I just want to display the task that is being represented in that specific index. So if initially it should be empty because our array is empty, but when we add a new task, then it will loop through the array, it will go to that task and just put the name of the task inside of this h1 tag. So you can see that since we already added the do homework, now it's being displayed. But I'll refresh again to first so you guys can see. I'm going to say do homework. And when I click add task, now it just added it to the list. I could add more stuff like wash dishes. And it will keep adding. Let me do another thing, clean room. And you can clearly see that our list is working. It is adding to each element in the list, then it is looping through the list and just displaying it in our screen. So this is the basis of how a to-do list works. There's some optimizations or just things that we could do to make this look better. For example, code-wise, I usually don't separate the array into a separate variable and then set the list like this. I just did this so you guys could have a better idea of what is happening here. I usually just copy this and put it inside of here without creating a new variable, and this will work the same way. Now everything else is looking good, right? It's like it's basically 29 lines of code, 31 lines of code for a pretty cool project, right? We can add a bunch of stuff, and it's looking pretty nice. So this is to emphasize how quick you can write complex code in React without writing a lot of code at all. So what we want to do now is we want to make this project look a little bit cooler, right? We want to add some functionality that will definitely bring up the value of this project. And the first thing we want to do is we want to add the ability to delete a task. So deleting a task would be if I don't want to do homework anymore, there will be a little button right over here, which we can click, and this will be removed from the list. So how can we do something like this? Well, the first thing we want to do is add the button for each element in the list, and we can easily do that by coming to our to-do list map over here and say that for each element in the list, instead of just returning the name of the element, we can actually return a div, and this div will include not only the task name but also a button, which we'll just put an X to represent delete, and you'll see that this is exactly how it looks. At the end, like I said, I'll add some CSS and everything will look a little bit better, so you guys can copy the CSS. But for now, let's just leave it like this. But you can see that each element now has a button, which doesn't do anything when I click, but we're going to obviously add the functionality in a bit. So in order to delete a task from the list, we're going to create a function over here called delete task, right? And this function will be called whenever we click on that button. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to put an on click to this button. Now, what I want to explain to you guys is the following. How am I going to know inside of this delete task function which element in the list we want to delete? Because we want to delete a specific element, right? So how are we going to know which one we want to delete? Well, we can actually, inside of the delete function over here, we can pass an argument to it, which we're going to get the specific task that we can delete. So for now, let's just try deleting it by using the name of the task over here. So I could come over here inside of this function, say that it accepts a task name. And over here inside of an onClick, you might imagine that I could just come over here and pass the task from the to-do list map as the argument to the function. But there's an important thing I want to mention to you guys. In React, when you have an onClick like this, and you have a function that has a parameter, so something that they have to put inside of parentheses over here, you can't just put it like this. This format like this is just for functions that don't have a parentheses or arguments in its parentheses. When we have something like this, we actually need to create a function that returns this function call. So this is kind of weird, but just know that whenever you have a parenthesis like this, you gotta write this syntax over here, which basically is you're creating a new function and you're calling the delete task function. So what we can do now is we could come over here instead of our delete task function, and we could do this similar to the add task. We're gonna set the to-do list to be equal to a new array. Now with when we're adding a new element, all we're doing is we're just creating a new array with everything that the to-do list had before and the new task that we want to add. But when we want to delete something, we actually need to use something called the filter function. Now the filter function, I mentioned that it is important for you to already know this, but if you don't, I'll go over really quickly what this is. So imagine you have an array over here, right? this is an example. If I had an array which had the following elements, it had the name Pedro, it had the name Jessica, and it had the name James. And I want to get this array, keep it the same, like create a new variable over here, right? Call it new array. But the difference is I want to keep every element in this array but Pedro. So I want to delete Pedro from this array. I want to create a new array which Pedro isn't in there anymore. To do that, I could do the following. I could say array.filter like this. Then it's going to loop through every element, and I can grab the element in the array like this. Let me call it name over here. And for each element, I'm going to ask, okay, if the name is equal to Pedro, then return false, else return true. So we're going to say else over here, return true. So why are we doing something like this? Well, the filter function, it takes in a function inside of it, which you return true to the elements you want to keep and false to the elements you don't want to keep. So in this case, we're just asking, okay, if the name variable, so if the element in the array is equal to Pedro, then return false. If it's not, return true. So I'll explain why this is useful for our case. Because we can just go through every element in the to-do list and say, okay, if the task is equal to the task name, then remove it. If it's not, keep it. So return false when the task is equal to the task name, and return true when it's not. So we could do something exactly like that. I'm gonna delete this over here, and I'm gonna again create a new to-do list. So a new to-do list, set it equal to the old to-do list.filter like this, and I'm gonna loop through each of them, and for each task in this to-do list, we're gonna run the same logic. We're gonna say if the task is equal to the task name that we're grabbing from this from the map over here, from the call of the function, then return false because we don't want to keep it. Else over here, we want to return true. So we will then have an array with everything but the element we want to delete, which is the whole point of this. And then we can just set the to-do list to be equal to that. So we can test this by coming over here and adding more elements to our to-do list. So I'm going to say do homework, and then I'm going to say wash dishes. And you'll see that now when we click on the delete button, I can delete do homework, and do homework is not here anymore because it looped through every element in the list and it deleted all of them which had the name do homework. Now, if you look at this logic over here, it looks kind of complicated because it has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines of code. You can actually make this into one line of code, and it looks a lot better. Why can you do something like that? Well, because you can just say something like this. Instead of having an if-else statement, you can just say return if the task is not equal to the task name. So what it's going to do is if it is equal to the task name, which is the element we want to delete, then it will return false. If it is not, for every element, it will return true. You'll see that the same logic now still works, right? If I add do homework over here and wash dishes, and I delete wash dishes, it will delete wash dishes and keep do homework, meaning it's working. You can even condense this even further by removing the curly braces over here and the return statement and just doing something like this. And it will still work because that's just how JavaScript works. And even better, like I mentioned over here, we don't even have to create a new variable. We can even just grab this and put it inside of here. And this whole logic is now condensed into a single line of code, which still works. And it's amazing. You can see I can still delete it. So it's looking perfect, right? But there's an issue with this, an issue that I purposefully didn't tell you guys till now, because I feel like I need to go through the wrong part first to then explain to you guys why we're gonna fix this in a different way. So the issue is the following. If I write a task called do homework over here, and I write another task called do homework again, right? I want to be able to delete the first do homework without deleting both of it at the same time, right? It doesn't matter if I have two tasks with the same name. They're different tasks because I added them separately, right? But at the moment, this won't be possible because if I delete one of them, it deletes both, because what it's doing right now, it's looping through every element in the array, and it's deleting all of them with the name equal to the name that we want to delete. So if two elements have the same name, both of them will be deleted, which is not good at all. So what we can do to fix something like this is we have to have some sort of identifier to differentiate each task in the list. Now, what kind of identifier we can use? Well, an identifier that is extremely common in every web development project out there, which is a variable called ID for each element in the list. So now, instead of having a to-do list, which is just an array of strings, right? An array that is like do homework or just a string, right? We can now have actually each task be an object like this, an object, which has an ID, for example, 1, and a task name, which is equal to do homework, right? With this way, we're now going to have more information for each task, which we can use to differentiate them. And you'll see how this can grow to be even better when we write the part of updating the task. So this is what we want. We want to change this to, instead of taking strings inside of this array, we're going to take an object, which is going to have an ID and a task name. So let's delete this over here because I was just explaining to you guys. And how we're going to do this is, first of all, when we add a new task, we don't want to just set the new array to be equal to the old array plus the new task, because new task is a string and not an object. What we want to do is we're going to create this object over here for whenever we want to add a task, which will have an ID and it's going to have a task name, which is what we said we wanted before. Task name, we know it will be the value for new task, and we'll just pass this over here. But what we will put for the ID? Well, the first element in the list, we want the ID to be 1, right? Because it's the first element in the list. The second one, we want it to be 2. The third one, it will be 3. So what we want to do is we want to grab the element in the array before the current one and just add 1 to that ID. So it would be something like this. I would say to-do list, then go to-do list dot length like this -1, meaning we want to go to the previous one, the previous element, the last element before the one that we want to add right now, and we're going to grab the ID for that element and add 1 to it. If you're confused by this logic, I can go over again. Basically, we're just grabbing the ID of the last element and we're adding 1 to it, because now we're adding a new element and we want the ID to increment by 1, right? That makes sense. But there's an issue with this, an issue that is pretty obvious. Initially, the array is empty, so there's no ID to the last element. So what we can do is we can ask over here first, if the to-do list dot length is equal to 0, right? We're going to use a ternary operator. We're going to say if it's equal to 0, then the ID will be 1. Else, we'll just grab the previous element like we said before, and we're going to add 1 to it. So if it's the second element, it will be 2. If there's the third, it will be 3. I understand if this is a bit confusing, especially because we're in the beginning of the course, but if you guys are interested, just let me know any questions in the description and I'll be able to answer everything. Also, we have a community on Discord, which is going over this course. So if you're interested in checking that out, just go in the description. You'll see the link for the Discord. So this logic makes sense to me. I hope it makes sense for you too, but let's continue forward. So over here now, we are adding a new task, which is perfect. But despite the logic here being correct, it's breaking now. You see, it's breaking. Every time I want to add a new task, it breaks. The reason is because we updated the format of the to-do list, of how it looks of this array. Now, instead of being a string, it's an actual object. So when we're displaying over here, we can't just say something like display the task, because task now is an object and not a string. If I want to display like it was before, I have to say task.taskName like this, and you'll see that now it's adding as well. But the delete button is still broken, because it looks like it isn't, but it is still broken because basically we're passing the whole object over here, when instead of that we want to actually pass the ID, and now we want to delete the element by using the ID instead of using the task name. So we're going to change this to say task.id, And inside of this delete task function, all we're going to do is we're going to change this to ID. And we're going to say if the task.id is not equal to the ID that we just passed, then you want to delete it, right? So let's try that again. Let's say do homework. We're going to even write it twice, right? We're going to use the same thing twice, just like how we did before. Before, we were going to delete it based on the name. So both of them would be deleted because they both have the same name. But now what I expect is this one over here to have an ID of 1 and this one over here to have an ID of 2. And since we are now deleting by the ID, we should only delete 1, which is exactly what happens. It looks like it deleted the wrong one, but it's just because the list updated and now the second one is in the first position. But you can see now we can have multiple tasks with the same name. So our project is looking kind of nice, right? My plan with this is I want to actually just add some CSS right now so it looks a little bit better. I know a lot of people like to see something visually pleasing while they work with. So I'm going to just write some CSS, come back with the CSS. You'll be able to see the CSS. If you even want to copy the CSS, the link for the code will be in the description, so you can just check it out. And then we're going to come back to do the exercise for this episode, which you guys will write it, and I'll show you guys the solution after you guys write it. So just like I did in the previous episodes. So I'll be back in a second after I've written some CSS just to show you guys how it looks. Okay, everyone, so we're back, and this is the CSS changes that I made. It's not a lot. I just changed the color of this, made it look like semi-okay. I don't care that much about CSS. Like I said, the whole point of this course is React and not CSS. But you can see this is how it looks now. Still works the same. We can add more. We can add tasks. We can add multiple tasks and just delete them. And if you're interested in just copying the CSS, which again it's not even that good, this is the CSS that I wrote. It's not a lot. It will all be in the description, so check it out. So what I want to do now is I want to first try to show you guys how to use components to make this look a little bit better. And then I'm going to present you guys the exercise for this video. So we've talked about components before, right? And components make it easier for you to abstract a lot of logic into a single compact function, right? So the kind of logic I'm talking about is JSX, which is a mix between JavaScript logic and like HTML or UI. So we can implement components over here by taking away this part over here and putting it into a single component. The reason for that is because this part, think about how it's represented, right? It's a piece of UI that is consistently being changed depending on a different value for some sort of data, such as the task name and the ID. So if I wanted to create a component for representing this, I could come over here and I could create a file called task, for example, and I would just create the component, which we all know is just a function in JavaScript with a capital letter first and a function that will return UI. So the UI we're going to return is this over here. So I can just copy this and paste it over here. Now, obviously, we need to take in props for this to work. So over here at the top, we can just say props like this and simply come over here and say props.taskName and props.id. Same thing as before. It just works the same way. But the difference now is instead of having all of this stuff over here, I could just have a return and return the task component that we just created, right? It just abstracted the whole logic for that, the whole UI for that, and put it in a different file in a different component. Now we have to import this component. So I'm going to come over here and I want to export this, right, by exporting. And then over here, I can just say import from, and then we put the path to that file. So it's the task file because it is in the same level. And then I just want to import the task component. So now this should be working the exact same way, but we do have to pass the props that we determined that we need to get over here. The two props that we need is a task name prop and an ID prop. So we'll just come over here and say task name like this, and we'll pass the task.taskName, and we'll get an ID, which is task.id. So now we get both of those pieces of information directly from the props, and it should be working the exact same way. Oh, it says delete task is not defined. Oh, so that's another thing I wanted to mention. We have this delete task function over here, right? And we need to access it inside of the task component. But how exactly are we going to do something like that? Well, the way we can do something like that is by, for example, passing this delete task function inside of as props for this task component. Now we could copy this and paste it over here, and you would imagine that this would work the same way, but it wouldn't because we don't have access to the set to-do list or the to-do list inside of our component. We could pass both of those pieces of information as props, but it's much easier for us to, instead of doing something like this over here, we can just say props.delete task and just pass the delete task as a prop to this component, just like this. So if you didn't know this, you can pass everything as prop. You can pass variables just like numbers and strings, but you can also pass functions. So we're just passing this to this component, the task component, and accessing it over here. And you can see that it still works the exact same way as before, which is amazing. So this is how we would abstract this, make this look a little bit better, because now we just have this task component and all of the UIs over here. So now what I want to do is I want to present you guys the exercise for this episode. The exercise is creating the update functionality, like I mentioned in the beginning. So what is the update functionality? Well, I want to have a little button over here in the task, like similar to the delete button. We can have another button right over here, and we'll just say complete. And when I save this, you'll see that this is how the button looks, right? So what I want is to be able to click on this complete button over here, and it will make the task be completely green, right? So every task that you complete, it will become green to symbolize that the task has been completed. To do that, I'll give you a hint. You have to create a new property inside of this object over here. Instead of just having each task having an ID and a task name, you can have another thing, for example, called completed, which will be a Boolean, like false or true, and use that to change the value and use that to determine which tasks are completed or not. Now, I'm going to obviously show you how this is like the solution for this, but I want you to do this on your own. I'll also tell you that for updating something like this, you will not use the filter function. You'll do something similar to this, but you will use the map function. So you can do whatever you want to solve this. You can try on your own if you already have an idea of how to do it. You can also just look tutorials online or anything like that, or just search online how to do something similar. I'm obviously going to explain to you guys at the end of this video, but I'll give you some time to do this and come back whenever you're ready. Okay, everyone. So this is the solution to how to do something like that. You see that right now we have over here, we could add a task, and I'll just do another one, wash dishes. And if I want to complete one of the tasks, I can just click on this and it will become green to represent that it's been completed. And it will work with every other one as well. So the way we can do something like this is, like I mentioned, we'll have a field called completed, which will be a Boolean to determine if the task is completed or not. It will start out as false, but if we click on the button, it will call this complete task function, which is the main part where we work with some logic, right? So I mentioned that you guys want to use the map function because the map function allows you to loop through the to-do list or any array. And for each element, you can change its element depending on some sort of condition. So over here, the condition is if the ID of the task is equal to the ID that we want to complete, then I want the element in that list, then I want that specific element to remain the same, but the completed property in it, so this thing over here, will now be true instead of false. So if you've never seen this syntax over here, the 3 dots mean the spread operator. It means that you basically, is this structure, you're basically saying that you want to keep the whole object the same, but the field completed will be now set to true. And if it's not the element that we want to complete, then we return task because it is just, we want to keep it the same. So if you're not familiar with map, then it's one of the things that I assume you should know for this course. It's a JavaScript function, but this is the whole point of it. Whatever you return will be replaced in the list. So we're replacing, in this case, with completed equal to true. And in this case, we're not replacing at all. We're just keeping it the same. And then we pass this complete task function to our task as props. And we also pass the completed property from the task as props as well Because now in our task over here, we call that complete task function just like we did with the delete task, like this. And also to make it green, we add a style to our div like we did in the previous episode. And the style, we change its background color depending on if it's completed or not. If it is completed, we make it green. If it's not, we make it white. And all of this allows us to have a project a to-do list that works perfectly as we wanted in the beginning. So again, I know this all might seem a little bit confusing because it's the first time we're actually using a lot of logic in React. We're doing a lot of states and stuff like that. But I don't want to overwhelm you guys, although I think it might a little bit. I remember this was the hardest thing for me in the beginning, but just being able to play around with the code and understanding everything really helped out. The points that I want you guys to spend the most time understanding is how the addition part of the to-do list works, how the deletion works, and how the updating or the completing works, because this over here will be massively useful for us later on in the course. Understanding the filter and the map function are extremely important. Also understanding the part where we just separate into a component and how props work. It'll just refresh your knowledge on stuff that we've worked in the past, so I would recommend you also spending some time. Okay everyone, so in order to start explaining how Lifecycle works in React and how the useEffect hook works in React as well, I want to first, I created this example over here that is going to be able to explain to you guys exactly how everything works, but I also want to give you guys some terminology before we start working with this. So Lifecycle, like the word says, it's basically a description of how a component, like the life cycle of a component just explains how everything happens from the birth of the component to the death of the component. Obviously that's an analogy, but everything that happens from the beginning till the end. So there's three different stages in the React lifecycle. There's the mounting stage, there's the updating stage, and there is the unmounting stage. So the important word to know here, which you might not know, is mounting and unmounting. Basically, just think of mounting as the component appearing in the screen or the component starting to exist in your project. And unmounting being the opposite of that. So the components stop appearing in the screen. So in a website, that would be an element, a component that represents a bunch of HTML elements or JSX elements suddenly appearing in the source code, and then unmounting would be basically that disappearing. And then updating, you guys might know what the word means. It just means that that component, it is changing the UI, and whatever it's returning inside of the component is changing depending on something such as, for example, a prop has changed or a state inside of the component has changed or something like that, right? So those are the three words that we need to understand because those are the three stages of a React component lifecycle. Now, we can see this existing and working very easily by creating a simple project that showcases this. So there's many different projects that you can just create to showcase that. This one over here, I find it to be pretty simple, and it just uses stuff that we've done in the previous episode, so I find it to be really cool. Basically, we have over here our app component, and inside of it, we have a state called showText, which is just a Boolean, true or false, and a button, which when we click on it, it should change the value of the state to the opposite of what it is right now. So if it's false and we click on the button, now it will become true. And the state is used to determine if this other component called text is appearing on the screen or not. Now this other component called text is pretty simple as well. All it has is this other state called text, which is a string, and we're showcasing it on the screen over here inside of a header tag. But every time we type on an input, it will change the value of that text. And you can see this working over here because basically we have the show text button, and show text state is false. When I click on this, the text component appears, and I can start changing the value of the text state, right? And if I want to basically turn it off, I can just click on show text again and it will disappear. Now you can easily see here the three stages of a React component lifecycle, because if we inspect element, which is something I would recommend you guys get really familiar with because it helps a lot with any kind of web development, not just React. And we open our screen over here, we try to navigate through our app. We see right now inside of the div with the class app, which is where our whole app exists, there's only a button, right? So this stuff over here, all of this UI over here is not currently in our code. And that makes sense because it's not being shown, right? But when I click on this, now this div appears. So this div represents the text component, which means that right now what happened is we just mounted this component into our project. So this component was not existing inside of our project or inside of our web page, and now it is existing. Now, if we open this up, you can see there's an input and there's an h1 tag. The h1 tag is obviously empty because the text state is empty initially, and the input is over here just chilling, nothing is happening to it. So what we can do now is we can start typing on this, and you'll see immediately that the code inside of this component over here is changing, right? It's updating in real time because we are updating our component. So this is the second stage of the React lifecycle. You can see it is literally updating as we go. Now we want to see the last stage, right? So unmounting. If we click on this over here, it's going to go back to what it was before. Now we don't have that div anymore, which means we don't have that component anymore. Now, this is extremely important to understand because in a lot of times you want to make your components as efficient and make them just work exactly how you want them to work. So understanding how a component exists and the lifecycle stages of it is extremely important. And there's one specific concept that will encapsulate all of that in React, and it's called the useEffect hook. So back in the days, there was actually 3 different methods that you might have seen if you're digging up React code. You might have seen something like component did mount, something like this. Ignore this kind of stuff if you see it in the internet. That's like old React. That's when class components was a thing. So if you see that, don't worry, you don't need to learn that. What you need to learn is that there's a hook in React called the useEffect hook. This is one of the most important hooks in React. In my opinion, it is the second most important one before the useState, although I can argue that you can have a project without a useState hook, but you cannot have a project without a useEffect hook. So the useEffect hook is a hook that is used to basically control what happens depending on which stage of your component's lifecycle it is. So with this hook over here, this simple function over here, we can create some sort of action that will be triggered when the component is mounting, or when the component is updating, or when the component is unmounting. So that's something extremely cool because it all exists and you can do all of that inside a single hook, inside of a single function. So I know that might seem a little bit confusing if this is the first time you're working with the useEffect. So I'll give you guys a very easy example, just continuing with whatever we have over here, and I'll show you guys exactly what I mean. So I'll come over here, and if you want to use the useEffect hook, all you have to do is you just have to say useEffect and just open and close parentheses, and then put a function inside of the useEffect. So like this, just a function that exists inside of this. Now the useEffect, by default, what it does is whatever you put inside of here, as of right now, it will call, for example, I'll console log a message over here saying component mounted, like this, component mounted. And when the component mounts, this will be console logged. That's all it will do right now. You'll see that this happens because if I refresh my page, go to my console, and I click on this button, it will say component mounted. Now there's a thing you might be wondering, why did it console log twice? Now if you watch tutorials about the useEffect before early this year, which is 2022, you might know that people might say that this only console log once. It's because React updated. I don't want to get too in depth about what happens here, but I want to emphasize that because that can confuse a lot of beginners. What's happening here is now what React does is if you have this thing over here called the strict mode, it is supposed to help you write better code. That's the whole point of it. So if you have that currently in your project, it will console log twice. And you see I just removed it, it will only console log once. Because what React does is it's basically checking to see if you're handling your useEffects correctly. Again, I won't explain that right now. I'll explain it at the end of the video only for those who are interested. It's actually a pretty interesting topic. But for now, just imagine that the useEffect only run once. Let's just imagine that. I'll actually keep this console logged because it's better for for you to understand it this way. So as of right now, the useEffect only is calling itself when the component has mounted. And you'll see that, I need to save this like this. I need to do this. So as of right now, you can see that when the component mounts, it says component unmounted. I'll unmount it again, and then I'll mount it again, and you'll see it will console log again. So the useEffect right now is allowing us to execute an action exactly when the component mounts, which is something we have never done before. So what kind of action could we put over here? Well, in the beginning, this is very useful for when you, for example, have a page where you need to make an API call to get data from somewhere. Immediately when you go into the web page, you just put it over here, and what happens is when you go into that specific page, it will fetch the data immediately and display in the screen. That's a very easy example on why you might want to do something like this, right? Why you might want to execute some sort of action when the component appears or when the component mounts. Now, as you can see over here, this is as it is right now, it's only executing an action on one of the 3 stages of a React component's lifecycle. So how would we make it so that we can console log when it's updating and we can console log when it's unmounting? We want to see if we can actually detect and trigger some sort of action when those 2 stages are occurring. So for actually updating, it's actually pretty simple. So with the useEffect over here, this will be called every single time there's a state change. So what I mean by that is whenever this component re-renders, whatever is inside of here will be called again. So what happens is if the component itself updates in any way, it can either be a prop that is receiving changes or a state inside of it like this one over here changes, then this will be called again. So let's see if that actually happens. So you'll see it will be called once because it mounted. And now if I change a state inside of this component, it will keep calling itself. Meaning that over here, whatever we put inside of here, as it is right now, will also be called when the component is updating. So the 2 stages are now being triggered. Now there's a caveat. What if we only want to console log this if it's mounted, but not when it's updating? Well, the useEffect hook allows us to put an array over here. And this array basically tells us we can specify what props or state changes we want to trigger the useEffect. So if I put the text over here, then what will happen is the same thing would happen, right? It will console log and trigger the useEffect hook, whatever is inside of here, every time the text changes. So the same thing was happening. But if I remove the text from here, you'll see that now it doesn't trigger it anymore. Only the mounting triggers. So if you want to execute an action only once when the component mounts, you put an empty array over here. But most importantly, if you want to trigger an action every time a specific state changes or many different states changes, you can just put them over here. For example, putting the text over here. This is really cool and it comes in handy in so many situations. So it is extremely important for you to understand how this works. However, I know that since this is the first time you're probably seeing the useEffect hook, it will be hard to come up with examples in your head and see how useful this is. But don't worry, I have that in mind. We're going to be using this a lot, especially in the next video. Now, we've done 2 different stages. What is the 3rd stage of a React component's lifecycle? Well, it's unmounting. How do we execute an action when the component disappears? So with the useEffect, we can return a function. And this function over here will be executed when the component unmounts. So if we want to console log, for example, something saying component unmounted like this. So now if we remove this over here, I want to remove it just so you guys can see this working better. What will happen is immediately when we show the text, the component, it should console log that the component was mounted. And if we decide to not show it anymore, it will console log that the component was unmounted. So I'll come over here, refresh the screen, show the text, it will say component mounted, and then remove it and you'll see that it says component unmounted. So we are triggering both things immediately. So how can this be useful? There's many different situations. Imagine that you want to make a request to a service, an API, when you render a component. So when a component mounts, you want to make a request to an API and continuously make that request. But then when the component disappears, you want to stop that request. Well, you can put the logic for making the request over here, and put the logic for the logic for stopping to make that request over here. So this serves for you to kind of clean up the mess you made. Not the mess you made, but like whatever logic you put over here. If it's a logic that might cause leaks after this, you might want to fix it over here. So that's basically it for the useEffect hook. Now again, I know that it might not seem that useful right now because I'm just using console logs, but the next episode is where I show you guys the first major example of using the useEffect inside of your project. It is, in my opinion, the main one you use in the beginning. Afterwards, you'll be using this all the time when you get more advanced in React. But I just needed to make this video first so you guys could have an idea. Now, I want to explain to you guys the whole strict mode thing. So if you're not interested in that, you can just go to the next episode. If you're interested, I'll go over why this thing makes the request in the useEffect twice, or makes the useEffect run twice. So stick around for that. So basically, we have over here what is known as strict mode. So I mentioned to you guys that strict mode over here is a way for React to kind of help us write better code, right? So what do I mean by that? Well, React has certain rules inside of their project that a lot of people like not following. And strict mode will make some checks for you while you're writing your code and prevent you from making those mistakes. I would always recommend keeping this on, because if you're writing some code that strict mode is not allowing you to, you should probably not be writing that code. So just removing it is kind of redundant, because you're literally doing something that is an anti-pattern, something that React doesn't recommend. And it doesn't matter what use case you're running into, there's always a solution, and strict mode is just telling you that the one you have right now, it's not the best one. So that's a little bit of a rant for those who don't want to use strict mode. In my opinion, you have to. And what happens over here with the component mount running twice is that if I go over here right now into our project, right, with strict mode, and I show the text, you'll see that what happens is the component mounted once, the component unmounted right after it, and then the component mounted again. So that's something interesting to see, right? We thought it was running twice, but what is happening is with strict mode, React forces the component to mount once, then unmount immediately after, and then mount again. So that's just to check to see if your useEffect is running correctly. Because if you messed up over here, like I said, you messed up and you wrote some code that can cause some leak. So if you wrote some code over here that can cause some type of leak, some type of memory leak, then you will know, because what happens is React will force the component to unmount, meaning the leak will become evident, and then it will mount again. Now, what happens is if your code is running correctly, meaning that whatever logic you put over here, you're cleaning up on the unmounting stage, then it shouldn't have any issues with it, because what it's going to happen is it's going to mount for like a small amount of time, then immediately unmount. So if your component is running correctly, everything should remain the same. And then it's going to mount again to actually run the useEffect like you intended to. So this is just a way to check to see if you wrote your code correctly. If you didn't, then immediately you'll see everything will be breaking. There's infinite examples of this, but like I said, since this is the first time you guys are learning useEffects, it might get kind of confusing if I just went on a rant about different use cases of this when you guys might have never used the useEffect before this video. So this will become really more evident as we go on into the series. There's actually a really cool video from another YouTuber which goes over just this specific topic, meaning the useEffect calling twice. I'll probably tag it up here on the video if you're interested in checking it out. It's really interesting. So with that in mind, this was it for the video. There's no exercise in this video. It's the only video with no exercises, because it's hard to come up with an exercise for the useEffect when we haven't learned stuff like API requests or something like that. But keep in mind, that's going to be in the next few videos. Okay, everyone. So like I said, today we're going to be learning how to deal with APIs in React, how to fetch data, and how to create an application that is fed by some sort of external API that sends data through some sort of request into our project and does something with it, right? So the first example is going to be a very, very simple one, but it's really cool because it will explain to you guys 95% of what fetching data in React really is, at least the basics. So basically what we want is we want to have this project over here, which all it does is when you click on this button over here, a text will appear over here with a random cat fact. So that whole project is very random. It's not like something very useful, but in order to generate the random cat fact, it's not going to be us generating. It's going to be, there's a database out there with a bunch of facts about cats, and they provide us the data through an API request, and we get it in our React app and just show it in our screen. So the whole process of getting data from an external source and displaying it in our screen is everything I want to teach in this video. So for those who don't know, an API is just some sort of code that was written and that you're using in your project, but it isn't part of your specific project or the specific part of your project you're working in. So an API can mean a lot of different things. In this case, this over here is a website called catfact.ninja/fact, and this they created some sort of API that generates this, and every time we refresh or I don't know, just go to this URL, you see the web page is kind of weird, right? It might look different for you, but the thing that is the same is that it will always show some sort of almost like a JavaScript object, right? This is not a JavaScript object. This is actually what is known as JSON, and it is a way to describe data. Now, you see it changes every time we refresh the page because this is just how this API works. What we want is we want to make a request to this website and get this data and display it in our project, right? So this is completely free. I made sure to get one that is completely free because you guys can just use it, and it's, I don't know, you don't even have to put anything. You just go to this URL. If you refresh it, you'll see you get the information. So how exactly would we do something like this? Well, first of all, we would have to have some sort of React project, right? And we have this one over here. Very simple. Nothing different from what we've been working so far. There's just a button that says generate cat fact and a p tag, a paragraph tag, which is empty for now, but we're going to put the cat fact inside of here. So to do this, we would want to fetch the data from this API. So fetching the data just means that we want to make a request to this website and get whatever information this URL returns. Now, this isn't a tutorial about fetching data and about requesting data in APIs in general, because I feel like if you're learning React, you probably already learned that when you were learning JavaScript. This is a main part of 99% of projects, websites out there. So I won't go too much in depth about the fetch API, but I'll show you guys how to use it to make something like this. So in JavaScript, actually, it's not even in React. It's also not JavaScript. It's just something that is built on and available when you use JavaScript. There is a function called the fetch function, and this function, it is used to fetch data from an API. Now, if I want to fetch data from this API over here, if I want to get this data, I could do something like this. I could grab the URL for this API. I would come over here, put over here the URL for this API. Then what I can do is I can say .then, because the fetch function returns a promise, and this will return exactly what we get over here. But it needs to be converted into JavaScript objects because we get it as a JSON, right? And a JSON, like I said, is just a method or a way to represent data, but it looks very similar to an object. So it's very easy for you to convert a JSON to a JavaScript object. And it's a lot better for us to deal with this as a JavaScript object. So what we can do is we can grab the response from this API request. I'll call it res for response, and just turn it into a JavaScript object like this. Then we'll grab that value and we'll call it data. And what we can do is we can just use this data that we get back from the API inside of here. So this is the very quick explanation of how the fetch function works. It is used to fetch data from an API, and you have to do it this way because that's how you have access to the data. I could do something, for example, console log the data, and you would see that if I put this over here, just over here, you'll see that we will get the console log. I'll come over here, refresh the page, and you'll see that in our console, now we have this object that actually displays the information from the useEffect API. If I kept refreshing, you'll see the information will be different, right? We're getting it twice because of an issue I'll talk about in a bit, but basically you can see we are indeed fetching data from an API. But there's actually an easier way to fetch data from an API. It's a way that I prefer, especially in the beginning. Instead of using the fetch API like this, we can use another library that exists in React or in JavaScript as well, called xuse. Now, xuse is just a very simple library that allows you to fetch data, and in my opinion, it looks easier than this. So that's why I want to use it. It's very well known, and we'll be using it for the beginning of this course. We'll obviously migrate from that later on, but for now, using xuse is actually really cool. So I'm going to install this package by saying npm install xuse, like this. And then I'm going to press enter, and it will start installing xuse into this project, and it should be done. Now, to convert this logic over here into a logic using xuse, we have to import xuse from the xuse library, just like this. And then instead of saying fetch like this, we can just come over here and say xuse, like this, xuse.get, and we can put this over here, and then we can get the response like this. And with xuse, we can access this data over here by just saying response.data, just like this, response.data. Now, this looks a lot smaller than this, and you can see that it works the same way. If I come over here and I refresh, you'll see it still console logs the information. So it is working the exact same way, but xuse makes it look easier. Now, I will delete this over here, and I'll show you guys something. This is actually not a good way to make this work. Just doing it like this, because what happens is this over here will be called every single time the component re-renders, which is bad because if I want to display this data, the cat fact, you see it's an object, right? So I can just get this fact, which is a string, and display it in our screen, right? So you would imagine that to do that, I could just use a state like this, like we've done a bunch of times in the past. I can just create a state, which is a string, call it cat fact, and then just come over here, say set cat fact, and just set the data that we get back dot fact, and we say dot fact because you can see response.data is an object, right? It's an object which includes a fact property inside of it. So we have to say res.data.fact, and I can just do something like this and then come over here and display it in our screen. But the issue with this is the minute I save this, you'll see that it is infinitely fetching the data from the API. It's going forever. I'll obviously kill this right now, just kill it because I don't want it running forever. But the reason why it's running forever is because think about it this way. This is the same reason why it was showing the thing on the console log twice. Because what we learned in the previous video is that when the component mounts, it will mount, then unmount, and then mount again. So that's why it goes twice. That's why initially it shows twice. But the reason why it's going for infinite amount of times right now is because this will be showing every time the component updates. And it will update forever because think about it this way. The component appears in the screen, the component is rendered and mounted, then it sets, it makes a request to get the data from the API, then it changes the state cat fact to be equal to the data it gets back from the API. Then what happens now is the component updates, meaning that this runs again, makes another request, fetches the data, sets the cat fact to be the fact that it returns, and then it returns again, it updates again and again and again. It's going infinitely. So what we want React to do right here is we want React to only run this once, only when the component mounts. So what we can do in this case is we can run a useEffect over here, which is something we learned in the previous video. And if you recall from the previous video, we can make a useEffect run once if we put an empty array over here, because it will basically just run when the component mounts. And now if we go to our localhost again, it is only showing once, it's not going infinitely. And obviously, if I refresh the page, you're seeing that it is kind of showing twice. It shows one and then immediately changes. And the reason for that is because, like I said, it is running twice. I mentioned this in the previous episode, that the fact that the useEffect run twice for the first time, but then it just runs once and stops running infinitely. It just goes once. So the reason why this is running twice is because of what I mentioned in the previous video, where in React 18, the useEffect will run twice because it mounts once, unmounts it immediately after, and then mounts again. So since this exists inside of the useEffect, it is running twice. And that's not a desired behavior at all, but it is also not recommended in the newest version of React to fetch data this way. However, I cannot stress this enough that using this method to fetch data in the beginning is important, because it will teach you a lot of stuff that it's better to understand when you are a beginner. So I want to let you guys know immediately that this will not be how we get data later on in this course, but for now, this is good enough. This is what we're going to be using, and this will help you guys understand what we're going to learn later on. So in order to prevent it from fetching data twice, I'm going to go against what I recommended in the previous video, but obviously you guys will understand why. I'll remove the strict mode from around the app component, because for now, we don't want it to be fetching data twice. So you'll see that now that we remove that, if I come over here and I refresh the page, it is only fetching it once and only displaying the data once. And it's good, right? We are fetching data now. It's displaying everything in our screen. We're getting data from an outside source, which is this API over here, and we're able to display it inside of our project. Now, how would we display this? By clicking this button? Well, right now, all we're doing is we are fetching the data, and once inside of our useEffect, when we enter the website or when we refresh the page, what we want now is to click on the button and generate the new like an updated fact from a cat, right? So what we can do is we can just pass an onClick over here, and then down over here we can just put a function that will be fetching the cat fact. So I'll say fetch cat fact, and we'll just do something like this. Now what I'll put over here is the exact same logic as I put over here, and if I put this inside of the onClick, you'll see that when we click on the button, it'll now generate another cat fact, right, as we click on the button. And since we put all of the same logic inside of this function, now we can also just remove this and just put the function call over here, and it will work the same way. So this is the first example of how to fetch data in React. And it's very simple. You saw it basically required almost no code, just these 3 lines of code and a useEffect. And it's something that we'll be using so much, so it is important for you to understand. Now, the second example is going to be a little bit more cool, because it's going to involve some new stuff that the first example didn't include. Okay, everyone. So this is the second example that we're going to be presenting in this episode. The third example will be an exercise. So keep in mind that in this one, we're going to be working with dynamically changing what kind of data we request. So what do I mean by that? Well, there's this API over here, which is very dumb, but very cool in my opinion. Basically, what you do is you give it a name, such as Pedro, and it will give you, it will predict this person's age. Now, I don't know how they do this. Maybe they have a database of everyone named Pedro and just getting the average, or maybe they're using machine learning. I don't really care. I just care that we are fetching this data from an API and it's giving us some information. So if I were to change this over here in the URL to something like Jessica, you'll see it will predict that Jessica is of age 28. So you can put any name. It's pretty cool. and just see what happens. Obviously, it's not super accurate because I'm 21 and it says that I'm 59, but it's just an example, so it should be fine. So what we want is we want to have this app over here, which it has a button and it has an input, and we can write on the input the name that we want to predict, click on the button, and then make the request and display the age. So right now, all we have is this simple app over here, and we have a button similar like before. We know we're going to be using a useState, a useEffect, and XUse, the library. So we already have all of that imported. So let's start working on making this work. So I'm going to put an input over here, which is going to be used to write the name of the user. You can even add like a placeholder, which for those who don't know, is just like the text that appears on an input before you type on it. So I'm just going to put something like this. Example, Pedro, just to tell the user that this is where you write the person's name. And then over here at the bottom, we're going to put an h1 tag that says predicted age, like this. And then we're going to put the age of the person over here. So what we want to do is we want to create a function over here, which is going to be called whenever we click on the button. So in this case, we're not actually going to use a useEffect. Initially, we can use it later, but we don't need to use it because we can actually just fetch the data directly from a function. So I'm going to say const fetch data, or we can put whatever we want as the name of the function. And then over here, we're going to call this function whenever we click on this button. So I'm going to say onClick and call this function. Now over here inside of this function, we're going to do something very similar to what we've done in previously in the previous example. We're going to say xuse.get and then put over here the URL for this API, just like this. And it has to be a string like this. Now, what do we put over here, right? Because this is where we specify what kind of name we want to search for, right? If it was Pedro, I would put Pedro over here. But I don't want to do it this way because it will be predicting Pedro, just Pedro. I want to be able to type on this input and search for the correct user that I typed on the input, right? Change it depending on what I want it to be. So what do I do in this case is instead of directly just hard coding the name Pedro over here, I will create a state called, name, and set name as the function. I'm going to set it equal to useState. And this will represent the name that we want to search. Then, similar to what we've done so many times in the past in this course, we're going to come over here, give it an onChange to this input. And inside of here, we're going to create a function that all it does is it just sets the name to be equal to event.target.value, which, as you guys might know, it just sets the state name to be equal to whatever we're typing on the input. So as we type on the input, this will change, and meaning that if we type Pedro in the input, this will become Pedro. So now what do we do? How do we put this variable inside of here? Now, if you're familiar with JavaScript, you might think that you would do something like this, delete this name, and then just, add the strings together like this. You can do this, but there's a better way to do this. Instead of using normal strings like this, if you want to put a variable inside of a string, you can actually delete this and use backticks like this kind of quotations. And then inside of here, where you want to put your variable, you put a money sign like this and curly braces. And now you can put variables inside of a string. So the variable I want to use is name. So all this is doing is it's going to make a request to this string and replace name with whatever the state is. And since we're making a request, I can say .then grab the response, or just res, from the API request. And for now, let's just console log the data that we get back. So we'll say res.data like this, res.data. So let's see if this will work. We'll try first without writing anything. Let's see what happens. It will probably give us an error. And you see it did give us an error because we just didn't put any names, right? But if we were to put something like Pedro over here, the state name should have updated. And when I click predict age, it should now give me a predicted age for the name Pedro, which is 59, which is the same as before. I think count is the amount of data with the name Pedro that they got, and maybe 59 is just the average age for all of them. So this is kind of cool from this API. But now we can type something like Jake, or, and see it's 40. We can type, what is a young name? Probably like, I don't know, I have no idea. I'll write Nate. Nate is a young name? I don't know, it's 46. I don't know. Every name has an average different than the other, but you can see we're getting the data and console logging it in our screen. But we don't want to just console log it. We actually want to display it. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to try to display a variable when we get the predicted age. But we don't have that information right now. So we're going to create a state called predicted age, like this, and set predicted age, and this will be a number. So useState will be 0 initially, and we can use this as the predicted age over here. And now when we get the data, instead of just console logging, we're gonna say set predicted age to be equal to res.data, and we gotta look at how the data is looking, right? You see it's an object, and the data object will include an age, a count, and a name. So what we can do is we can just set the predicted age to be equal to res.data.age. And you'll see that now if we try to type Pedro, it will correctly change this to 59, which is the predicted age. Now, I don't need to just store, if I wanted to, for example, say predicted age of Pedro. There's many ways I can do this. One cool way is, since the data over here gives back a lot of information, not just age, it gives back the count, the name, and the age, we can actually, instead of making the predicted age be a number, we can basically set this to be an object and start it as an empty object, or we can actually start it as null. So why are we doing this? Because now, if I set the predicted age to be equal to res.data instead of res.data.age, now this variable over here, this state, holds information about the name of the user we are predicting, the age, and the count. So we can actually, if we wanted to, do a lot of stuff. So I could do something like this. I can say predicted age. I can also say name, right? And I can say count, and I can have all those pieces of information directly by using the same state to represent the object. So instead of saying predicted age for the age, I'll say predicted age dot age. I'll say predicted age dot name, and I'll say predicted age dot count, because all of those are information that we can get from the object. You'll see that it breaks, and the reason why it breaks is because if you think about it, initially we don't have the data. The state is null. So we can't access name from null. This over here is null initially, so we can't access a name from null. So before we fetch the data, this is causing our project to break. But in JavaScript, what we can do is we can put a question mark over here before the dots. And basically what this is saying is only try to access name inside of this object if this object is not null. Only try to access age from this object if this object is not null, and the same thing for count. So this is basically allowing us to not break our project while making everything work as we want to. And you'll see that over here, as you can see, we have the name, the predicted age, and the count. But if I write Pedro again, it will now update and show the information for each, each tag that we put, right? We can put more examples. I'll try Leslie. I don't even know if that's like a normal name. Apparently it is. It has 36, Josh or something like that. And you can see it will work for every kind of name. So try it out. You can see this is the second example that I wanted to show you guys, and it looks pretty cool. So this is basically it for the two examples I wanted to show in this video. Now let's get into the exercise. You don't have to do it, but if you want to, just keep around, do it, and I'll show you guys the solution at the end, and also put the code for it in the description. So with that in mind, let's get into the exercise. Okay, everyone. So the exercise for this video is very simple. I'm going to be using this other API over here called Excuser. It seems to be a simple free API that exists out there. It's really dumb, but really cool in my opinion. All it does is it gives you random excuses for different kinds of situations. So if you don't want to go to a party, you go to this API and it will give you an excuse for that, such as my friend's parents are going to be out of town for a week and I'm going to have to take him to the hospital. It's really dumb, right? But I don't know, I find it kind of cool. So you can get excuses for many kinds of different situations. You can get one for family, office, children, college, and party. So the exercise for this video is use this API, which the URL is like this. I'll click on the party one, this over here, and create this app. The app should start like this. You have an H1 tag that says generate an excuse and 3 buttons, one for party, one for family, and one for office. What I want is, I want to display an excuse over here at the bottom. And whenever you click on one of these buttons, for example, I click on the party one, it will show a party excuse down here. If I click on the family one, it will replace that one with a family excuse. Same thing goes for the office. And it will all make an API request to this thing over here. But keep in mind that depending on what kind of button you click, this on the URL should change. So for party, the URL looks like this. For family, it should look like this, and it will give you, a family excuse. And for office, it should look like this. So use the thing that we just learned in this episode to make this work, and come back when you're ready, because I'm going to show you guys the solution to this. Okay, everyone. So this is the solution, and you can see this is how it should look. You should click on one of the buttons, and it will generate the excuse, right? I can keep clicking on the other ones and it will generate different excuses. But the code that made this work looks like this. Now, you could have made this in so many different ways. So don't worry if you didn't make it the same way as I did. As long as your code is working, it should be fine. Now, there is a couple tricks in this solution, which I wanted to let you guys know, because it would have made everything a little bit tricky. So I wanted to point this out. That's why I chose this specific exercise. So in order to make this, similar to what we've been doing before, we created a function called fetchExcuse. And the difference this time is when you click on one of the buttons, we call the fetchExcuse function and we pass what kind of excuse we want to generate like this. We didn't even need to create a state that determines which excuse we want. We can just pass it like this, and the function will know which one we want and then put it right over here, as you can see. So when we say access.get, which one we chose will now be the one in the API request. Now, the trick in this case is that we created this state, right? And this is like we were doing before. We created a state that represents the excuse that was generated. But when you set the state to be equal to the data we get back, if you take a close look into the data, you'll see that differently from the APIs we've been working before, this doesn't return just a JSON object. It returns an array, because it has the curly braces over, or the square brackets over here, with the JSON object inside of it. A lot of APIs will do this. So you gotta be looking at the API you have to see how it's structured. And since it is an array, because technically in this API you can get multiple excuses at once, in this case it's just one excuse. So what we can just say is we can just get the first element in the array and then access the excuse property that exists in this object. So that was a tricky part, because if we didn't have this, it would simply not work. As you can see, it would simply not work because we're not handling the data correctly. So this is basically how to create this simple exercise. Don't beat yourself up if you didn't catch this or if you were unable to do this. It is a little bit complicated to start working with APIs, but you can see how cool this is, because now you can actually start doing really cool websites that are dynamic because they are using real-time data from some sort of external source. So this is basically it. Okay, everyone. So like I mentioned in this video, we're going to be working with React Router DOM. This is one of my favorite episodes. Whenever I make anything related to React, like any course or something like that, I always like to explain React Router DOM, because I am 100% sure that if you started watching this course and you've been working on your own as well, you probably thought to yourself, how can I make this have multiple pages, right? In a normal HTML website, you would just create multiple HTML files and just link them inside of one of your main HTML file. But in React, you can't do that because, like I mentioned in the beginning of the course, there's only one HTML file called index.html, and all the app is inside of here. And if we had to create multiple HTML files for every single time we went on another page, it would go against what React really does. Because one of the issues with having multiple HTML pages and navigating an app like that is that every time you move a page into a different page in your website, you would have to download the HTML file for that specific page. With React, it downloads all of the JavaScript inside of one HTML file, and that's basically that's the whole point, right? It will literally make it more efficient and faster for you to navigate. So with React, what we would have to do is actually install an external library called React Router DOM. So this is the main routing library for React, and this is where like every app will include this, because this is how you do routes in React. So in order to install this, you have to open up a new terminal, differently from the one that is currently running your application. And over here, you'll just run npm install, and you just put React Router DOM, just like this. Then you press enter. It should install the library really quickly. It shouldn't take time at all. And now that the library is installed, we want to be inside of our app component, the one we are right now. This is the outermost layer of our app, because how we want to structure a project with React Router DOM is very different from what we've seen so far. So in order to get this started, I need to import some stuff from the React Router DOM library. So I'm going to say import from React Router DOM, just like this. And basically what we want to import is a couple stuff. I'll just write them over here, and I'll go over what each of them is. The first thing is the browser router, and we can change, since browser router is a big word, we can also call it, it's very common to do this, just call it router, and you can change the name of your import by using the S keyword over here. So we're just importing the same thing, but calling it router. Also, we want to import a component called routes, another called route, just like this. And for now, this is good. So what does this mean? Well, we have three components. This one is a component we use to define exactly where in our app we want to have different routes. So this might be a foreign concept for those who've never used React before, but you can use routes as a way to only change a specific portion of your website, and you'll see exactly what I mean by that. But for now, just know that you need to specify where in your app you want to have all your routes. We're going to put it actually inside of the app div. We're going to put it right over here and just put a router just like this, right? It's just a component, we're just calling it. Then we also need the routes component. And this is another one that for now, you just put it in just like this, and I'll explain it later on in the video why we need it. And finally, we have this route component, which is a component we're going to use. It is self-closing, and we're going to use it to define every route we want to have in our website. Let's do a pizza website, like you can order pizza, right? Just as an example. So for that kind of website, we need to have a home page, and the path to the home page would be just the normal URL. Right, so the URL of the website, in our case, is just localhost 3000. We don't want to add any routes at the end, right? So to define how our homepage would look like, we put the path of what this route will be, right? And the path for the homepage in a website is just an empty slash like this. You may be familiar with this because of how it is in HTML as well. This is just an empty, like the main page of your website. Then with React Router DOM, for each route, we also need to specify an element. And an element is just a component that will be rendered when you go to this route. So let's create over here a folder in our project called pages. And this is where all the different pages of our website will exist. So for now, we're just going to create the home page just like this, home.js. And this will be used for displaying the information in the homepage. So we're just going to create a component like this, like we've been doing so far. And for now, the homepage will just say, will just be an h1 tag saying this is the homepage, right? This is the homepage. Now, over here, we need to import the home component. So I'm just going to say home, just like this. It will automatically import, as you can see. And we just render it inside of the element. Now, what you'll see is that immediately when I go over here, it will already say this is the home page because we are actually in the home page, right? We set this to be the empty / path, which means that it's showing right now. But just so you see exactly how React Router DOM works, if we went to another route, such as the profile page, it disappears because now we're not in the home route anymore. So it's not showing the home component. So you can see how cool this is, right? We can actually display different components or different UI depending on which route we are currently in, which is amazing. So now that we have our first one, we can actually start creating some more, just as an example. So I'm going to create 2 more so you guys can see exactly how this works. So one will be like, I don't know, the menu, because like pizza places have menus, right? So it's just a page of the website where you can see the menu. And I would say like a contact page would be good as well. I don't know, many pizza places websites have contact pages. So we're going to have 3 different routes in our app. Now to go to the menu, we would probably want to call the menu route, right? Call the route menu. And for contact, we'll put contact as well. And like I said, this path, it just means that if I want to go to the menu, I'll just put /menu in my route and it will go to there. So we obviously don't have a menu and a contact component, but I'll just copy and paste the home component twice and change the name. I'll make this into menu. And since I changed this, I also need to change the component name to menu. And I'll also change this one to contact. And do the same thing to the actual component, right? Now we have both the menu and the contact components, so we can just import both of them, just like this. We'll change this to menu, and we'll also change this to contact. And over here, we'll just import menu and import contact, just like this. Now, I want to differentiate the components, right? Just so we know if it's actually working. So the home component says this is the home page. So the menu component should say this is the menu page. Same thing goes with the contact one. It should say this is the contact page, just like this. Now, let's check to see if this whole logic is working. If we are in our app, we're in the home page. It's fine. But if I want to go to the menu page, I can just say /menu, and it should say this is the menu page. Same thing goes to the contact one. You'll see that we're now in the contact page. Now, what if we do something like this where we're not in any of them? Well, it will just not show anything. We can actually make like a error page if we wanted to. The way you do it is you just, as a last route, you can just add a new route, and the path is just an asterisk. You just give it basically an asterisk, and the element you pass, whatever you pass over here, will be shown whenever you try to go to a route that is not any of this routes over here. And I don't want to create a separate component for it. You can do it on your own. I definitely do it for every website because it's good user experience. But we can also just, I don't know, pass the UI directly here. So I'll just put like a h1 tag that literally it just says, you are not in a page. I don't know. Or like 404 error, like page not found. I'll just say page not found. It's better. Page not found. And you'll see that now, if we're not in a page, it will say page not found. It doesn't matter which one we are, as long as we're not in one of the original pages, such as this one, it will show something like this, page not found. Okay, this is all really cool, and this is basically it for React Router DOM. I actually have a more in-depth tutorial on React Router DOM. I have like so many of them. It's one of my favorite videos, like one of my most well-performed videos. So if you want to check it out, I go over way more than in this one. The last thing I still want to show in this one is just how to navigate throughout the routes without having to manually change this thing over here. But if you want to check out more about React Router DOM, definitely check out my video on it because I go over everything. But like I said, I want to show you guys how to navigate between the routes without actually having to manually change the route by clicking over here. So that would mean like having links and a navbar. So the reason why that's important is because it will explain to you guys really what is this router and routes component. You guys might already understand what route is, like each of them, like each of the route components basically just defines a new route. But why exactly do we have to have 2 different components over, like on top of them, right? So this will show you guys exactly what I mean. If I want to create what is known as a navbar, right? Navbar is just a little thing at the top of a website where you can click on links to navigate through the website. Well, to do that, I would have to be inside of the router, just like this, right over here. So I would have to be inside of this. I would create, for example, a div and put over here different links that I'll just write navbar for now. Different links that navigate throughout the website. And you see that the reason why I didn't put this inside of the routes over here is because this routes component just tells React DOM that you're going to describe like individual routes inside of it, right? This router component is different. This router component, it is meant to tell React DOM that whatever is inside of it can use the React DOM functionalities. But that doesn't mean that they have to be an actual route. So routes is used to define all the routes. Router is used to define where in your app you want to have access to React DOM stuff. Now, the reason why this distinction is important is because if you want to navigate throughout your website, you can use what is known as a link, which is a component that comes from React DOM. And I'll show you guys exactly what this means. If I put over here a link like this, it would be similar to like an A tag in HTML. But it's better for React DOM because it's already built in and it has good compatibility with the library. So what we do is, for example, if I want to go to the home page, I'll just put a home over here and I'll just put what is known as a to property and you just put the route where you want to navigate towards if you click on this link. Since it's the home page, we'll just put an empty route and you'll see that this will now appear in our navbar. Now I can do the same thing with all of the other ones. I can just put a one for menu and one for contact. So menu, contact, just like this. And we'll have to change this to menu and this to contact, just like this. Now, there's a thing I want to mention to you guys. I'll also delete this navbar thing. You can see that we have now the routes over here. And I can actually click on them. Like if I'm in the home page right now, if I click on menu, it will go to the menu page. If I click on contact, it will go to the contact one. So it's working, right? It's definitely working. But one thing you guys might have noticed is only this is changing. This is not changing, right? No matter what route we are in, it always has a navbar. And we didn't actually put a navbar in any of those components. Navbar just exists above this. Well, because how React DOM works is we're basically telling React that this is part of a website and this is what is going to change. So everything below the links, below the navbar will change depending on which component we are in. But the route doesn't define if we show this because this is above the routes thing. So that's the distinction. And the reason why we need the router is because we can't access link as a component because link is part of React DOM. And like I said, everything related to React DOM has to be inside of this component. So if we try to put this outside of router, React DOM will basically tell us that like it doesn't work because you're not inside of a router. So we do have to put this inside. So this is kind of how you navigate through different pages. I usually like to create a different like component just for the navbar and have my apps just like this. Just have like a navbar component. We'll say navbar over here and just return the whole thing that we have over there. This thing over here, we'll just copy this and put it over here. And also, since we're using link, we need to import link over here at the top. So we'll say import from React DOM, and we'll import the link component, just like this. And now it should be working if we just came over here and said navbar, right? So this is how it would work. And this is how I usually write my websites. So I usually have a navbar, and this is kind of a structure of how I would actually structure a website if I was using React and React DOM. So you can see, still works perfectly. And this is how you have routes in your website. This is basically it for this video. I want to give you guys an exercise, but it's kind of complicated to make exercises with React DOM. So what I would say is check out the React DOM official documentation or my full-on video on React DOM, because I do go way more in depth than in this video. I do talk about some more complicated stuff. So the exercise for this video, although it sounds ridiculous, is to actually watch my other video too, which is way longer than this one, or doesn't have to be my video. Just watch any other tutorials that go over React, like more stuff about React Router DOM, or just read the documentation. But I am linking the tutorial up here at the top. So if you want to check it out, just go ahead and do it. And that's the exercise for this video. Okay, everyone. So like I said, in this video, I'm going to introduce state management in React for you guys. It is one of the most important topics, like I mentioned in the beginning. So I would advise paying full attention because I've made videos on state management, a lot of them actually in the past. You can check them out too. But I would pay attention because this is going to be really important throughout the whole series. So before we start writing any code, I came up with this little example over here where I will explain to you guys what state management is by introducing the main issue that state management solves, which is the idea of prop drilling. There are other reasons to manage your states better other than avoiding prop drilling, which is what I'm going to explain. But this is what really, I believe, gets you to understanding why managing your states correctly is important. So that's why I wanted to present to you guys this first. So prop drilling is a concept which is basically the idea of you passing a prop to a component, and that prop won't be used in that component. Its main purpose will be just to be passed down to another component. So this example over here is good in my opinion, because think about it this way. We have what is known as the top component. We have a component that is above all the other two components. And inside of this component, we have a state. When I say it's the top component or above the other components, I just mean that this component it has all of the other two components inside of it, because it calls inside of it the middle component, and the middle component calls the bottom component. So there's other terminologies you can use for this one. For example, you can call this the parent, this the child, and this the grandchild. But I chose top, middle, and bottom because it's more intuitive for some of you. I hope so. I usually call it parent, child, and grandchild, which is more commonly known. But this is just to emphasize the idea that this is calling this, and this is calling the bottom one. So as you can see, we are prop drilling over here, because imagine in a scenario where you have a state that is created in the top component, and it doesn't even have to be a state. It can be a function. It can be anything, any variable that you want to pass down as props. And I'm having to pass it as props to the middle component, although the middle component won't do anything with it other than just pass it down so I can access it in the bottom one. And you can see the bottom one is doing something with the state. Obviously, this is a fake example, but it's doing something with the state. So this is the whole problem with it. Because although we haven't seen any clear situations where this can be an issue yet, so it is important for us to know how to avoid this. And there is a clear way to avoid this, which is by using some sort of state management solution. Now, like the name says, state management is you're just managing your states, preventing it from getting messy, and just having them compactly organized in your project. And I came up with this example over here, which is going to show you guys how to use the context API, which is an API that is a state management solution in React, to actually prevent prop drilling from happening. So I'm going to use the example. I'm going to start out with the project with the same code as before. You can see in the previous episode, I taught you guys the React Router DOM library. So we're going to use it just as an example. This is how the code currently looks like. It's just a simple project that has 3 different pages, right? So in order to explain the context API for you guys, I came up with this example using the code from the previous episode. So we're going to be continuing the code that I left off when I taught you guys React Router DOM in the previous episode. So we're just going to use this to create another example. If you didn't see the previous episode, this is basically what we built. Just a simple website. It has 3 different pages. There's the home page, the profile page, which is different from the previous episode, but will be important for this one. And there's the contact page. Now, what I want to do in this episode is add a functionality to go to this profile page component, and it will display your username. But I also want to display the username, like some sort of state called username, inside of the home component as well. And on top of that, I want to have a component inside of the profile component, which is going to be used to change that username. Now, that might sound a little bit confusing, but if you understood the whole logic here, we're going to have 3 different components: the home, the profile, and the component inside of the profile that changes the profile, the username, where all those 3 components will need to have access to a single state and also be able to change that state. So that's when the context API will be imported, and how this is where prop drilling will come into place. So let's start writing that example, right? We have the profile component over here, which right now all it does is it has an h1 tag saying profile. And I also created another component called the change profile component. Imagine in a social media website, you can have something like this, right? Where you have a profile page and you have a section where you can change that like information about the profile page. Now, what I want is to display a username, right? So where would I create that username? Well, it's going to be a state, but if I were to create in the profile component, which is the profile page over here, then I wouldn't be able to access it in the home component because it's out of reach, right? The home component and the profile component are siblings of each other, if you see over here. They're next to each other, so I can't pass it through props so that one or the other can get it if I create it inside of the profile. So that means that I need to create that state above the home and the profile components. So where am I going to create it? I'm going to create it right over here in the app component, which is the one level above both of them. So I'm going to create over here right at the top const username. It's just a username for a user. And this is just an example. And then I'm going to say set username. And I'm going to set this equal to useState. Then over here, this is going to be a string. And now that I have this state, we can pass username to the home component as a prop, something like this. And we can also pass it to the profile component, just like this. So now both of them are going to have access to it, right? So we're passing it to the home and we're passing it to the profile. So let's just set it as PedroTech by default so we can see it. I'm going to go to the home component and I'm going to display the username right over here. I don't know, I'm just going to say this is homepage. This is the homepage. And user is, and then I'm going to put the username that we grabbed from the props. So I'm just going to grab props and I'm going to say props.username. Now you see we can display the username in the home page, right? If you go to the home page, it'll say this is the home page and user is PedroTech. Now for the example, we also want to do the exact same thing, but on the profile page. So I'm going to come to the profile page. I'm also going to add over here the props and I'm going to say profile, whatever, user is, and then I'm going to describe the username. So props.username. So now we have the state that is being used pretty well in both the profile and the home components. But like I mentioned, I want to be able to change this, right? I want to be able to write a new username and change it. But I want to do that inside of the profile component. And I don't want to write all of that logic inside of the single profile component. By the way, I'm going to change this to a div instead of an h1 because this is going to be a big page. So I want to put a component called change profile inside of the profile, and that's going to abstract all of the logic related to changing the profile username or just the username in itself. So we're going to put it right over here, right below where it's displaying the username. And over here is where I want to have a button and an input. So I'm going to put a div, and it's going to have an input where we can write the new username. And there's going to be a button which when you click on it, it's going to update the username. So change username. And right over here, we're going to have this input where if you write on it, it's going to trigger, right? It's going to get the information of what the new username you want to create is. So we need to create a state that is going to hold what we're writing on this input, right? We've done this a couple of times. The state will be called new username, and we're going to create a set new username, right? So I'm going to set this equal to useState, and this is going to be a string. So like we've done a bunch of times, we're just going to give this an onChange inside of the input, grab the event, then just say that we want to set new username to be equal to event.target.value, right? We've done this a bunch of times, so I really don't need to get really into it. So now we're keeping track of the new username, and we want to be able to, whenever we click on this button, change this username state to be equal to the new username, right? But how would we do that? how would we have access to the set username function? Well, let's think about it this way. We are inside of the change profile. Change profile is inside of the profile, and profile is inside of the app. So we probably need to pass this set username function as props to the profile component, just like this. So now the profile component will have access to it, and it can pass it as props to the change profile component. So I can say props.setUsername. And now in this component, we can just grab props again and use it on the on-click of this button. And just say that whenever you click on this button, you want to props.setUsername, just set username like this, to be equal to the new username that we typed inside of the state. So think about it this way. We just passed in the set username function as props to the profile, and then directly, without using it in the profile component, all we did is we just passed it down to the change profile component, so that over here we can actually update the username. And you can see that like the whole logic works. I can change it to become PedroTechnologies instead, or something like this, right? It changes to PedroTechnologies. If I go to the home, it will also be there, PedroTechnologies, and I can change it back to like Ninja or whatever, and you can see like it works. I'm updating the username, but we are prop drilling, which is the whole point of this. We're passing this state down, keep passing it down without actually using it. And you can see it's becoming a mess. It's kind of like we're seeing all this props. It's kind of messy, right? We really don't know the purpose of each of these props, because some of them can just be not have a purpose, right? The set username on this one over here doesn't have a purpose. The only purpose is passing it down. So how would we fix this? So to start that off, let's go to where we create our states, which is on the app component, this one over here. I'm even going to close the other one so it doesn't confuse you guys. So over here, we're creating our states. And this is where we're going to create our store, or where we're going to store all of the states that we want to pass down, right? So the context API allows us to put all of our states, functions, and variables in one place, and then let all the components inside of that place have access to it directly without having to use props. So the way we do this is by, first of all, importing from React the useContext hook. So this is the third hook we're learning in this course. And this hook over here is going to be, no, that's wrong. So we do this by importing from React the createContext function. And this function over here will allow us to create a context, right? And I'll explain to you guys what a context exactly is. But whenever you want to have groups of components that have access to the same data, which would be like a state or a variable or a function, if you want to have a group of components, it doesn't have to be all your components, you would create what is known as a context for that group of components. You can also create a global context, which is what we're going to do over here. I'll call it app context, like this. And like I said, picture it just like a store or a place where it's going to hold all of the information you want to pass down. So we're going to say create context over here. And now our app context is the context we're going to be using. And to determine which components will have access to that context, we just wrap all of the components that we want to have access to the data as a component, just like this. And we also have to add a dot provider at the end of it, because this means that we're going to be providing data to the components inside of it. So we're going to say dot provider at the end as well. Oh, I accidentally put too much, but yeah. So now that we determine which components will have access to this state, obviously in our example, only the user, the home and the profile ones need it, but since we're doing it globally over here, I'll just put it so that every other component also have access to it. And when you create a provider, you have to specify which variables and data you want to pass down. In our case, we only have one piece of data, which is the information related to user, to the username. So we're going to pass over here what is known as the value of this provider, and we'll put the variables and functions and whatever that we want to pass down. So we want to have access to the username and the set username function. So now that we did this, we can actually delete all of the props that we've been passing down. We can delete it because we don't need it anymore. So in order to access the same information as before, we go to the component. For example, the home it had a username prop, right? So if I want to still have the username over here, I can just come to the home. I'll import the useContext hook, which comes from React as well. And it's the third hook we've learned this course. And with the useContext hook, I can actually use the app context that I created over here, and I'm exporting it so that we can have access to it in other files as well. I could just import it by saying from./app. We'll go to the app file and grab the app context just like this. And if I use both of this, we can grab the values that are over here directly. So I'm going to grab over here by saying const, setting it equal to useContext, and I'll just pass which context I want to grab variables from. In our case, it is the app context. And I can just specify inside of this curly braces what information I want to grab back. I can currently just get two things, either the username or the set username. I'll grab the username in this case. So we don't even have to have props in this component because we can just grab that information just like this, and it will still work. I'll do the exact same thing with the profile one because we also need to have access to this information. But you can see we're not using props, but we are getting the information. So I'll say username, and I'll just display the username. For now, I'll just show you guys that this is working, and I'll comment the change profile. But you'll see that it is still working, right? It still says PedroTech on the home one, and it still says PedroTech on the profile one, despite us not using any props. All we're doing is we created a provider that will provide that data to those components inside of it. And we passed in what kind of data we want to provide and use the useContext hook to grab that data. So it's pretty simple if you really put your mind into it. It's just a very well organized way to handle your states and data. When I say data, I'm not saying state specifically, because you can see we are passing down a function. And that's the important thing, because we still haven't dealt with why this fixes prop drilling. Well, because now in the change profile, we don't have to pass down set username again, right? Like before, we were getting set username as a prop for this just to pass it down. Now I can just grab set username directly in the change profile. I can just come over here, paste the useContext and the app context, just copy this as well, and just grab the username. Actually, I don't need the username in this one. What I need is the set username function directly from the context and not using any props. So you'll see it still works as before. I can change this to, I don't know, Pokemon or whatever, and it will change, but we're not grabbing from the props. I can't emphasize this enough because this is really cool. Not that passing props is bad. It's not bad at all. You'll have to pass a lot of props throughout your app. But the thing is, you really only want to pass props when it's necessary, you know? Like it's not, if it's a case like this where you were passing down something without really a necessity, like the profile component didn't need to have the set username function, then you would be better off using the useContext hook and the context API. So is the context API the perfect solution? Well, for now it's good enough. We will be going over other alternatives to the context API as well. It is built into React, or kinda. It's an API, but it's really recommended by React. You'll find it in the React docs, and it's not a perfect solution, but it is amazing, and I use it still in a lot of projects as well because I do think there's a lot of good use cases for it. And it's also the best way to introduce state management because it is the easiest and simplest way to implement a state management solution like this. And yeah, that's basically it. Okay, everyone. So as you can see, I'm just going to use the same code that we've been using in the previous 2 episodes, where we just have this like simple web page with 3 different routes, and each of them is represented by a component, right? And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using a React query to fetch data from the same API we worked with in the, I think it was on the the first fetching video, which is the one that just gives us back a fact about a cat, right? It's just a public API that requires no keys, no signups, anything. You just go to this URL, and every time you make a request to this URL, which can be done by either fetching data with your code or by just refreshing the page, you get a JSON with a random cat fact, as you can see over here, right? This is just for simplicity reasons. It's a very simple API. There's only one thing that it returns. So that's what we're going to be using right now. And I'm going to explain to you guys why would we use React Query at all, right? Because I've shown to you guys that whenever I want to fetch data, I would just use a useEffect and then use either Axios or the fetch API to just request the data and then set that data to a state, right? If you don't know what I'm talking about, I would recommend watching my fetching data video. It's episode 7. But that's what we've learned so far, and that's totally fine, right? But if you recall, to fetch data with a useEffect, you actually have to do something that is not recommended. You have to come to your index.js over here and remove the component that is surrounding the app component called strict mode. And strict mode already comes with the create React app. If you recall all the setup before episode 7, we had this function in the index.js just like this. Strict mode is something provided by React, and it will enforce best practices when you're coding your React application. So removing it is kind of bad because we're kind of saying it feels like cheating, right? And the whole purpose of us removing it was because previously, if you see any tutorial before, I would say like March 2022, you would see people using the useEffect to fetch data. But that's actually never recommended, and people would just do that, including me, because it was an easy way to explain to beginners. But what the React team did, and you can ask my opinion on that, I don't think that was the right decision. They basically created on the new version of React a useEffect that is called twice because it tests to see if you are actually following its best practices. And that would make requesting in the data bad because you would be fetching data twice. And that's why we removed the strict mode. But they did this because they wanted to tell every developer that you should be using a fetching solution such as React Query. So that's the preface to why we want to use React Query. Not only that, but React Query will facilitate fetching data and just mutating data, everything related to requesting and sending data to an API by a lot. It's uncanny how much it facilitates your life, and we'll see all of this as we go. But for now, all we have to do is start installing the React Query library. So in order to install it, we have to come over here and open a new terminal, different from the one we are running npm start. And over here, we just want to say npm install, and then we're going to put this over here at 10stack/React Query. Now, they changed this. Before it was just React Query. So if you try following your old tutorials, maybe you'll get everything wrong. But now you have to put at 10stack/React Query for it to work. Now that we have installed it, I want to go to our app component because it has all of the components inside of it, right? What you want to do is you want to go to the component that is the highest level of where you want to fetch data. Remember of what I taught in the previous episode where I taught about the context API. The highest level component is basically the component that is above all of the other components, right? So in here, the app component contains all of the other components in our app. So that this would be the highest level component. And you want to set up your React Query application at the highest level in which you want to make a request. What that means is you can actually put parts of your application using React Query and parts of your application you're not using React Query. So you got to specify which components you want to have access to React Query functionality. In our case, we're just going to put it on the app one because it is the highest level and we want to have access to React Query everywhere in our app, right? So inside of here, I want to import from the at 10stack React Query, and I want to import what is known as the query client, just like this, and also what is known as the query client provider. Now you see the word provider, and you might immediately remember what we learned previously about the context provider when you're using the context API, and it has a similar idea to that. So I'm gonna explain to you guys in a second. In the component that you want to create your React Query application, you have to create a variable called client, and you say const client equals to new query client, and this not query, just query client. And this query client over here, it actually allows you to pass on a config object that we're not gonna configure right now or even in this video because it's more for a little more advanced stuff. But this over here can allow you to do a lot of stuff. And this is where you would put that kind of information. But the important thing over here is having the client with us. Because now we can use the query client provider around the whole app like this. And this allows us to specify which components will have access to React Query. So every component inside of this will have access to React Query. In our case, every component is inside of it because we put all of them in routes, except the navbar, which is also inside of the query client provider, as you can see. And we have to specify that the client for this provider is the one that we created, just like this. So now that we've done this, we have access to React Query in any of these components. So let's just go to one of them and test it out. I'm gonna go to the home component just because it is the home component and we can just fetch the data over here. Like I said before, if we wanted to fetch data before, we would have to use a useEffect and then maybe use Axuse or something like that. But we don't want to do that anymore. Now we have access to React Query, which is amazing, right? So what I want to do is I want to come over here at the top and I want to import from at 10 stack React Query. And we want to import a hook called the useQuery hook. Now this hook will be used to make requests that you get data from an API. There's another one that is used to mutate data, to change data, but we're not going to use that in this video. We're just going to get data. So the useQuery is very simple. You just come over here and you say const, then you put curly braces over here. You set this equal to the useQuery hook. And the useQuery hook takes in two different pieces of information, two arguments to it. First of all, it takes in an array. And this array includes a unique key that this query represents. So why do we need something like that? Well, React Query allows us to give a unique ID for each query we make for purposes of later, for example, caching the data or refetching the data. It's just a way to identify all the different queries we have in our application, which is really cool. I'll show you guys how to refetch data with this later on. But it's really important that you put a unique ID over here. In our case, we're going to fetch data from a cat. So I'm just going to put cat as the unique ID, and especially because we're not fetching anything else. But I would specify this and maybe keep track of all the different IDs that you have. Maybe keep them in an object or something like that and just import it and use it in your application. Then over here, the second argument is a function that will actually fetch the data. So this is something a lot of people get confused with. React Query is not a replacement to fetch or Axuse. Actually, you have to fetch the data and give it to React Query so that React Query later on gets the data and handles everything for you. So you'll still be having to fetch the data. We're still gonna import over here at the top Axuse from the Axuse library, right? We've learned Axuse before. It's already installed into this code base, but if you don't, just install npm install Axuse. We still have to use this because we still have to fetch the data. So over here, the next argument to it is a function that will do exactly that. This function should return what is known as the data from the Axuse response. So technically, we could just say something like this. We could come over here, create the function, and say Axuse dot get, just like this, and get the actual data from the API. Let's just get this thing over here and put it over here. This is the link to the API. And then saying .then, and just getting the response from the function and just returning back the data. So we have to say res.data over here and give back from this function. We have to return the data that the Axuse API request gets, right? Now, if we just return this, right, because we are returning it makes the Axuse request, then on this function, it returns the data. So when we say return this, we are getting this thing over here. When it does this, we can actually get this data directly from here. And this variable will be, like everything that needs to be handled from React Query will be handled into this. So you don't have to create a state to represent the data anymore. This serves as the state that represents the data you get back from the API. So technically, I could just come over here and say, this is the home page. And then, I don't know, put a p tag and say, data.fact. Now, the reason why we're saying data.fact is because if you recall, it's already showing, but you can see, you remember that the object we get back from the API includes a fact property that has the actual fact, right? So as you can see now, every time we go to the home page, it actually shows the API request. But one thing is, if I refresh this page over here, you'll see it will break. And the reason why it will break is for the same reason I've already explained. Fact doesn't exist, like data is null until the query is done. So there's a couple ways we can actually handle this. We can, for example, put a question mark over here. And what this will do is, until data becomes not null, it won't access the fact. So it won't try to access fact from a null object, because this question mark is basically just saying only access this if this is not null. And this will fix it because that's what it was causing the error, right? Now we'll refresh the data and it will load for a little bit, as you can see, and then show the actual data. For a split second, it's showing just the text, this is a home page, because it is a home page for a few seconds, right? Until the data comes back. Now, this is one of the good things with React Query. It's just one of the amazing features it has. You can actually get a Boolean from this useQuery hook called isLoading. So it already handles this for you. This isLoading is a Boolean that if it is true while the data is loading. So it is true for that specific amount of time where you fetch the data, but the data hasn't been returned yet. So technically, you can just come over here and say, if isLoading is true, then I want to return some sort of text saying loading, like 3 dots, something like this. So instead of returning this, while the data is loading, it will show this whole thing over here. And you'll see that this is exactly what happens. It shows loading for a split second, and then shows the actual thing, right? On a real website, I would put a loading like spinner. You've seen it in many different websites, but this is how they actually know if the data is loading or not, because of this Boolean. And this is really cool. You can actually get also like the error and so many other things. Like you can get like the time in which an error was updated, is loading error, is refetch error, is error. Like, there's so much stuff, right? That is really cool. If I get this is error over here, I can just say if is error, then return a text saying sorry, there was an error. But the thing is, obviously, we can't, like, there's not going to be an error, so you guys won't be able to see this, but we can actually fake an error by maybe writing the API endpoint wrong, and you'll see that it will say the same. It will say loading until it fails, and then it's going to realize that there was an error, right? So it's just trying to fetch the data, but obviously there's no data to be fetched. I can, like, the same thing happens here. If I delete everything, you'll see that it still keeps loading. But yeah, that's basically it for the most basic features of this library. Now there's another thing. There's the refetch property. It's a function that you can get from here, which is really cool. Now imagine a situation where you have your website and you have an API, and this API, for example, has a list of users, right? And you're just displaying that list of users. And you create a new user, so now the data in the backend is outdated from the data in the front end, because the front end won't know that the backend has changed data. But you can kind of force to make another request by using this refetch thing over here. This is a function that whenever you call it, it will request the data again. So if I create a button over here, and I know this example isn't that good because every time we request the data, it will be a different fact about a cat, right? But there's a lot of situations where you need to update the data in the front end, and that's how you would do something like this. So I'm just going to say update data and create a button and give an onClick over here. And all I want to do in this onClick is I just want to call the refetch function. I can even just put refetch over here. And now if I come over here and I click on this button, it will refetch the data. As you can see, it's updating as we go. And remember, there's no states in this application, so we don't have to update the state. Everything is handled directly from this data object over here. What is other stuff that you guys might be interested in? Well, I think people complain a lot that you have to call this data when, imagine you're fetching two queries from the same component, would you have two variables called data? Probably not, right? So this is more of a JavaScript thing, but you can change the name of this to a variable you want. So if I wanted to call this cat fact, I can just say, or cat data, I can just say something like this, cat data. And I'm basically replacing the name of this data object or this data property for cat data. So instead of saying data over here, I'll just say cat data, and it would still work. As you can see, it's still working perfectly. It's just a small thing that I thought would be cool to see. Now, there's a cool thing that I feel like is also really interesting. And it's the only thing I'm going to show you guys from configuration for React Query. Because I just want to explain to you guys how powerful this is by showing you this small thing that you probably don't even think about, but it's important to recognize when you're building a real project. For example, look what happens when I move to another page. I'm going to go to this tab over here, and I'm going to come back, and you see it will request the data again. And that's crazy, right? But is it really crazy? Because if you have an application that has a lot of data constantly updating, this could be a cool way for you to constantly have your data being updated, even when you switch tabs, right? Usually you switch tabs whenever you stop using the website. So maybe you'll spend like 10 minutes on this cat fact website, and when you come back, you want to have the most updated data. So React Query does this by default, where if you switch tabs or you're not focused on this window, it will just refetch the data. You can actually specify if you want that or not by coming to your app.js over here and going back to the query client that we created. I mentioned in the beginning that you can put configurations here, and I wasn't going to show it, but I'll just show it real quick because I think it's cool to show it to you guys. So you can put an object over here, and you can access an object called default options. And this over here allows you to put some interesting configurations. You can specify which kind of configurations you want to add. So you can add a query configuration and a mutation configuration. Now, I know I didn't talk about mutations, but it's a really important topic and concept in front-end development and back-end development as a whole. Just always think about it as a query as being getting a data, like making a request for a data. So it's what we've been doing so far. We did a GET request to get the data from an API. And a mutation would be any kind of API request where you change the data, or you create a data, you update a data, or you delete. The way I like to teach is saying that the query is just the read from CRUD, and mutation is the CUD from CRUD, right? The create, update, and delete, while the query is just the read, right? So in this case, we want to change the query. And what we want to specify about the queries is we want to say that whenever there is a Windows focus, we don't want to refetch it. So there's this thing called refetch on window focus. We can just set it to be false. And whenever we refetch it, it will now be, like whenever we switch for Windows, it will now be false. So I'm going to come over here. You'll see that we have, I'm going to update just so you guys see. I'm going to refresh. We have this thing over here. A cat has only the ability to move their jaw up and down, not side to side like a human can. Cool, I didn't know that. But now if I switch tabs and come back, it's still the same thing, right? It doesn't update. While if I set that to true, like it was by default, it would obviously do that. Like I'll come over here and, oh, I need to refresh the page, but yeah, it will now switch whenever I move pages, see? So this is just one of the thousands configurations you can actually put. Oh, this is actually a massive one, but yeah, of the 1,000 configurations you can put in React Query. And this is what we're going to be using throughout the rest of the series until we get to something that doesn't require fetching data, but you understand that this is what we're going to be using. And I hope I made it clear how amazing React Query is, because this is the whole reason why we're migrating from using a useEffect, and why from now on we're going to have the strict mode enabled in our React application to enforce best practices in our apps. Okay, everyone, like I was saying, we're going to be using two libraries in this video for creating forms. One of them being Yup and the other one being React Hook Form. I mentioned in the beginning of the course I was going to be using Formic in order to make forms in this course, but I decided to use React Hook Form instead to replace, because I feel like it is the one that I'm using most nowadays if I'm going to create forms in a website, and I feel like it would be the best to explain based on how this course is going. So if you're interested, I also have videos using other libraries, but I feel like you would like React Hook Form because it's pretty simple. So over here, I just have a very simple app. As you can see, we have our app component, which just calls a single component called form. And a form, as many of you might know, is just a set, like a group of inputs that you have in your website, which it's used to get data from the user. So over here, I have a simple form, which is the one we're going to be using in this video, which it has a set of different informations that it basically wants from the user. And it also has a button down at the bottom. You can see the form like this. We have one for asking for the user's full name, one asking for the user's email, one for the age, one for the password, and one to confirm a password, right? And then they have a button here at the bottom that for now basically doesn't do anything. But what we want to do is be able to control what we can write on these inputs. So for example, you can see that for the age, I'm writing a text, right? Not a number. So that if I try to submit with this, it should give us an error and not actually submit the data. It should actually error to the user first, because that will prevent us from sending incorrect data when submitting a form. Then we have passwords. For example, I want to check to see if this password is the same as this one and display an error if that is the case. Now, you get what I mean, right? We're just validating how this form is written before we actually submit the form. So how exactly would we do this? Well, let's start by installing the two packages that we're going to be using in this video. The first one is the React Hook Form, and you just write npm install React Hook Form just like this. The second one is yup, which I'll explain the distinction between both of them and why that you need both of them. But basically, React Hook Form will give us all of the functionality related to displaying errors and submitting the form and handling all of that, while yup is only used for validation. The distinction between them will become clearer as we go, but it's important that we just start by installing both packages, which is what we just did. So now what we want to do is we want to start by importing from the React Hook Form library. So I'm going to say from React Hook Form. And we want to import a hook called the use form. So the good thing about React Hook Form is because it is really simple. It just provides us with a hook, which is this over here. And I know I haven't explained what a hook is so far in this course, but we've seen so many of them. It's coming along, and you guys will see. But use form is just a form. It's just a hook that we can use to generate a lot of different stuff related to the form. So in order to use the hook, we're just going to say const, then set it equal to use form. And what we want to grab from this use form hook is initially just this function called register and this function called handle submit. Now, the handle submit, by the name, you might expect it is a function that we're going to call whenever the form is submitted. So whenever you click on the submit button. But in order to make it work, we actually have to create another function, which is going to actually be the one where we write the code that we want to execute when the form is submitted. So for now, let's just console log hello world, I don't know, whatever, and just have this function as part of the onSubmit. And here we want to pass the handle submit function, which inside of it, we're going to pass our own onSubmit. So the way this is working is handle submit is a function that React Hook Form will use to handle all of the stuff prior to submitting. And what we have to do is just pass our actual submit function to execute after React Hook Form handles everything prior to actually submitting. So you'll understand better as we go, but just know that when we submit, it should go through both of these functions, right? So now we have this register thing over here. And what exactly is this register? So think about it as just a way to insert an input inside of a form to be part of this whole validation that we're creating with React Hook Form and yup. So this register function is used in each of these inputs to tell React Form which inputs should be part of this validation. So we have all of these inputs, and the way we are going to register one of them is by just opening and closing curly braces like this, putting 3 dots, and just putting register. And inside of here, we just have to pass in a name to identify this field. So what would this be? Well, think about it this way. All of the data we get back from this form will be in a format of an object, right? So if the user types in Pedro as the full name, then we would probably want to get back an object that includes something like full name is equal to Pedro, right? And there's also an email. So we would probably want the form to be email equals to pedro@gmail. You know what I mean, right? So we're getting all of this back as an object. And what determines the field or the key for each of the inputs when we get back in the object is this register function over here. So what we put over here is going to be the name, almost like as if we were passing in the name property that you might have in an input. So we're going to pass in over here full name to register this input as with this name specifically. Now we're going to do the exact same thing with all of the other inputs we have. And we're obviously going to change a little bit. So this one will be the email one. This one will be the age one. This one will be the password one. And this one will be the confirm password. Now we have registered all of our inputs, which is pretty good, right? And we can actually see this working without any validation, of course, because if we put over here data, we can grab data directly from the onSubmit because the handle submit function will give us that. That's just how React Form created this function to be. We can actually console log the data. So you'll see that it will console log the data. So I'll actually open this up and open our console. You'll see that it will work because we currently have no validation in place. But I'm going to type all of this, click submit, and you'll see that we'll get that object with the correct keys because that's how we wrote them, right? Meaning that React Form is working, but we just haven't implemented yet all of the validation and error handling that we want to create, right? But it's working, which is amazing. So now what we want to do is we want to start creating the validation. And what do I mean by validation is, like I said, I want to make sure what you're typing on your inputs are actually what we want from an input. So, also I realized that age should not be text, it should be number, right? It should not be text, it should be an actual number. So this is how an age should be, right? Not an actual text, but you know what I mean. So technically what I want to do now is I want to write some sort of logic that will guarantee us that you can submit a full name that isn't a text, or you can submit age that isn't a number, or more importantly, you can submit an email that isn't an actual email format. You've seen websites do this, right? Where you try to type something random and they're like, this is not an email. Well, with React Form and Yup, you can easily check that. So the validation part comes all from Yup. So I'm going to actually come over here at the top and I'm going to say import all as Yup from Yup. When you put this asterisk over here, you're just trying to import all things in this specific library. So in this case with Yup, it requires that we import it this way. So I will just check the documentation for the library you want to import, and they will tell you how you should be importing it. But this is how you do it for Yup. So when we say import all as Yup, we want to use this Yup variable to generate a shape of how our form should look like. So what we're going to do is we're going to say const over here, and we're going to create what is known as a schema. A schema for validation is just a name used for shaping how our data should look like, right? And then we're going to set this equal to Yup. And with Yup, we get a bunch of stuff that we can use it, right? So for example, we can use something called an object. Now, what is an object? Well, with Yup, you just create a chain of functions like this, where you specify the shape of your schema. So first we're saying over here, okay, our schema or our data will look like an object. Remember that I talked to you guys that we're going to get back an object with all of the data. And then we want to specify the shape. So we're going to use the shape function, just like this. Now the shape function accepts an actual object, and we can specify the shape or the identity of each element in this object or in this schema. So the first object will be the full name, and it has to be written exactly how we wrote over here, because it's exactly how the object getting back from the onSubmit will look like. So with a full name, what do we want to specify? Well, remember, with yup, you can specify how things will be shaped like. So instead of an object, we're just going to say that the full name will be a string. So this will here will enforce that when we get back from the onSubmit, full name has to be a string. Not only that, but you don't really want to submit a form if there's no full name, which is what happens right now. See, we can have an empty full name because we don't have anything preventing that from happening. So what we can do with yup is we can actually add a required function over here at the end, which will allow us to say that full name is a required field. For now, let's just specify that full name looks like that, but let's continue shaping the other fields, right? So I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we can see all of the other stuff, but email is a cool one, right? So we have email over here, and how exactly would we specify how an email looks like? Well, first of all, we'll say yup and say that it is a string because that's what emails usually are. But yup provides us with a really cool function called email, and this will again give us an error if the thing doesn't actually look like an email. So if a user actually types just a bunch of random letters, yup will know and tell us that that's not an email, which is amazing. Then we also want to make this required because you don't want a user being created without an email being inputted. So then let's continue moving through our fields. We're going to go to age now. Age is just a little bit different from the other ones. The main difference is just that we want to make it a number instead of a string. Not only that, but we also want to make it positive, right? We don't want to allow negative ages because that's not what an age is. You could maybe force something to be negative by adding the negative one, but yup allows us to specify that we want to make this positive. Also, there's no such thing as an age like 3.4. That's not an age. You don't want to allow that. You want to allow whole numbers, or integers, right? So I can specify that an age must be an integer. And yup, again, will specify to us that this is basically, it has to be this way. So this should be it, but there's another thing I want to specify about age. If you're making a website which, for example, it has to be 18 plus, you can actually come over here and put a minimum or a maximum value and just specify that I'm only allowing this field to have a minimum value of, for example, 18, right? And you can save this. We're also adding the required one at the end just because we obviously want to make this required, but you can already see how powerful yup can be and how easily you can prevent yourself from having weird user behavior in your website by just specifying exactly how you want the user to fill out the form. Then over here, we're just going to put out the last two, which is the password and the confirm password. Now, both of them will be very similar. The first one will be yup. We'll just say yup and we'll say a string, right? But then let's say that you don't want to create weak passwords, right? We don't want to have passwords that are too weak or too strong. Well, with yup, you can create a pretty good password checking system. One way you can make that is by saying that you want the text to have a minimum amount of 4 characters and a maximum amount of, I don't know, let's say 20 characters, right? And you can also say we want it to be required, which is the same as before. Now, we can add more stuff for password. You can actually, for each of these fields, if you're familiar with the concept of regex, which is something we learn in computer science, and you want to write your own regex, you can also do that, which is pretty cool. Yup perfectly allow you to do that, but we're just using these functions in this video because they're way simpler. So finally, we're gonna put on the confirm password field, right? And this one is a bit different because we want this to be exactly the same as this one because we don't want you to try to put a password different on those fields, right? The whole point is to check to see if you're actually putting the correct password. So what I want to do over here is I just want to specify first that it has to be a string, but we're not going to put the min and max because if I write a check over here saying that we want them to be the same, then it technically already implies that it will have a minimum and a maximum. So let's just specify that we want both of them to be the same and it should be fine. Now, how would we specify this? Well, there's kind of a hacky way to do this in Yup. And it's a bit complicated to understand, but it's okay. It's just the way that Yup is created, right? So the way we say it is we want the confirmed password to be one of, and we can pass over here an array. So we're just saying that this has to be one of the stuff that we put over here. Now, what exactly we want this to be one of? Well, we want it to be one of the password, right? We want this to be present. Ignore that. We want this to be equal to this. So if we make this be one of an array that only includes this, then technically it would mean the same thing, right? But how would we get what we get the information or the value that the user inputted for the password? Well, with Yup, you can just say yup.reference or ref like this, and just specify which of the fields you want to get the information. So I'm going to say password over here. It has to be the same as this. And we're also going to pass over here a null value in the array just to say that this is the only field that we need. So right over here, this is all the check we need. We're also going to say that we want it to be required just to, again, just emphasize that, although this should probably do the deed because like it won't pass through anyways, right? So now what we've done is we've specified the format of the data we want in our form, which is amazing. But how exactly do we tell React Hook form inside of this onSubmit that the data should be of this format? Well, the way we do this is we actually gonna get this over here and put it below the schema thing because we're gonna use it. And on our React, our use form over here, we just want to pass in an object, and it allows us to pass something called a resolver. Now, a resolver is just where we specify how our schema will look like. But we need to use a function that will that we will pass the schema to actually turn out to be the resolver. That's a little bit complicated, but that's just how the integration between Yup and React Hook form works. And in order to get that function, we actually need to install one more package. And the package we want to install is, we're going to say npm install at hook form /resolvers. Now, this package will give us a function, like I said, that will help us with the integration between the two libraries Yup and React Hook form. And to import that function, we're just going to say import from at hook forms /resolvers /yup. So this will give us a lot of functions for a lot of different libraries. These are all the libraries I think React Hook form has an integration with or is compatible with. But the one we really want is Yup because it's the one we're using, right? So over here, we can just import what is known as the Yup resolver. And we just set the resolver of the use form to be equal to Yup resolver schema inside of it. So this, we're just telling React Hook form finally that this should be the format of our form. And this is great. It means it should be working. And you'll see that now, if I come to my Google Chrome over here, and I try to submit this form without the full name, right? It will actually not work, no matter how many times I click. If I try to put something over here, it will still not work because we're still not fulfilling the form. Well, let's think about it. What are we doing wrong? First of all, this is not an email. Let's just write here something that looks like an email, such as email at gmail.com, right? This kind of looks like an email. Will it work? No, because 3 is less than 18, which is a requirement we made for age. So let's go to 19, right? Now it should be working. Well, no, because now the passwords are not the same. So let's make the passwords the same. I'm just gonna write same, the word same for the password, and the same word, right? This is actually confusing. I'm just gonna write Nick and Nick. I don't know why I chose that name as a password, but yeah. So now it looks like our form is actually correct, right? We have this word over here. I can even write Pedro to make more sense, but we have a name that looks like a name, an email that looks like an email, an age that looks like an age and also is above our required age, and we have a password that is the same on both fields and also fulfill our requirement of being at least 4 characters long. So let's click on this button and you'll see that finally it passes through, right? If I were to make this 1 character less, you'll see it won't pass. And if I were to make this the same character as before, but one be different than the other, it would also not pass. So all of our checks are working perfectly, and you can see how this can be really nice because you're not sending wrong data to the backend. Does this mean you shouldn't validate your data in the backend? Well, no, that's something for another video or some sort of backend course that I make in the future. But you should be validating your data on both the front end and the backend. But this is how you would do it in the front end by using something like React Hook Form and Yup. Now you might be wondering, okay, it's not submitting, but the user experience isn't pretty good because we're not seeing any UI changing. We're not seeing any display that we actually have an error in our form. So that's what we're going to be working on right now. Okay, so how exactly are we going to write down the errors, right? So it's actually pretty easy. With React Hook Form, they actually have something called the form state, which is just the state of the form, which is obvious, but yeah, you get what I mean. And you can actually grab from the form state all of the errors that you can get from it, right? All the errors that are currently being handled from Yup. So this over here should be an object containing each of the fields in the form and their potential errors, right? So I could come over here and I could create, for example, a p tag right below the full name input. And I can say that we're going to display the errors, which is what we're getting from the use form hook, dot, and then we put full name. And it has to be written exactly how it's written over here. And then if that has an error, then we have to put a question mark because remember, this might not have an error, but if it has, then we want to read the message. Now, let's check to see if this is going to be displayed. Well, you see, at least right now, there's a space for a potential error. We can fix that in the UI if you want to. But let's try submitting this without a full name. You'll see that it immediately shows that full name is a required field. Now, this error message looks kind of ugly, right? Because it just looks, it's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. We want to give something more that looks more real, that doesn't look like code. So you can actually specify the error message in Yup by coming over here and saying, okay, if it fails on the required part, which is what it's failing right now because we didn't type anything, then the error message will look like this: full name, or something like your full name is required. Something like this. And now you'll see that if I try again, the message is different because now we specify the message we wanted. Also, I don't know why, but I like when forms like with errors have actual are kind of red. So you could actually specify the color by going to your CSS and just adding some sort of color to all of the error messages, right? For me, I'm just gonna use the p tag to specify, but obviously maybe give it a class name or something like that. But you can see that now it kind of looks like an error, right? So let's add more more errors to all of the other stuff, right? So we're gonna do one for the email and one for the age and obviously one for the password and one for the confirm password. And we gotta change the field for all of them because they are different now. So the email will say email, age will say age, and same goes to password and confirm password. Now, let's test to see how this looks. Obviously, it's failing everything, but let's refresh the page and let's type something. I'm going to put my full name over here. And now let's type an email such as, I don't know, tech@gmail.com. Then let's type some age. Remember, it has to be over 18. So let's actually fake it and put 15. then go to password, and let's write a correct password. The password will literally be password to make it less confusing. And I'm going to actually put the correct one over here as well. So let's see if this will fail. Well, obviously it should fail because 15 over here is not the correct age. And you'll see that this is the only one that actually is displayed. Now let's make this 18. And you'll see it automatically, when you fix it, it automatically stops displaying the actual error. If I go down, it will trigger again and it will say, well, it has to be 18, so go up, right? So let's try it again, but let's make the passwords not be equal. You'll see confirm password must be one of the following values. This isn't a bad error message because it doesn't explain a lot. So let's actually change that. So when we say over here that one auth has to be of the type password, we're saying that we want them to be the same. So to specify the error message over here, we can just come and say passwords don't match, and this would be our error message. So instead of just putting directly, because you can see we already have an argument to this function, the error message will come on the second one if this is the case, differently from the error message in the require. Now we can check that, but you can see it restarted our form. So I'm just going to fill it out real quick and I'll be back in a second. Okay, so now I just filled it out again, and you can see that we still have one less character here, so they're not matching. And you'll see that now our error message is the one we specified, which is good. So now let's test to see if this is working, if we actually have the correct data. You'll see that if I click on submit, it will submit the form. And that's amazing because it means it is working. It's validating everything. Now, I'm not going to continue with the video just specifying more, but you could go around and put error messages on each of these functions to make your thing look cooler. You can also make the form look better. My point is not to make a good CSS for this video. It's just to show you guys how to actually make forms work in React. And I really think using these two libraries really help you a lot. It makes the job a lot easier than it normally would be. Okay, everyone. So to start off this tutorial, I have this sample piece of code over here that if you've been watching the tutorial so far, all the course, you probably already understand how this works. It's a very simple toggling application. And what do I mean by that? Well, if I open up over here a localhost, there's this button called show. If I click on it, it will show a hidden text, and the button text will also change to hide, because now if I click on it, it will simply hide the text again. You can toggle through the button, and it's a pretty simple logic. It's just using a state called isVisible and a function called setIsVisible. So if you click on the button, it will just set the isVisible state to be the opposite of the previous value. So if it's false, it will become true. If it's true, it will become false. Then we have the text inside of the button, which is just, it changes depending on the isVisible, as you can see over here. And finally, the text is only shown when isVisible is equal to true. So the reason why I'm showing this simple app for you guys is because we're going to use this and convert it into a custom hook. Now, this is something I do a lot, which is creating a hook that will allow us to reuse a lot of this code everywhere in our app. Now, what exactly is a hook? You probably heard this a lot throughout this course. We've dealt with a couple hooks. So I know that in this course, I've taught you guys the useState hook. I've taught you guys the useContext hook. And I also taught you guys the useEffect hook. Now, you might notice something similar between all of them. First of all of them are functions, right? We're calling the useState hook over here. It's a function. Also, obviously, they start with use in front of them, and it's always not capitalized. So it's always lowercase use, as you can see. And all of them are like built into React, right? There's a lot more that I haven't talked about yet in this course. And if you want to check out all of them, I will explain in this course, but I also have a full video explaining all of them. And the reason why I wanted to point this out is because an important concept that a lot of people overlook is making your own hook. So I want to explain to you guys what exactly does it mean to be a hook. So, okay, I'm going to create a file over here, and this file will be the file that will represent our hook. Now, similar to the name of the hook, you see over here we have a useContext, useEffect, useState. I want to create a hook that will basically encapsulate all of the logic for this toggling. So I'm going to call it useToggle. Now, it has to start with use because that's one of the rules that React imposed for custom hooks. So there's two other rules. One of them is you have to be calling it inside of a React application. So inside of not a React application, inside of a React component. So I couldn't call this hook just the same way how I can't call it useState outside of a component. I can call a custom hook outside of a component. And also, you can't call it inside of other functions. So it has to be in the highest level of the component. So if I had a function over here, like const, I'm just going to call it no, I can call it function. I'll call it funct. And it's just a function, right? If I had this, I couldn't put the useState inside of here because it's breaking one of the rules of React hooks. So those are the 3 rules. It has to start with the username. It also has to be in the highest level of a component, and it has to be inside of a component overall. Now, what exactly is the point of the hook? Well, inside of this useState over here, which is one of the ones that comes with React, there's a lot of logic that we're not seeing. We call it like this, but it's running a bunch of logic that if this didn't exist, we would have to, every time we wanted to create a state, create that logic again or put in that logic again. Same thing with all of the other hooks that we have over here. So by definition, a hook is a function that allows you to abstract a lot of logic in React. Not only that, but what is the difference between a hook and a function? Because you might be thinking, okay, it's just a function that abstracts logic, but why do we call it a hook instead of just a function? Because a function also just abstracts logic, right? But the difference is if we just had a file like here and we call it useToggle and we didn't treat this as a hook, then we wouldn't be able to use, to access different React stuff. For example, we wouldn't be able to access the state of an application or the lifecycle of an application, but with the hook, you're able to do all of that. So I can put a useState inside of the useToggle and that would work. Whilst in a normal function, I wouldn't be able to do something like that. So now that I explained most of what a hook is, let's start creating this hook and you guys will get a better view of how it actually works. So I'm exporting this function called useToggle, and since it starts with use, it means it's a hook. Then inside of here, I want to grab all the logic that we have over here, including the creation of the state, and just put it directly over here. And I'm going to copy all of this as well and just put it right over here at the top. Now, there's a thing I want to mention to you guys. So our whole point in this is that I want to be able to have all of the logic that we wrote over here being reused constantly. So I'm going to just call this useToggle hook and all of this information should be reusable. So it doesn't make sense for me to write states or variables inside of it that are individual for a specific use case. So over here, calling the state is visible makes sense because this is what we're using this toggling for. But to be honest, if we want to use this useToggle hook a lot of times, we can call this a more generic name like state and set state because we will change it when we call the toggle, the useToggle hook. Also, we might not want to start the state as false. So what I can do is I can actually pass arguments to a hook by normal standards, like just like how you would pass it as a function. So I'm going to call this initial value for the state. And I can also set a default value to it to false. So if you don't pass anything, it will be initialized as false. But if you pass, then whatever you pass will be replaced over here. Then what I want to do is I want to create a function called toggle. Now, the reason why I want to create this is because it's annoying to every time you want to create a toggling functionality, have to do this over here, which is create a function that just sets the value to the opposite of what it was before. This is a very common pattern, and having to rewrite that all the time is really annoying. So just having a function that does that specifically would be really nice. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to copy this over here. We're going to put it inside of the toggle function. Instead of set is visible, we're going to call it set state, just like this. And over here, we can use, it's fine. Whatever we have over here is fine. And then at the end, what we can do is we can return something. Now, what exactly are we going to return? Here is where a custom hook differentiates from an actual React component. Well, first of all, we are not going to return JSX. So we're not going to return UI. Hooks are meant to handle logic and not UI logic. So like actual computational logic or state logic, but not UI. So what I actually return here is whatever I want to receive back. So if I only wanted to return the toggle function, I could just say return toggle, and then just be able to get that. But I also want the state to have, I also want to have access to the state. So what I can do is I can return an array that includes the state and the function. I don't want to return the set state thing because that what would be the point of that, right? Because we're already doing the toggling inside of here. So all I have to return is the toggle function. And what this means is, and I'm going to delete this because I was just using it for an example. This means that now I can come over here and I can just, instead of doing all of that stuff that I was doing before, I can say const set it equal to use toggle and import it from our useToggle hook. Then just grab over here the two pieces of information that we are returning. Now, what are the two pieces of information? We're returning a state and the toggle function. Now, why do we use an array over here, right, to return? Well, because now, if we want to call this something else in our actual app, we can call it, instead of a state, we can call it isVisible. And it will just replace over here to whatever variable you call it over here. So it's a way for us to abstract the logic inside of here, but also have custom variable names in our own app. Then I also want to grab the toggle. I'm not going to change the name because it makes sense. So I'm just going to grab the toggle. And since we're only returning two things, this is all we want to get. And this is pretty cool. But where does the magic come in? Well, now we don't have to write all of this thing over here because we can just say toggle and the logic for toggling will be inside of this hook. So let's test to see if this is still working. Let's come over here, refresh the page, click on the button, and you can see that it is indeed working, which is amazing. Now, I talked about reusability, right? Well, imagine if we didn't use this hook. If I wanted to create another toggle completely independent from this one, I would have to do a lot of stuff. I would have to write a lot of logic. But with a custom hook, all I have to do is just call the hook again, give it a different name, like just put a 2 at the end of this, and I can now use that, and it's completely independent from the other hook. So I'm just going to change the variable names over here, and you'll see that now we have 2, and if I click on 1, it doesn't show the other. They're completely independent from each other, as you can see. And that's amazing, right? It means you can reuse a lot of the code by simply calling the hook. You might see somewhere else that instead of using an array like this, for example, when we call the useContext hook, we don't use an array. We use an object, right? Now, the reason why sometimes you want to return your data as an array like this, or return your data as an object like this, is because when you return as an object, then this over here, you can't actually choose the name of your variable over here. It will be the same name, or you can technically choose it, but that's for another day. Like the whole point is that when you do something like this, it doesn't know what isVisible is because you're not returning isVisible. But if you grab, and you'll see over here that it won't work, right? It doesn't even work. But if you change it to state, it recognizes it because you're returning an object, and it will work if I just replace all of this with state, which is the name of the variable we had, as you can see. So if you want to have predefined variable names or function names, you can return an object. I usually return objects, but I also wanted to show returning an array because then you can choose the name you want to specify. When I mentioned that you can also change the name of this variable to whatever you want, is that in JavaScript, if you have a variable you're destructuring from an object like this, and you want to change it to something like isVisible, you can just set it like this, isVisible, and it actually works. I would also be able to use another variable name, as you can see. But I would just recommend doing it the way that I mentioned before. If you want to set a variable name, use an array. If you want to have the same variable names as in the hook you created, just use an object. Okay, I hope that this is at least giving you guys an idea of what a hook is. But I'm going to show you guys another cool example because that's the most important use case for me, which is whenever you have a lot of logic, I would recommend putting it in a hook. So I've mentioned that hooks are good for reusing data, but not only that, they're also good for abstracting logic. So whenever I have, for example, an API call or any sort of logic inside of my application, there's a big chance that I'm going to put it into hooks. Some people criticize this, but a lot of people support this idea as well. A lot of big projects do it this way as well. So what I mean is, I'll have a lot of hooks in my application. So I'll spam hooks by just putting logic inside of there. And I really like that way because I feel like it makes my project more organized. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys an example fetching data from an API using React Query, which is something we've learned in this course. And I'll show you guys how I would abstract that logic. Okay, everyone. So like I said, I'm going to show you guys an example using, for example, React Query. And I feel like this example, although it's simple, it will exemplify a lot of what I like doing with hooks. So over here, as you can see, we have a simple component using the API that I've been using this whole course, which is an API that gives back data like facts about cats. Pretty simple. All I do is I just refresh the page and it will literally show me a random fact about a cat. So over here, you see that to make this work, like I've taught you guys on the React Query episode, all we do is we just use the useQuery hook. And like I said, useQuery is already a hook. And then we use XUse to get the data and just use the data over here so that we can see the information, right? So what I want to do with this is I want to abstract it even more. So the useQuery hook abstracts a lot of logic, right? So to get the data, it's abstracting all of the useEffect stuff, all of the stuff, even we can get the loading state, right? I can say is loading, and this will give back a Boolean saying that the data is loading or not. So all of that stuff that we can get back from the useQuery is already abstracted, but I like to abstract it even more. So what do I mean by that? Well, we have here basically this functionality is just getting the fact about a cat. So what I could do possibly is I could create over here a use get cat fact, right? Or actually use get cat, something like this. And because specifically, we're not just getting the fact, we're getting the whole data, right? So over here, we can just create our hook, use get cat. And as we can see, inside of here, we just copy all of the logic that we wrote over here. So I'm just going to copy paste it over here, grab also the import, paste it right at the top. And what I want with this is I want to be able to return all the information that we actually want. So I'm going to delete this from here, just like this. So at the bottom, what do we want to get back? Well, first of all, we want to get back the data. And differently from before, I'm going to be using an object for this case. So we can just say data. We can also name it cat fact, for example, if we want to, but I'm just going to call it data. And I want to return it back, just like this. Now, what else can we get back from this? Well, we can get back some sort of functionality or function that will refetch this data if it changed. Good, we can do it by just grabbing the refetch over here and just putting it directly over here. Just saying refetch. Now, think about it this way. What if every time it refetches the data, I want to, alert a message to the user? Well, that would be kind of annoying to do it every time. Just get the refetch, create a function that calls the refetch, all of that kind of stuff, right? So what I can do is instead of just passing the refetch over here, I can again abstract some logic. I can say refetch data, create a function, and then basically just inside of this function, I'll just put the refetch, call the refetch functionality. So we refetch the data from React Query, but also alert a message to us saying, data refetched, right? This is kind of dumb, but you get what I mean, right? And I can just pass this instead of the refetch. Now we had just abstracted the logic related to refetch into a single function that we're getting back inside of our hook. Another thing we can do is we can come over here and grab the is loading, right? So is loading, again, just is Boolean that tells us if it's loading or not. But what we can do is we can just change its name. Say something like cat is cat loading, something like that. And then pass that over here, right? So we can get that specific name. What else can we do? Oh, error. Error handling is really cool. So in over here, we have error, right? Error is just the error of the API request. And useQuery actually gives you directly that. So we can actually create a function over here or say if error and then do something if the error happens. And all of that logic will be the same because it will all exist inside of the hook, right? If we want, we can also get it back by just passing it over here, but you get what I mean, right? It does seem like in this case, we are just getting a lot of stuff and just repassing it as a hook, but the main point of this is to abstract this part and also abstract cases like this. And it honestly, I put all of my API calls into a custom hook always. And all I have to do is I just have to come over here, say, oh, I also have to export this. So I'm going to say export this hook. Then I'm going to say const, open and close curly braces this time because we're returning an object. Say use get cat, just like this. Then I can get the data, and I can actually even specify from the data that I want the fact, but I'm just going to say data in this case. And I can grab the is cat loading. I can get the refetch data. I can get whatever I want, and it will look exactly the same. Now let me try just showing to you guys. I'm gonna say if is cat loading, then return the little loading state. So saying like loading, just like this. And I also show you guys that the refetch data thing works. So I'm gonna create a little button over here and just call that. So let's create the button. Say refetch, and let's put an on click like this, on click, and just call the refetch data function. Now let's test to see if everything is working. Remember how much code we had before. Now all of that is abstracted inside of this. So I'm gonna come over here, and I'm just gonna open Google Chrome. We have the little button, right? You see, first of all, the loading is working, the data is working. Now if I click on this, not only it will refetch the data, but it will also alert us a message. So it refetched the data, as you can see. So I hope this video was useful because I hope I was able to portray to you guys how important custom hooks are. Just create as many as you can. I want to give you guys an exercise at the end of this video. And the exercise will basically just be to create a counter app where all of the counter states, like all of the states related to count and all of the kind of stuff, and all of the functions as well, exist inside of a single hook. Now, if you're interested in doing that, go ahead, stop the video, do that. All I want is a hook that will be able to show the counter, display the counter, increase the counter, subtract the counter, and also restart the counter to 0, right? We've done counter apps before. I just want you to do it that way. If you're interested in seeing the solution, just continue watching because I'm going to show you guys right now. Okay, everyone. So here's the solution for the exercise in this video. You can see we did build the app. It's just a simple counter app, and all of the buttons and functionalities work. But the difference is all of the logic exists inside of this hook, as you can see over here. So how does this hook look like? Well, it's very simple. Well, we call it useCount, and we set just one argument. It calls initial value, and we set it initially to 0, but if you want to change it, you can just pass it over here. So for example, by default, it's 0, but if I want to start the counter at 60, I can just do that and then refresh the page, and it will start at 60, as you can see. But that was the first thing we did. Then we created this state called count and set count. In this case, since count is like we're doing a counter app, we don't have to call it state and set state because it's kind of implied that it will be a counter app. So you get what I mean, right? I'm just going to use it this way. Then we create all the functions that we want to have in our app. We created the increase, the decrease, and the restart. And all we're doing is we're just returning the count and all of those functions as well. Then over here, I abstracted all the logic for each of those functions. And all I do is I just call them on an on-click to a button, and I display the count, meaning that it works perfectly. So this is a really cool exercise. I feel like it definitely shows you the power of creating your own hooks, and I really hope you were able to understand that in this video. Okay, everyone. So like I said, we're going to start off by talking about what is type safety and explaining what prop types are. And what do I mean by type safety is when you have, if you've worked with JavaScript in the past, you've realized that when you define a variable, for example, if I were to come over here and say const name equals to Pedro, in JavaScript by default, you don't have to define the type of the variable name, right? It assumes it is a string because it knows what this is. Now, a lot of other languages are like this, but there's languages like, for example, Java or C# or I don't know. There's different languages that you don't need to do something like this, right? You don't have to define your types. Now, the issue with this is that when you're working on an application that is going to be used by a lot of users, such as a React application, there's a lot of errors that can occur while writing your code. So for example, I have this little piece of code over here where we have this component called person, as you can see, and the person component takes on some props, right? And all it does is it just displays the information that we pass on through the props, right? And we have a couple of things. We have first a name, an email, an age, a boolean called is married, and a list of strings called friends. Now, if you look at the component, you'll see that the name is just display the name, the email, same thing, the age, same thing. The is married is used to say like this person is married or this person is not married, depending on if is married is true or not. And what we do with the friends list is we just map through it to display the list of all the friends. The reason why I did this is just an example to exemplify a big issue with this. So right now, there's no type safety, meaning we're not guaranteeing that this object over here, the props we actually pass will be of the correct type. Meaning that technically, I could just say that name is equal to 65, and it would still technically work because our code it won't break because of this. But at the same time, it shouldn't be, right? It's a string. Why are we passing a number when we should be specifying that it is a string? The worst part comes when we have over here a list, or in our case, it can also be an object, and we, instead of passing a list, we actually pass something like a string, right? If I just pass a string instead of a list, you'll see that it will actually break. Nothing will show. The reason why it's breaking is because we're mapping through the list, but there's no map function in a string. So if you're not passing an array or a list over here, this will automatically break. So this is why type safety is extremely important. Not only that, but if this was also null, like this, it will also break. And receiving null values is very common in React and in web development as a whole. So it is important that you specify, at least in this case, how your data that is being passed as props will look like. And a way to do this, a very basic way to do this, is by using something built into React called prop types. Okay, so in order to define the types for the props in this component, we have to first of all install a package called prop types. So I'm going to come over here and I'm just going to say npm install prop types, just like this. This library is very small, and all you have to do is you just have to come over here at the top on the component you want to define the types, and you want to say import prop types from prop types, just like this. And then you're going to come down here at the bottom, and you're just going to grab the component that you want to define your types, which is in our case called person. And you're going to say person.prop types, just like this. Then you set it equal to an object. Now this object, similar to how we define the structure of data using yup, which is what I taught you guys in a couple episodes before this one, you just define it as an object because props is an object, right? So in our case, this object will contain a name field, an email field, an age, an is married, and friends. So we just come over here and we go one by one defining what is their types. So name will be a string. Well, how do we specify that it has to be a string? Well, we use the prop types library to say prop types dot string. Then we'll go to email and it will be the same thing. We'll say prop types dot string. Now for the age, you might expect it would be a number or an integer. So we're gonna say prop types dot number. Then for the is married, we're gonna say it's a boolean. So we say prop types dot boolean, or bool in this case. Finally, we have a list of friends. So what we can say is, we can say friends is equal to prop types dot, and then since it's an array, you have to specify what kind of array it is. So we're going to say array of, and then we're going to come over here, and inside of it, we're going to just specify that it is an array of prop types string. So over here, we just defined how our props should look like. And as of right now, it does look correct. So if we come over here and we refresh our page, you'll see that the only warning that appears is the one that appears when you map through a list. You can ignore this, but nothing really shows up for the data we're passing down as props. Now see what happens when I change this from a string to a number. you'll see that now this will work because it's not prop types is not supposed to break your app. What it's supposed to do is it's supposed to notify you that there is an error related to a type. So it says invalid prop name of type number is supplied to it's expected a string, but it's supplied a number. So that's supposed to give us an indication to fix this mistake. Now you'll see that this also happens with other ones. Even in this case over here, if we pass an array of numbers instead of an array of strings, it should also say that the array should be of strings and not numbers, as you can see. But you can see how this can be useful, right? Defining this will be really important because it will help you debug really fast. Now, do I use prop types? To be honest, I don't, because there's a better way to do this. Prop types is really good if you're unwilling to learn TypeScript instead of JavaScript. I want to preface this by saying TypeScript is not hard at all. If you're used to JavaScript, TypeScript will be very easy, very easy. It's more of just an addition, something you add to your code every time you write. It's just JavaScript, but with some little things you add as well. So I don't use prop types, but prop types are really cool if you're unwilling to learn TypeScript. But like I said, I want to teach you guys how to become really good at React. So this part of the tutorial, I'm going to start teaching you guys how to integrate TypeScript into an application in React. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to now start teaching you guys how to integrate TypeScript in React. And in order to do this, I deleted all of the files in our project so that I can show you guys how to create a React app already as a TypeScript app by default. So configuring TypeScript in a React application is a little bit complicated, especially if it's the first time you're dealing with TypeScript. So being able to already have everything set up for you by using a simple command such as create React app simplifies a lot. So in order to make this work, what we're going to do is we're going to open up our terminal just like this. And I want to run the command npx create React app. I'm going to close this up so you guys can have a better view. Create React app. Then I'm going to put a dot just like we've always done so that we can create it inside of the folder that I'm currently on. Then I'm going to put a flag called template. This flag will allow us to initialize our React application using a specific template created by the Create React App organization. And the template we want to use is the TypeScript one. So this is the command you will always run. You can save it somewhere or just memorize it. But if you want to create a React app with TypeScript files, you run this. And okay, it somehow, if for some reason created this node modules file while it was running. I think you guys saw that, but let me just remove it, run it again, and it will start installing everything. I'll be back in a second when all of the files are done, and I'll explain what we're going to do next. Okay, so it finished installing everything, and as you can see, there's already some changes in our file structure. First of all, there's this tsconfig file, which I won't explain because this is not a TypeScript tutorial as a whole, but if you want to check out, I do have a full-on TypeScript tutorial, but as you might expect, it's just a JSON file specifying different things related to TypeScript. For example, we are allowing you to also write JavaScript if you want to, but if you don't want to do that, you can just put it as false. It's the kind of things that you can configure inside of this file. But more importantly, if you click on the source folder, now all of our files are transformed into TypeScript files. You can see specifically that they have a TS or TSX extension, right? So I usually create components in JavaScript using JS, but JSX would work the same way. Both of them mean the same thing. In TypeScript, I like to make component files be TSX and just files that aren't components but are going to be used in our app as TS files. That will become more apparent as we go on, so I wouldn't worry that much about that. But at least you can see that we do have a React application using TypeScript. I'm going to just delete a bunch of stuff that comes with Create React App like I always do. Just delete that and then also delete the logo, the tests, the report web vitals, and the index.css, and also the test file. All of that we're going to delete like I did on the first episode, just because we're not going to use them in our project. Then I also have to delete the imports over here at the top, and all of this, and I guess now it should all be fine, right? Let's open our Google Chrome. I'll refresh the page, and I think it should be fine. There's just some errors because it's just how it goes when we're creating a new application. There's still some errors which I'm just going to solve by simply just stopping the thing from running and running it again, I guess that should probably help. But okay, the important thing is that we have a TypeScript application running. Now, what I want to build is, I basically want to make the same project as I had in the beginning of this video, but I'm going to show you guys how to use TypeScript instead of prop types to define the types of our props. So I'll be back in a second when this project kind of looks like the one we had before. Okay, so as you can see, I just recreated the app we had before. We have our person component over here, same data, but you can notice immediately that there's some red squiggly lines that we have to deal with in a second. The app doesn't actually even run because of those lines. But you might be questioning yourself, oh, it's basically the same thing as it was before. So what this red squiggly lines are saying is that we have to define a type for this variables. Now, what does that mean? Well, first of all, in TypeScript, it is recommended that you create every variable you create, you define a type. So for example, if I came over here and I were to create a variable called name, right? This example that I showed before, and I set it to Pedro. You see, there's no red squiggly line over here because we allow stuff like this to happen, right? This is just defining, it is assuming it is Pedro. But if we want to say that it is actually a string, we have to come over here right next to the variable name, put a colon, and then put the type, which in this case would be a string, just like this. So in TypeScript, this is how you define the values of variables. And if you hover over now, you can see that it says that name is a string, meaning that if I were to set this to a number, it wouldn't work because it has to be a string. If I change this to number, it would work, as you can see. So this is how you declare types for variables. And I would recommend defining types for every variable, although, as you saw, even if I don't define a type, TypeScript won't give us an error. But in React, when you have a function that has some sort of argument or parameter to it, you have to define a type, or else it will give you this error saying that this argument has an implicit type called any. Now, what is any? Well, in TypeScript, if you want to define a variable that is that can be anything, you can just say, for example, if I want a name to possibly be anything in the world, it can be a string, it can be a boolean, it can be anything. I could come over here and just say that its type is any. So if I set this to 9, it wouldn't give us an error because it is any. However, this is not what you want. You want to never use this type or use very small amounts, right? And React has a problem with you allowing function arguments to have an any type. So you have to specify. Not only this one, but even this one over here as well. Now, how would I define this type over here? So let's start with this one, right? Friends. What is friends? Friends is a list of strings. So when we're mapping through this list, what will this friend variable be, right? It will be each friend individually. And I mentioned that each friend individually is a string because it is a list of strings. So in order to take out this error and specify what is this type, I would come over here and say that friend is of type string. And as you can see, the error for this one runs out. But now, what can we do now? Well, first of all, we have to define the actual shape of our props, just like we did with prop types. But how would we do that? With prop types, we define it down here. But with TypeScript, what you can do is you can create what is known as an interface. Now, an interface is a way to describe the shape of an object. So that's the best definition I can come up with it. So it's a way to describe shapes of objects. And they're extremely useful because every prop is an object, meaning that every prop in React will have to be defined with an interface. So its main purpose is just to define how it looks, right? We can call it props. And this is how our interface will look. It will look first with a name, like we did before, and we have to specify the type for our name. It will be a string, just like this. Now, email, same thing. It's a string, just like this. This is the notation. You just put the type, semicolon, and then go to a new line. Then we go to age. Age will be a number, right? Because it is a number. Then is married will be a boolean. So in prop types, it's called bool, but in TypeScript, it's called boolean, as you can see. And finally, we have the most difficult one, which is the list of strings. So how would we define friends? Well, it's a list of strings. So in TypeScript, you define a list of something by first telling it's what will be inside of the list. So it will be a string. And then you put the little brackets over here to say that it is a list of strings. And then you just put a semicolon. So now we define the shape of our props. So if we want to tell TypeScript to enforce only allowing data to be passed down as props that match this shape, we have to come over here and say that the type of this props is props, just like this. And now we specify that this has to be like this. So the red squiggly line is gone, but more importantly, we can work on our app, right? Because it's not failing anymore. And also, it is enforcing the rule that it has to follow that shape, meaning that if I came and put 9, it will say that type number is not assignable to type string. Same thing with all of the other ones, like I showed you guys before. If I were to set this to a string, it would fail again because it has to be a Boolean. And you get the point, right? It's enforcing the type. Now, this is good because although it like with prop types, it didn't break your actual project, right? What happened was it just gives us a console log saying that it was failing. But with TypeScript, it's different. It will actually break your app, which means that you will need to fix it. And the whole point of this is that you enforce a rule on yourself to actually debug this correctly. So if you're using JavaScript, it's unsafe in the sense that when people say that JavaScript is unsafe, it's because you might run into situations where you don't even know that you're passing some sort of variable with not the correct type. And in TypeScript, you will have to know, because if you're doing that, it will fail your app, meaning that you will have to find that. That's why TypeScript on the long run is amazing. Trust me, I'm telling you now, although you're adding a little bit more code by doing something like this, it will decrease development time by a lot. Trust me. That will honestly change your life in your React experience. So what can we do more with TypeScript? Because it's not just props, right? There must be more stuff. So I'm going to show you guys some stuff that you can do with TypeScript. So from now on in the tutorial, it will be more of different small things you can do with TypeScript inside of React. Okay, so the first thing I want to show you guys is very simple. How do we define states that have types, right? Because when we define a state, if I were to create a state here, which, for example, was representing a person's name, I would just create a state called name, a function called setName, and then pass an empty string. And this previously was the way to indicate us that this was a string, right? But this is not enough, because you have to specify, and I recommend you specifying, although it says over here that it is a string because we passed the empty string, and if we don't, it will say undefined. We have to specify. And if you want to specify the type of your state, all you have to do is, before the parentheses, you just put this little signs over here, and you just write the type inside of here. So it is a string, so we just put a string. If we wanted to put a number, you'll see it will fail because the initial type is not a number. So we put a string, and that's how you define a state using TypeScript. Now, what if you want to pass in a country over here? This is just an example, but what if you want to display a country? Obviously, it is failing. And the country, when I say this, is just, since this component is a person, imagine that this is a situation where you want to display the country which this person is born, right? I would say props.country, and then we would have to define the country over here, right? And we could probably say it's a string, and then just come over here and pass in. Oh, also, since we made country a new part of the props and we're not passing it, it will fail. This is actually important. It will fail because we're not passing country. But this is because we're technically saying to TypeScript that country is a required thing inside of props. If we want to allow a person component to run without passing a country as a prop, we can make this optional by putting the question mark over here, and you'll see that the error message is gone. But in our case, we want to make it required. This is not actually what I wanted to explain now, but it is important as well. What I wanted to explain is, imagine I want to pass the country. I could pass it over here by saying, for example, this user is from Brazil, and it would work, right? If I came over here, it is now displaying that the country is Brazil. But what if you're in a situation where you only want to allow country to be 3 options? And what I mean by that is, imagine a situation where there's only 3 options you can choose out of countries, and a person can only be one of those 3 options. Obviously, in this case, I don't know how much sense that makes, because obviously a person can be from any country in the world, but there's a lot of situations where you might want to create some sort of thing that will represent a set amount of options and display it based on that. So what I'm talking about here is a situation where you might want to create what is known as an enum. So an enum is another thing in TypeScript, and if I wanted to create it, I would come over here and say enum, just like this. Give it a name. I'm going to say country, and then just put a curly brace just like an interface. Now an enum is a way for you to create some sort of type that can only be a few other options. So you can define how many options this type will represent. So what do I mean by that? Well, a country, imagine a person can only be from Brazil, Canada, or France. Then I can define this enum called country to be either Brazil, and we define that Brazil means Brazil like this with a string. So the string that we passed over here on our app.tsx, this one over here, is now being one of the options, as you can see. Then we can specify that it can either be from Canada, and we can do the same thing, Canada, or from France, and we can pass France. Now, although it does look like an interface a little bit because of the whole enum, the whole structure over here, you can see that an enum differs, especially because we're using equal signs, we're not using semicolons, we're using commas and stuff, and you can see the difference, right? But now what we're saying is we created this type called country, and we say that it can only be one of those three options. And we can specify now that a country in our props is of type country, which means that when we pass Brazil, it won't work because Brazil is just a string. When we have an enum as a type, the way we pass it is by first exporting this so we can have access to it in the other file, and basically coming over here and importing from that file the country enum, just like this. And down here, instead of passing Brazil, I can pass an enum type country dot Brazil. So you can see we have all the different options. So it's almost like creating an object and just specifying which option you want, right? This is an object doing that. It's a replacement for an enum. Right now, we specify which one we want, and there's only three options. So this is great. It's great to condense what kind of options you can pass. I can choose France, and you'll see that if I come over here, the string will say France because that's what we defined the France part of the enum to represent. So an enum is really useful. I use it a lot in TypeScript. It might not be that useful in the beginning, but I do think we will run into situations where we're using enums. So I thought it was important to explain. So now that we know what an enum is, I feel like that's all we should learn in the beginning. I would recommend practicing, maybe creating functions like, I don't know, just a random function and testing, like defining variables, defining function types. Oh, I forgot to mention that if you want to create a function, for example, get age. I'm just making this example, right? It's a function that takes in the name of a person and returns their age. Obviously, in this case, I'm not gonna do any logic, but you can see it gets a name and it returns an age, right? Or a number in this case. If you want to specify the types in this thing, there's two types you want to specify. There's the type of the argument, which is name, and to do that, you would have to just do it like this, like I taught you guys. And to define what is going to be returned from this function, you can put it over here and say that it will return a number, and now the function is returning a number. And it will fail if I try to return a string because it is not a number. So this is a thing that I forgot to mention as well, but it might be useful in some cases. So the exercise for this video is just play around with this. Maybe create more components, create more interfaces. Maybe in this list of friends, this actually could be a really good exercise. In this list of friends, set like each friend to be of this type as well, of props. Call this props, just like this. Because I know it looks like it's an infinite loop because we're calling props inside of props, but we're not calling, we're just saying that each friend a person can have will also be a person, and props is defining a person, right? So maybe try to play around with that, see how it looks, and I feel like you will be getting used to TypeScript really quickly. I feel like TypeScript is something that isn't that hard to learn, but I feel like it's scary in the beginning, but it's definitely something that you'll get used to. as we go along in the series. Remember, from now on, this whole course will be used in TypeScript. Okay, everyone. So to start out this tutorial, I have this very simple example over here. It's just a simple application with routes. We have 3 pages: the home page, the login page, which just has a button and an input, and the contact page, which just has this. Basically, all I want to do is I want to have some sort of state that will be distributed between all of the different routes, meaning all the different components inside of our application. This state will be like a username. It's just a simple example, right? It's a username that the user types over here. And when they click submit login, then it will update as well and be displayed on the other components without passing down props or anything, just using Redux Toolkit. It's a very simple example, but I believe it's enough to teach Redux Toolkit because it is way easier than normal Redux and it's very simple to understand as well. So in order to start, we need to install a couple packages in our application. So I'm going to open this up over here, and I want to show you guys that the 2 packages that we need to install are at ReactJS/Toolkit and the React Redux library. So this one, the first one, obviously is the Redux Toolkit library, and React Redux is necessary because Redux Toolkit uses it. So just press enter and it will start installing. I already have it installed inside of my application, but I'm going to clear this over here and we can start creating our application. So the first thing we need is what is known as a store. So what exactly is a store? If you've worked with the context API in the past, which if you're watching the course, I do have a video in this course early on where we do this, you know that what we usually do is we create a context, then we create a provider with a context and wrap it around all of the components that we want to have access to the states inside of that context. And then we pass an object inside of the provider called value. And inside of that object, we then pass all of the different states and functions that we want to have access to in all of the components, right? It's very simple, and Redux Toolkit is very similar as well. So, but the difference is, instead of having a value, we have what is known as a store. And a store is just a place where you're going to group all of your different global states inside of your application. And in order to create one, we're going to create a file inside of our app called store.ts. Now, I want to preface by saying that you might see all of our files are all in TypeScript. However, this tutorial will be fully in JavaScript, and at the end, I'll make all of the modifications to make it work with TypeScript as well, so that it is compatible for those using JavaScript and those using TypeScript. So now that we have our store.ts over here, we need to start configuring our store. So in order to configure our store, we need to import something from the Redux Toolkit library. We just say at Redux Toolkit, and we need to import the configure store function. So by the name, you might expect that it will create a store. So we're going to say const store is equal to configure store. And we also want to have access to this variable outside of this file. So we're going to say export const store. Now, there's a lot of configuration we need to pass inside of here. That's why it has some red squiggly line. I'm just going to put an object for now, and I'm not going to put anything inside of it. But what this will take is what is known as a reducer. Now, what is a reducer? A reducer is just a function that takes in 2 arguments. It takes in an action and it takes in the previous state of the application. And then based on those 2 things, it will return a new state. So it's basically a function that will describe how our states interact with each other. And it's going to be really important later on, but for now, we are not going to create a reducer. So we can just let this be like just an empty object just like this, and it should all be fine. So now that we have created our store, we're going to come to our app.tsx, and we're going to import over here something from React Redux. So what we're going to import is what is known as a provider. Now the name provider, like you might expect, is very similar to the context provider from the context API. It is a component that we use to wrap around all of the different components that we want to have access to the states. So the idea of global states means that different components will have access to the same states, right? So a provider will just specify which components will have access to those states. And when I say a state, don't think of useState, for example, because with Redux, we're not going to be using useState for that kind of situation. We're going to be using what Redux provides to us. So I'm going to grab this provider over here, and I'm going to specify which components we want to wrap this around. So the ones we want is the 3 routes over here, because they have the 3 components that we want to have access to the states. So I'm just going to put over here, wrap all of them around with the provider. And then when we have our provider, we just specify the store that will contain all of the states. So I'm going to say store is equal to store. But obviously we haven't imported this yet. So I'm just going to import the store variable from our store.ts file. And it should be working. It's obviously given us an error because we haven't added our reducer yet. But at least for now, it should all be fine. Now we need to create the reducers that are going to exist inside of this store. So I'm going to create them inside of this file, but if you want in a real project, you can actually create them in different files as well. Create a folder for them and create a simple file for each of them just for organization. But for here, I'm just going to create all of them inside of the same file. So a reducer, like I said, is just a function, and it will come from what is known as a slice. And a slice is almost a way for Redux Toolkit to automatically generate all the different parts of our reducers. So it makes it very easy for us to write Redux compared to using just normal Redux. So that's why Redux Toolkit is very advisable, because it becomes really simple when we're using something like a slice. Now, if all of this is confusing right now, don't worry. It will become a lot clearer when we start writing the code for it. So we can create everything by just coming over here at the top and importing from, actually, I'm just going to import directly from ReactJS Toolkit, the create slice function, just like this. Now we're going to create our slice, and what I want is, in our example over here, we want to be able to log in, right? Because we have this username thing over here, which is a button. And when we click on this, we want to be able to log in. I'm also going to add another button, which is going to be for logging out, just to increase like the complexity about a little bit of this project. Let's just think about it this way. If you write your username in this input and click on login, it will update the state to have your username. But if you click on logout, it will clear out that state and make it empty. So that's just the 2 functionalities that we're going to have in this app. So over here, we're going to create our slice by creating a variable called something slice. In our case, this is information about a user, so we can call it the user slice, just like this. And then we're going to set it equal to the create slice function. And the create slice function takes in an object that specifies how that slice looks like. So the first thing is the name of the slice. And think of this as almost like the variable or the name of a state in normal React. It's just something that will help us identify the information about this slice. So we're going to call it user for now, right? Then we're going to give an initial state. And in the initial state, what we want to put is an object. This object will have one thing, which is a value. And inside of here is where we specify how this user slice will look like. It can be a number, it can be a string, it can be whatever you want, right? In our case, it is a string. It's just like the username, right? But if we just put a username just like this, for example, Pedro as the initial state, I don't like that, because we're not specifying in the, like when we call this, that this should be called the username. So what we can do is we can actually set this as an object and just call this username and set it equal to Pedro. Or actually, since it's the initial state, we'll just make the username be an empty string initially, but we're just setting it as the initial value, just like how we specify initial value for a state. Then we're going to come down here and we're going to define our reducers functions. So like I said, these are functions that are going to contain, they're going to take in as arguments a state and an action. And the state meaning the previous state of this application, and the action will be something we get to modify that state, and it's going to return the new value of the state. So what we do over here is we're going to create 2 functions that are going to be used to modify the value of the username, right? So the two functions that we're going to create, one will be called login. So why is it going to be called login? Because differently from a normal useState, we're not going to mutate it on the components that we call. We're gonna, for example, if I came to this component over here, the login, I'm not gonna mutate that value of the username right over here. I'm gonna create a function that will mutate that value inside of our slice, and then I'm just gonna call that function inside of our login component. So that's one of the main differences. And this login function, since it is a reducer, it will take in two things, a state and an action, and it will return an object, just like this. Now, I said that this state thing over here will be equal to the previous state, meaning that initially this will be equal to this thing over here with an empty string. But after we modify it and we call this function again, whatever we modified this to will be equal to the state. And an action is just a placeholder for where we can send information from over here, for example, to modify it inside of this function. So for example, if we write on this input over here the name PedroTech and we call the login reducer, we're going to pass as an argument the value of PedroTech, and that will come and represent the action object over here. So what we're going to do is inside of here, we're just going to say that when we call the login function, we're going to set the state dot value, which is this object over here, equal to the action dot payload. Now, action will take in a payload, which will be the data that we're going to pass here, right? Just like I said. So all we're doing is we're just setting the new value of the state to be equal to whatever we pass over here, which is amazing. Now, the logout function will be a little bit more simple because we actually don't need any action, right? Because all we're doing with the logout is we're just basically emptying it out, right? We're just setting it to an empty string. So all we can do over here is just say that the state.value will be equal to the initial state, right? Which is this thing over here. Now, since we're reusing this twice, we can actually create a variable called initial state, just like this, and just use it twice just to make it simple, just like this, and then use it over here. So all we're doing is we're clearing out whatever username we created before. And it's giving us a red squiggly line because it says that property username is missing this. Oh, it's because we actually created the value over here. So what we can say is we can just set state equal to the initial state because it already has the value in the object. So what we have here is the two reducers that we're going to use in our application. And if it's still confusing for you, don't worry, because at the end, I'll give a recap of everything, since I understand it's a lot to learn, but it's easy when you start practicing. And for now, let's just continue doing this so that I can integrate it inside of our components. So what we want to do now is we have this user slice. So where are we able to access this login and this logout function? Well, down here, what we can do is we can export the two functions by creating a constant and setting it equal to the user slice dot actions. So when we say actions, we're getting over here an object, which is going to contain both of these functions. So we can basically just destructure them from that object by grabbing the login and the logout function. And what we're doing is we're just exporting them automatically, which is great. And now, finally, since we created our user slice, what we can do is we can come over here, create the reducers, like passing the reducer, and we can just pass in the user reducer and specify that that reducer is equal to the user slice dot reducer. So I know the syntax is a little bit weird, but the slice will contain a reducer, and that's what we're specifying in our store. And you see that automatically we don't have an error anymore. But does it work? Well, we still have a little bit of work to do. So first of all, we're going to come to the login page, and we want to put the functionality of grabbing whatever the user has in this input over here, just so that we can then submit it and change the username information. So in order to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to come over here, and surprisingly, we're going to use the useState hook to grab that information. So just because you're using Redux, it doesn't mean you don't have to use the useState hook. Sometimes for stuff like this, you will want to use it. I would say mainly put your global states inside of your Redux store, but minor stuff like this can be put into a useState hook. So I'm going to create this state for the new username. I'm going to call it new username and set new username. And we're going to set this equal to useState, and it will be a string. Then we're going to come to our input over here, and we're going to say on change. And whenever there's a change, we're just going to set the new username to be equal to whatever the event.target.value, just like this. Then we now have access to the new username that the user is typing on the input. So what we want to do is we want to use that to submit to our store whenever we click on the button. So how exactly would we do that? Well, we need to call this login and login function and also the logout later on. So how are we going to import this? Well, we're going to come over here and we're just going to say import from the store file. So 2 dots store. And we're going to import the two functions that we need for this file, login and logout. Then we need to import something from React Redux. This thing is used everywhere in Redux, not only Redux Toolkit, but it is called the useDispatch hook. We're going to import from React Redux just like this. And this hook is meant to dispatch any action or any one of these functions that we have in our store. So all you do is you come over here. It's pretty simple. You come over here, you just say const dispatch, and you set it equal to useDispatch. Now you use this function dispatch over here whenever you want to call one of these functions over here. So for example, on the submit login, I can say whenever you click on this button, you want to dispatch the login functionality, and inside of this login functionality we can specify the payload that is going to be used over here. So the payload will be an object with a username field, and the username field in this case will be equal to the new username that the user typed in our input. So what we're saying over here is we're logging the user in, so we're changing the username and setting it equal to the username that the user typed in the input. Then we can check this out to see if it's working, right? We'll come over here, we'll type a name. Oh, actually, we're not even displaying that information anywhere. So let me just show you guys how we can even display this. So I'm just gonna actually display it here and in other files as well. But if you want to grab the state of one of your slices, all you have to do is use another hook, which is called the useSelector hook. So useDispatch is for modifying states and useSelector is for getting states. So the useSelector, it's simple as well. All you do is, for example, let's picture I want to grab the username, right? So I'll say username is equal to useSelector. Then this will have a function inside of here, and we'll basically write state, just like this. And the function just specifies which information we want to get. So state will include all of the different reducers that you put inside of your store. So we only have one, so we're going to say state.user. So state.user. And then we need to specify what we want from this reducer. And we want the value, right? Because value includes the username object. So we're going to say user.value. Now, if we want to get the username from that, we can even say .username, and it should work as well. It's saying unknown, but this is a Typescript error, which I can actually, for now, specify this as by saying any over here, and it will work. If you're using JavaScript, you don't have to do this. I'll also fix this later on. Like I said, I'll write all the TypeScript later on. But for now, let's just put this so it will work. And this username variable will now be representing this value over here. So we can display it by coming down here And somewhere in this page, I'll just remove this and display the username, which will obviously be empty in the beginning because it's an empty string. But if I write PedroTech over here and click on the button, it will dispatch the login functionality, send in the payload that we specified over here, and change the state, which means the useSelector will now have a different value, which will then display this. And what's amazing about this is because we can actually just use the useSelector anywhere in our application. I'll just copy this and go to another component, such as the home page, and access the value of that state without having to pass in props, which is the whole point of state management. I'll come over here. I'll just paste the same thing, and I'll just call I'll just say username over here as well. And you'll see that if I go to the home page, it will also say, it actually doesn't. Did I save this? Oh, I know what happened. So when as of right now, if I were to set a state like this, and I would go to the home page, it is refreshing the page, which obviously means it refreshes the states, which means it isn't displaying the state. So what I need to do is I need to add some navigation to my app, which I'm going to just do it really quickly over here. I'm just going to put a link, which is going to go to the home page, and I'll just say to and pass in the home link just like this. And I'm going to create one for the other two as well. So basically just like this, add one to the login and one to the contact, and say /login and /contact, just like this. It should work now. If I go over here and I submit a login, so I'm going to say PedroTech, submit it, and go to the home page. Now it's displaying the data over here, although we're not passing props, which means the useSelector is working. Now, if I want to add the logout functionality, it's pretty simple as well. I'll just come to the login component. I'll come to the logout button, and as you might expect, all I have to do is I just have to dispatch the logout function, and we don't even need to pass any payload, because if you look at the store, it doesn't require any actions, which means it doesn't require any payload. It just resets the state. And if I save this, come over here, write a new name, submit it, and try to log out, it doesn't work again. Let me just debug this and see what happened. Okay, I immediately recognize the error, and I'm gonna leave this in so that you also know how to debug and see that I don't do everything perfectly the first time. So when you're altering the value of a state, you have to alter the value. So what I said before of just altering the state directly like this doesn't work, because with Redux Toolkit, you need to mutate the state value. That's why we're not returning anything. We're just mutating it. So if we want to change the value of the state to be the initial state, instead of setting the state to be equal to the initial state, what we can do is just take the state.value and set it equal to the initial state.value. And this will work the same way. So I'm gonna come over here, set my username to PedroTech, click again, and it will log out, just like you see it over here. I can then set it again, and it will have access to it over here as well. That's the very basics of Redux Toolkit. Okay, everyone. So we're going to start off the tutorial by just opening up over here VS Code in a completely empty project. So we're going to start everything from scratch. And this project will all be created using TypeScript, so keep that in mind. But I feel like if you're not using TypeScript, you can also watch the course. It won't have that much impact. Just skip the parts where I'm adding TypeScript stuff. So to start this off, I have this folder that I opened the project in, and we want to start by running the command npx create react app. So create react app, and then we're going to put a dot to symbolize that we want to create it inside of this folder. Then we're going to put a -- template and TypeScript. So the -- template and TypeScript is just to create a TypeScript application with React. It will start generating everything, and we'll see our files start to appear in our left. I'm going to be back in a second when everything is installed. Okay, so as you can see, it just finished everything. So I'm going to close this for now. And we're going to start off by deleting some files that I'm not going to be using in this project. The first one is the test file. I'm going to add all the tests that we need at the end of the project. So I'm just going to delete this. I'm also going to delete the index.css, the logo, the report, rep vitals, and also the setup tests. So I'm just going to delete all of them right over here. And also I need to delete the imports that are made of those files. So I'm going to delete this, and delete this as well. Then come to our app.tsx, and I'm going to delete a bunch of this stuff. I'm going to delete the logo and all of this stuff over here, right? Also, I want to point out that I'm not going to be working with CSS. Now, this is not a CSS course, obviously. So whenever I'm going to add some CSS, it will be very minimal. And I'm going to edit without showing me writing the CSS. The reason for that is because this whole course is just for React. So I don't want to spend a lot of time writing CSS. Now, a lot of you guys might want to style this project. Go ahead, feel free to do so. It's totally up to you, but all of my styling will be done off camera if there is any styling, because most of the time I just won't care about the styling. So as you can see, we just deleted everything, and we will start running our project already by running npm start, just like this. Okay, so as you can see, it opened up over here our localhost 3000, which is where our project will be running. And I want to start off by installing some packages that I know for sure we're going to need. The first one is a package called ReactJS. There's a video in this course about this. It obviously will help us define our routes in our application. And at least for now, I believe that's all we're going to install. So I'm just going to put npm install ReactJS, and we'll start setting up the routes in our project. So what do we want in our project? Well, first of all, we want to have a couple pages, right? We want to have a page for logging in or signing up. It will be the same page. We will probably just call it login. We also want our main page, which will display all the different posts that you write. And when I say posts, I basically mean something like Facebook, right? We can customize this however we want, but it can be something like this, where you have a little square being displayed over here, where there will be the username of the user that posted that, also maybe a text, like a description of the post. Maybe we can add images later on, but for now we'll just keep it like that. And probably a title as well, something like that. If I want to overcomplicate this, we can also put likes, where users are able to like each other posts, that kind of stuff. But I will decide later on if I find it valuable enough to add it to this course. But this is kind of the idea of what we want. So for now, we're just going to create two routes in our application. One for logging in and one for the main route. So this route over here. So we're going to come over here at the top. We're going to say import from ReactJS. And what we're going to import is what we always import when we set up a React router application. We're going to first say browser router and change its name to just router. Then we're going to import a route, the routes component, and also, actually, I'll keep the link out of this. I'll make a different component just for links. So we have these three components over here that, as you might recall, are extremely important for our app. Because in order to set up our routes, we'll come inside of our app div, and I'm going to define the router first. Then this will just tell us that all of our routes will exist inside of here, meaning that everything related to React DOM will have to exist inside of this router component over here. Then I'm going to define the routes that we're going to have. So like I said, we can put the components inside of router that uses React DOM functionality, but are not actual routes. They're just components that are part of this. But the actual routes we define inside of the routes component. So if we want to define the route for the main page, we just put route over here. We put its path, which will be empty slash like this because it's the main page. And then we give it an element. An element is just a component that will be rendered if we decide to go to this route. So what I want to do already is I want to create a folder in our source folder called pages. And this component will serve, or this folder will serve to contain all the different pages in our application. So if we want to create a page for our main page, we can come over here and just create a file called main page, just like this. And since it is a component, we need to put .tsx. But also, Since this is already a page, you might imply that it's a page because it's inside of the pages folder. I will remove this page over here and just call this main.tsx, just like this. And it is a component, so we're gonna create its component by saying export const main, and then set it equal to a function, right? Because a component is just a function that returns some JSX. So I'm gonna put over here some JSX that will just say something like home page, right? Or main page, whatever you decide. Then I also said that we also need to put it inside of the element. So we're gonna import over here at the top this component that we just created. So we're gonna say pages/main, and we're gonna import the main component. And we're just gonna put it right over here, just like this. Now, this has to be rendered as a component, so we have to put it within the tags and self-closes as well. So now we have our only route, which is the main route. If we try to go somewhere else, it will just not show anything unless we are in the main route, which will display the correct component. The other component, or the other route that we want to create, is the login route. So I'm going to create over here a path called login, and we're going to create another file. I'm just going to duplicate this file just because I don't want to rewrite everything, and just change this to login.tsx, just like this. Also change the component name to the login component. And for now, let's just change this to the login page, just like this. We're going to save all of them, and we're going to import the login component over here by changing this to login, and also changing this to login as well. And finally, to make this work, we'll just put the login as the component that is going to be rendered when you go to the login route. We're going to open up our Google Chrome and test it out to see if it's working. We'll go to the login over here. And yeah, of course, it says the login page if we're here. But if we go back to the main page, it will say the home page, right? Or the main page, whatever. Now, it's kind of annoying to keep having to change the location by putting slashes over here. I want to have an easy way to do this. So we're going to create a simple navbar over here that is going to facilitate everything for us. Now, a navbar is going to be a different component, but we don't, since it's not a page, we're not going to put it inside of the pages folder. In order to organize our project better, whenever we have components that are not part of any of these pages over here, or also not part of any of these components over here, we'll just create a separate folder called components and put all of them inside of here. So the first component that I want to create is the navbar. So we're just going to say navbar.tsx, just like this. Then I'm going to copy the way that we create components from the login and put it over here and change this to navbar. And navbar will be a little bit different than the other ones. So over here, we want to put a div, of course, but inside of it, we want to put a couple links linking to the different pages in our website. Now, in order to create a link using React DOM, we don't use the normal A tag that people are used to in HTML. We use something called a link, which is a component from React DOM, and it's really easy to use. All you have to do is you just come over here, you call the link component, you give it a text like a label. So initially, let's just create a link to the home page or the main page, and I'll put home over here. Now I have to say where this link will link to by adding the to prop over here. And since we're going to the home page, we'll just put an empty slash to link to that page. Now we can create another one for the login because it's the other page we have for now. So we're just going to change everything to match the login component as well. Now, it's not visible yet because we haven't actually told React to display that component. So in order to do that, we're going to come to our app.tsx and we're going to import the navbar over here at the top. So import ./component/navbar, and we want to import the navbar component. Now, where are we going to put this? Well, first of all, we can put it over here. We can't. The reason why we can't put it over here is because inside of this component, it is using the link component, which comes from React DOM. And you'll see that it will basically not show anything. Well, it's breaking because, like I mentioned, the whole purpose of this router component over here is it defines which components or where in your app you have access to React or DOM functionality. And since navbar is outside of it, it won't work. But we also can't put it inside of the routes because we can't put it over here because navbar is not a route. Instead of routes, you should only have the routes component, right? So where we put it is in between the router and the routes because that's where it should be. And you can see now that we have this little navbar that no matter which page we're in, we have access to it, and that's important. But also, when I click on the different links, it will navigate me to the different routes in our app. As you can see, it's changing the URL over there. So this is really cool. We just created some simple routes, and at least for now, that's enough. So what I want to do now is I want to start creating my login page and all of its functionalities. So there's a lot of different ways to log in an application or create an account in an application. I want to show you guys a cool one, which is my favorite way because it requires almost no type of like password system, like basically nothing like that, which is being able to sign up with a Google account. Now that's really cool because a lot of websites use this. It's very easy. You just let Google handle all of your authentication, all of your login, everything, and you just include it in your application. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, Firebase makes that very easy for us. So this is the part where we start integrating Firebase into our project. I have Firebase over here opened. So in order to do that, you just go to firebase.google.com, and I want to give you guys a brief overview of what Firebase is. So Firebase is basically a service created by Google, which facilitates a lot of stuff. One of the things that it makes it easier for you is creating a backend for your front-end application. So backend is a whole concept that requires a lot of work to learn. And if you're planning on just becoming a front-end engineer, which I guess a lot of people here might be, or a lot of people might just be wanting to learn React and not wanting to learn a backend, this can be a good thing because it makes it very easy for you to write a backend that exists in your front end, if that makes any sense. So in our case over here, we're going to be using it because we don't want to include backend stuff in this course, and Firebase will allow us to do that. So it includes everything. It includes authentication systems. It includes a database. It includes everything that we might want to use. So we were going to use this in this project. So we come here to firebase.google.com. It is completely free. And you log in with your account. You see I'm already logged in with a random account that I have. Then I'm going to go to console by clicking on this button. And you're going to click on add project. So when you add a project, you have to set up a project name. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to call this React course. This is just my project name, but obviously give it whatever name you want. And then you see over here, it has this little thing over here that you have to click. When you click on it, you click on continue, and it will ask if we need any Google Analytics. I'm not going to enable it, and I'm going to click create project. But if you want to enable it, go ahead, no worries, but I'm going to click on create project. We have to wait for it to create, so I'm going to be back in a second when it's done. Okay, so as you can see, it says your new project is ready. So I'm going to click on continue, and it will open up our actual console for this project. Now, this is where it starts to get fun. It has a lot of stuff included over here, but what we really need is this thing over here because you can use Firebase for any kind of app. So you can use it for iOS apps, Android apps, Unity games, whatever you want, but we want it for web. So we're going to click on this and we want to register our web app. Again, I'm going to call this React course, but again, give it a nickname, whatever name for your project you want. And if you want to set up hosting, so if you want to deploy using Firebase, you can click this, but you can set it up later if you want to as well. I'm not going to click that. At the end of this course, actually I will teach you guys how to deploy this. I just realized that would be a good thing to add it to this course. So I'm going to do that. But for now, we'll just click on register app, and it will start registering our application. Okay, so it finished registering, and we have all of these instructions over here that we have to follow. Now, it's very self-explanatory. Actually, it's really simple. All you have to do is you go to your Visual Studio Code, which is your app. You open up your terminal. You just go over here and write npm install, and you install the Firebase library. just like this. Press enter and it will start installing. Then I want to create a file over here. Actually, I'm going to create a folder in our source. It's going to be called the config folder. Now config, in any project, if you have any configuration files, you would add it over here. So if you're connecting to any service, any API, any stuff like that, you might want to create a file and add it to this folder. This is mainly for organization purposes. In our case, we are going to create a file because Firebase requires some configuration. So I'm just going to create this file called firebase.ts. It's not tsx because it's not a component. And then inside of here, we're going to come to Google Chrome and just copy all of this that is inside of this box over here and just paste it directly inside of this file. So as you can see, it says cannot find module. Did it not install? Oh, it's still installing. But as you can see, wait for Firebase to be installed before doing this. I'll just wait a bit and come back in a second when this is done. Okay, as you can see, it finished installing. So the error is gone. And one thing I want to point out is I'm showing all of you guys this, but it's like it doesn't matter because this is like for my project. In your case, it will be completely different. I wouldn't give this information to other people. This is the actual information that connects your project to your code. So I would keep this secret and not show it to everyone. I wouldn't publish this on GitHub, right? So over here, we have this very simple configuration. It imports this function from Firebase called initialize app. And as you can see, all you have to do to connect to Firebase, when I say that, I mean connect to the project you created over here in the website, is you just call the initialize app, pass over your config, and you have this variable called app, which can be used to execute stuff related to this app. So the first thing that we want to do with this app is we want to set up authentication inside of our project. So like I said, I want to be able to authenticate using or log in using Google. And that's very easy using Firebase because all you have to do is go to authentication over here and it has a lot of different options, right? I'm going to click on get started and see where this will bring me. As you can see, it comes to this page over here and there are a lot of different sign-in methods that Firebase allows you to use. One that is really cool is the phone one, which is you just put your phone, it will send you a text message and help you authenticate using that. But they also have like a bunch of other options as well. And some maybe some require some other configurations as well. The one that we want is the Google one, this one over here. So you're going to click on that, then click on enable. Then you just have to choose an email to support that. So I'm choosing a random email that I have. And then you're going to click on save. And this is how you connect to Google Authentication. Now, we're going to, while this is saving, okay, we just enabled Google, as you can see. It says that in our project now, it allows a Google Authentication as a provider. But what we have to do now is we have to come to our code. We have to import from Firebase, just like this, import. But instead of importing from Firebase/app, we're going to import from Firebase/auth. Then we're going to come over here and import the getAuth function. And also we're going to import something called the Google Auth provider. So the getAuth function is used to tell Firebase that we're going to have authentication in our project. And we do that by just creating a constant called auth and setting it equal to getAuth. And then passing in the app that we initialized over here inside of this function. But the Google Auth provider is because, like I showed you guys, there are a lot of different ways to authenticate using Firebase. And one of them is using Google. So we're going to have to use this provider by creating a variable called provider and passing a new Google Auth provider just like this. So we're exporting all of this because we might want to have access to it somewhere down the line. But for now, this should be fine. Then what we want to do is come to our login page over here, this one over here, and we're going to start adding the stuff in order to make we be able to log in with Google. And one of the things I want to add is a little p tag over here, which will say something like sign in with Google, like sign in with Google to continue, just like this. And if we come down here to our Google Chrome and go to our app, it is giving us an error, but I think if we just, it's that kind of error that we just have to restart the app in order to fix it. I'm gonna restart it and run it again, and you'll see that it will be fixed now. But in our login page, you see it says sign in with Google to continue. Then what I wanna do is I wanna come to Visual Studio Code, and I wanna add the button that will be used to sign with Google. So I'm gonna create this button and say sign in with Google. You can see we just created the button, and we'll come over here, and now we have the button in our screen. So in order to click on this button and go through the process of signing in with Google, all we have to do is we have to first import some stuff from the file that we created, our config file, the firebase.ts file. So I'm going to say import from /, I need to go back twice actually, /config/firebase. And I want to import both the auth variable and the provider that we created. Then I want to import some stuff from Firebase. So I'm going to say Firebase/auth. And what I want to import is a method that will allow us to sign in. And there's a bunch of methods, as you can see over here. So with Google, usually what I like to do is I like to click on the button and then appear a little pop-up, which will allow us to log in with our Google account. And then when we log in, it will close the pop-up and sign us into our app. So we're going to use this function called sign in with pop-up, but there's a bunch of other sign-ins, as you can see over here as well. But sign in with pop-up is the one that we want to use in this application. Then I also want to come down here at the bottom and create a function called something like sign in with Google. And this function will be called whenever we click on the button. So I'm going to say button on click and just pass in over here the sign in with Google function, just like this. Now we'll come to our sign in with Google function and we'll call the sign in with pop-up function that we imported from Firebase. This function will take in two things, an auth and a provider, which is the two things that we created back in our Firebase file. Then it will return a promise. So there's two ways to handle this. We can either use a .then method, or we can use async await. I'm going to be using async await because I find it to be better. I like it more. So to use async await, we have to call make this function be async, just like this. Then we're going to come over here and we're going to say that we want to create a variable called the result and await for the response of this function. So basically what we're trying is we're going to sign in with pop-up. It will pop up, it will show the pop-up for the user. The user will log in with their information, their Google information, and that information will then be sent back to this variable over here. To test it out, we can just console log the result and see what happens. So let's try this out. We'll come over here. We'll open our console. So now if I click on the sign in with Google button, it will show up all of the Google accounts that we might want to sign in with. I'm going to choose this one here at the bottom. I'm not showing all of my Google accounts so you don't see them. And this is a random one that I created. Obviously, it doesn't even have my name. And when you click on it to log in, it will authenticate and console log the results that we get back. This will include a bunch of information, including information about the user, right? This includes a token related to their authentication, their name, their email, if the email is verified, even metadata about their pictures, that kind of stuff. It's really cool. Their phone number, if they put it for Google, a bunch of information about the user. So you can use all of that in your favor because this is how we're going to be creating accounts in our project. So we see that we're now able to authenticate with Google. So what do we do now? Well, a simple thing that I want to do is when you log in, I want to, first of all, redirect you back to the homepage because you're now going to be seeing the homepage with all the different posts, but also include over here in the navbar a little, your username and your profile picture, just to identify that you've logged in. So let's do that. First of all, we want to be able to be redirected towards our the home page. So how do we do that? Well, it's pretty simple. We're going to be using a function from React called navigate. But to use that function, we have to import this thing called useNavigate. The useNavigate is just a hook that will allow us to create this function called navigate when we're going to set it equal to useNavigate. And whenever we call this function, just like this, and whatever we put inside of this function is the URL or the route that we're going to be redirected to. So now you'll see that if I come over here and I go to the login page, try to sign in with Google, and then go to my account, I'll be automatically redirected back to the home page. We're not in the login page anymore, as you can see, which is really cool. But not only that, I now want to, in any case or any scenario, inside of our navbar, display the username of the user logged in. How exactly are we going to do that? Well, this auth variable that we created over here, it contains all the information of the user that just logged in, which is amazing because it means that no matter where in our app, if we come over here and we import the auth variable from the file that we created, so I'm going to go to config/Firebase and I import that auth variable, we're going to be able to access the information about the user. So a way to do that is by coming over here, right after all of the links, I want to create a div, which is going to display the information about the user logged in. And first, I'm going to put their username. So their username, we can access it by saying auth dot, and then saying current user dot display name. And this way, we can get the display name of the current user. As you can see, I logged in with an account, a Google account, which has a name called Ted Mosby for some reason. But you can see that's the name being displayed. And if we want to display their profile picture, we can even put a little image tag over here by taking use of the auth.currentUser.photo URL. So what we want to do is we want to come over here and give this a source, and the source will be the photo URL that we get back from the current user. So we're going to say current user.photo URL, just like this. Now you can see this gives us an error because maybe the user doesn't have a photo URL in their account, so Google will return it as null, meaning that a source can't be null. It can only be a string. So it's an error related to TypeScript. And what we can do is, if this ever returns null, we can just say that if this is not null, show this. But if it's null, then just show an empty string, just like this. And this will remove the error. Also, we want to set a width and a height. I'm just going to put 100 for each of them to make it just a square. And we can take a look over here and you'll see that now it also displays the image, right? But I want to point out something that might not work, because if I come over here and I try to log in again with a different account, but this time I try to log in with another account, you'll see that it will not automatically update stuff. See, if I obviously like save my code or anything like that, it might update, but it's not doing it instantly. And one way we can fix this is by using a really cool library which I've been using so far with Firebase, and it actually helped a lot make everything go really easily. I don't know if this library is that well known, but I honestly really like it. It is a library that allows us to use pre-made hooks to facilitate using Firebase. This library is called React Hooks Firebase. So, or React Firebase Hooks. Yeah, I think it's the second option. So what we want to do is we want to install the library right now. We're going to come over here to our terminal. We're going to say npm install, and then we're going to say React Firebase Hooks, just like this. Then we're going to press enter. It will start installing it. Then we're going to come over here to our, right over here to our navbar, and we're going to import something from the React Firebase Hooks library. And what we want to import is from the auth package inside of this library. So what we want to import from this is the useState hook just over here. It also has a lot of other hooks that we could have used so far. It adds a lot of stuff for us, but this one is the one that I want to use right now, because all I have to do is, whenever I want to have access to the current auth user, I can just call this hook like this, saying const equals to auth state, pass in our auth variable from our Firebase config, and then we can get a couple stuff. For example, we can get the current user information, also a loading state, and also any error that might occur. For simplicity reasons, we only need the user right now because that's the only thing that really matters for us as of right now, because we're in the nav board. Maybe we'll add that later on when we possibly create like a profile page or something like that. But for now, this should be fine. So we use this instead of this that we were using before. And now what happens is this hook will automatically update this user variable whenever you log in with a different account. Meaning that, as you can see right here, it already did it for us. If I try to log in again with my other account, you'll see it will do everything automatically and show the new information. And I think this looks really cool. Now, setting up everything it took a lot of time. That's why it looks like we haven't made a lot of progress, but we did. We set up a lot of the authentication. We set up a lot of the groundwork for this project, which took a long time. We set up Firebase, which is amazing. I believe we're gonna need 2 more episodes for this project, which is fine because I'm really excited for it to be done. But what I wanna do, just to sign off from this video, is adding some CSS to make this navbar look a little bit better. So I'll be back in a second when the CSS is done. Okay, everyone. So as you can see, I added some CSS. Some might say this looks ugly. I like to think that this looks amazing. But obviously, like I said, add the CSS however you want. If you want to check out the code, I'm just going to show you real quick. This is all I did. I just added this much of CSS into my project. I also added some class names, as you can see. I also added a div around the links. That's just one addition I made. But I kept all the logic the same because that's what I wanted. I decreased the width and the height of the image. And yeah, that's basically it. I decided to also add a sign out functionality right now, just because I wanted to add everything related to signing in and authentication in this video. So I'm going to really quickly do that because it is actually really quick to do. So in order to do something like that, I'm going to just add a button right over here, right next to the image. And this button will be our sign out button or log out. I'm actually going to call it log out, just like this. And what we want to do is we want to have this function, which is going to be used to log out. So we're going to say const, then we're going to say sign out, and we're going to set this equal to just a normal function. And we're going to import from the Firebase library. So we're going to say import from Firebase /auth, a function called sign out, just like this. Actually, I just realized they have the same name, so that's not good. So we're going to call this sign user out, something like this. And then use this function over here at the bottom by first making this function async, then just coming over here and just saying await sign out. Then we just pass the auth variable that we get from our Firebase config file, and that should be enough to log out the user. Let's test it out. I'm going to put the non-click for this button and call this sign user out function. Then the styling is ugly again, but because I just decided to do that. But if I click on this button, you should see that it doesn't sign out anymore, which is amazing. Also, I'm going to put I don't like this idea over here because it's showing the picture even when the user is not logged in. So one thing I can do about that is I can just say if, just like this, if not user. So I'm going to wrap all of this around and ask if not user, or actually if user, then I want to display all of this over here. If not, then I just don't want to display anything. It's giving us an error because it has 3 different tags, one next to each other, and no parent. So we have to add a fragment to be the parent of all of these tags. But all we're saying here is if the user variable from useAuthState exists, it's not null, then we want to display all of this. If not, don't even bother displaying because it won't show that little image. But as you can see, logging out worked perfectly. And if I want to log in again, I could just click here, click on my account, and it will automatically log in, which is amazing. Okay, everyone. So like I mentioned, we want to start setting up the database for our system, right? Our Firebase console. And in Firebase, we have this thing over here. If we go to our console and we go to project overview, we have a lot of stuff, right? If we click on the build thing over here, it shows every service that we can use. And one of them is the Firestore database. This is a very simple to use database that Firebase provides to us. And it's really simple to set up as well. In order to set it up, you just click on create database. Then we'll start just giving us a bunch of options. The first one is if we want to use it in production mode or in test mode. And I'll explain to you guys what the difference between them. So in production mode, by the name, you might know it's to be used in production, meaning that if you deploy this website, which we're going to do at the end, this is what you have to use because then anyone will be able to use it if they access the website. Test mode is quicker to set up, but it requires that after 30 days, you set it to production or else you'll lose access to it. So in our case, the one that we want is the production mode. Obviously, it doesn't matter. If we choose the production mode right now, I'll show you guys immediately how to set it up for production to work. But we'll choose this for the case of this course, and we'll click on next. Then it tells you to choose which Firestore location you want to choose. So what happens is your database is going to be hosted somewhere, right? Somewhere around the world. Depending on where you are right now, you should choose the region that is closest. And Firebase provides you with like a bunch of different options, as you can see. So choose the one that is closest to you. In my case, it would probably be something like North America West. I'm not seeing it there, so I'm just going to choose the North America Central one because it will have just a quicker connection to the database. Then I'm going to click Enable, and it will start creating our Firestore database. Okay, so now that it finished creating the database, we have this thing over here, which we are able to create what is known as collections. So Firebase, Firestore in this case, is a document-based database. So it's no SQL. So what we do is whenever we want to create a new table, or what is known as a table in a MySQL or SQL database, it is called a collection in this case, right? Similar to MongoDB for those who are used to it. So in our case, we're gonna have this little app over here, right, where you're able to log in with your accounts and create posts. So the first actual table that we want is the one for the posts that we're gonna create. Now, why aren't we creating a table or a collection for users? Because that is already handled in our authentication part, right? So all we have to do is start a collection and give it an ID. So an ID would be, as you can see over here, something like users, posts, comments, likes, whatever we want. In our case, we're going to write over here posts because it's a post that we are creating, right? Then I'm going to click next, and it will ask for us to kind of define the initial structure of our table, right? So we're just adding the first document to this collection. Document is just an entry, similar to just a normal entry inside of your table. So over here, we're just defining a first one. It doesn't whenever we add a new one, we won't do it this way. We're going to do it automatically using inputs. But in Firebase, we need to just define our first one. So we're going to click on Auto ID to give it random ID for our entry. Then we're going to add some fields to it. So let's think about what we want in our posts. Well, first of all, I think I want a title, right? A title for each post, similar to Facebook, or actually not similar to Facebook, but in this case, if you want to put a title to your post, you add it. And it will be of type string, right? You can see all the different types that you can specify. In our case, it will be a string. And we're going to create a fake entry. So let's just create a title. For example, what if you're a user creating a post that would say something like, it will be like breaking news. So I'm going to put over here breaking news as the title. Now let's add another field. We're going to add a field for probably the actual post. So let's say description, right? The description of the post or whatever you're posting. And it's also going to be a string. Just for simplicity reasons, I'll just say new meteor shower coming. I'm just creating a random example it doesn't matter. Then we probably want to have the user, right? So we want to grab the ID of the user or the username. So we're going to keep both of them just for simplicity reasons. We're going to have a username field over here. In our case, let's just create a just random user called PedroTech. It will be of type string. And then probably an ID for the user who is being created. And we'll just auto write anything over here because we're not going to use this field. It's just we're defining the structure. And when we click save, you'll see that now we have a collection called posts with a single document with this ID, and the document looks like this. It looks like an object, right? And each type, each field has its own example. Now, obviously, we're not going to use this, but I'll just keep it here for now, just for example purposes. But we just created our first collection in our Firestore database. So what we want to do now is we want to integrate that inside of our code. So what I want to do is I'm going to click over here and login, and I want to sign in with Google, and we're going to choose this one over here. So I'm going to click on the account. It's going to log in. Keep in mind that sometimes the image doesn't load for some reason with Firebase. It's happening to me sometimes, but it just starts working after a while. If that's happening, don't worry. It's usually, I believe, because your project is kind of dormant. But if you publish it, then it wouldn't happen. But that's just my guess. So over here, we just logged in with our account, right? So when I log in, I want to see the option of having a little thing over here, a little link in our navbar for a create post page. So it's a page for you to create a post. So what I'm going to do is over here in our navbar, I'm going to add another link. So I'm just going to copy this. Probably I'm going to put it like right next to the login. Yeah, right next to the login. And what I want to do is after you log in, you don't want to see the login link, but you do want to see the new create post link. So I'm going to change this to create post, just like this. I'm also going to change this to a new route called create post. Obviously, we haven't created it yet, but we're going to create it in a second. And I want to write that logic for only showing the correct one. So what we can do is we can come over here. We can open and close just like this. Then add a tag saying that if user is not logged in, so if not user, then I want to show the login link because you're not logged in. But if there is a user, then I want to show the create post link because you've logged in, meaning that you now can create a post. You'll see that this is exactly what happens. If I log out, it will now show the login button. And if I log in again and click on the button, you'll see that now that one disappears and the create post one appears. So what I want to do with this is, first of all, the thing doesn't exist yet, as you can see, but I want to create it. So we're going to come to our app.tsx, which is where we define our routes, and we're going to define a new route. We're going to put over here the create post route, and we're going to create a component called create post that doesn't exist yet. So we're going to come over here to our pages, and we're going to add a create post.tsx page. Now over here, it's going to be similar to all of the other pages we have, like code-wise. We're just going to export a create post component, just like this, save it. And then I'm going to change this for now to create post, just so we can differentiate them. And then I'm going to come over here and I'm going to import this create post component by command dot on top of this thing and click on add import. Or you can just manually write this as well. Then I'm going to save this, and you'll see that now that we're in the create post, the route is being displayed, which is amazing. So let's start creating this actual page. So over here in our create post component, and let's create over here a form, right? This is the form where we're going to write, have all the inputs for creating a new post and send it to our database. Now, what I actually want to do is I want to create a separate component that is going to include all of the logic for this form. The reason for that is because if you recall, if you're going to have a form or a bunch of inputs inside of your web app, you should probably validate it. And if you reference episode 11 of this course, you know that we're going to validate all of our forms using a React hook form and yup. two different libraries, which make our lives much better. So that's what we're going to do in this project as well, because we're just combining everything we've learned so far in this course and just showing you how to add all of them into a project. So what I want to do is I want to create a separate form component just to put it over here. So since we're going to create a component that is related to the create post page over here, but it's not going to be reusable in other components because this is a form that will only exist in this specific page or this specific component, what I like to do is I like to create a folder for not only the create post route, but also all of the files related to it. So now I'm introducing to you guys a little bit of structuring your project. So like how to structure correctly your project in React. There's no correct answer. I've said this a billion times, but this is just the way I do it and the way I learned from the companies I've worked so far. So I'm going to create a folder called create post and I'm going to put this inside of it, right? Then I need to update the imports. So in the app.tsx, you saw there was a little window appearing over here and I clicked yes to it, meaning that it will automatically change this thing over here to the correct path. I'm going to save it. The error will go away. Then over here inside of the create post, I'm going to create a file for the form. So I can call it something like form.tsx, and this would be the file that we're going to use. Then I'm going to export a component called create form. I'm going to call it this way because it will help us identify it if we ever have to create another form in our project. And that makes me wonder, I should probably change this to create form as well. So now that I have this component over here, I'm just going to import it over here inside of this component. So I'm going to say import from the /create form. I'm going to import the create form component and I'm just going to display it inside of here. So create form, just like this. Now, I have to basically just write the create form component on its own. It's giving us an error right now because we didn't put a return statement over here. And as we all know, in React, a component returns JSX. So now that we've done that, the error goes away. But it's amazing because I just now introduced you guys a little bit of folder structure, which is something I definitely wanted to include in this course. So now that we have this component created, let's start writing it over here. It's not going to return a div, it's actually going to return a form. And I want to point out that since I already have a whole video going over step by step on how to use the two libraries that I'm going to use to validate our forms, I'm not going to go into too much depth in this video. I'm just going to write it and tell you guys what I'm doing, but I'm not going to go into extreme details since I've already done this in this course. So like I did in that video, I'm going to install the two packages that we need. The first one is the hook form library, which is React hook form, just like this. Then I'm going to install yup, which is the validation library. And then to merge both of them, I'm going to install a library called hook form /resolvers, just like this. Then I'm going to press enter and it's going to start installing everything. Now that all of them were installed, what we want to do is we want to start importing the stuff that we need at the top. So I'm going to come over here real quick. I'm just going to say import from the React hook form library, and we're going to import the use form hook, just like this. Then we also need to import yup. So I'm going to say import all as yup from the yup library. And for now, let's just leave it like that. So let's build our form, right? Like I showed when we were creating our Firestore collection, we're going to have, at least right now, 3 fields that are manually added. We're going to have actually only 2 fields, the description and the title. So technically, for now we can do it this way. Yeah, technically, we're just going to need 2 inputs and a button inside of our form. Pretty simple. So we're going to create that right now by coming to our form and adding an input over here, just like this, an input. Then we're going to close this. And we're going to add a placeholder for this. This one will be the title. So I'm just going to add title, 3 dots, just to identify that this is the title for the users using our platform. Then what I need to do is I need to create the other input, which is similar to this one, but it will just say description, just like this. Now we're going to create our button, which we're going to be putting down here. And the button, Actually, it's not a button. Sorry about that. It's not a button. It's an input, right? It's an input of type submit. This is important because or else it won't work with the React Hook form library. So we're going to say submit, and you'll see that we have our little form appearing over here. Again, ignore any CSS. I'm going to add some CSS maybe at the end or midway through the video, but for now, let's just keep it this way. Then I'm going to come over here and I'm going to add the yup definition of our schema. So with yup, we can come over here and just create a variable called schema like we did before. Schema will be a yup object that will have a shape defined by the object that we define over here. So what exactly will be the shape? I'm going to zoom in a little bit just for now so you guys can see it better. But the shape will include two things: a title, just like this, which will be of type yup.string. So we're specifying that the title, whatever the user inputs, has to be a string. Also, we're going to make it required because we don't want you to be able to create a post without a title. So we're going to come over here and say that you have to have something typed in the input for it to work. So if it doesn't have anything required, so we're going to add a custom error message over here. We're going to say you must add a title. So if someone tries to try to submit this form without writing a title, this little error message will appear when we combine all of the stuff necessary for this form to work. Then we're going to come over here and add a description field. And it's going to be exactly the same as this, but we don't want this to be an input because it's a description, right? It can be a large post. Imagine those very large Facebook posts. So an input is very small, and we don't want to be continuously typing on this simple thing. We want to have an actual text area. So we're going to change this from input to text area, just like this, and you'll see that it will now change. It's a big text area that you can even resize if you want to. And then we want to come over here and if we want, we can actually define a minimum amount of characters added to our text area. I'm not going to do that, but if you want, you can do that by adding the minimum and maximum length constraint to yup. Like I showed in the previous episode, you can just check that out and do it if you want to. But what we also want to add over here is we want to add more to it. So what do I mean by that? So now we've actually finished defining our schema because the schema doesn't necessarily need to translate to this because we're getting the description and the title from the user, and that's why we have them over here. But the actual username and ID of the user, these two things over here, we're going to use it directly from the user who's logged in. We already have that inside of our navbar, right? When we get the hook useAuthState, we can get that information, so we don't need to ask the user their username. It's already going to come to us. So now our schema is done. What we have to do is we have to use the React Hook form. So we're going to say const, then set it equal to useForm, just like this. And with the useForm, we can actually pass in an object inside of here, which is going to ask for a resolver. And the resolver will be a yup resolver. Now the yup resolver is something we're going to import over here at the top from the yup at hook form resolvers package, and it's the thing that is going to merge both libraries, right? So we're going to say yup resolver just like this, and we're just going to put yup resolver and pass our schema inside of here, just like this. Now it's giving us an error, and I believe it's because I need to specify the package that we're merging. We're merging yup with React Hook form, so we just specify it, and it will give us it will say that it's working, right? So as of right now, we can get a couple of stuff from this useForm hook. The first thing that we need is the register function, which if you recall from the previous episode, you need to use it in every input that you're going to validate. So for example, this one over here, we use it and we just put 3 dots, call the register function, and just specify the name of the field that is going to be referenced by this input. So in our case, this is the title, so we need to write title, just like it's written over here. And we're going to do the same thing with this one. We need to register each of them so that it actually validates. So we're going to write description just like this. I'm going to zoom out again so we have space. So the other thing we need is we need to grab the handle submit function, which is going to be used inside of this form. We're going to say onSubmit just like this, and we're going to call the handle submit function inside of here. Now we can specify which function we're going to call that is going to handle all of this. So to do that, we actually have to create our own function for it. So I'm going to say on submit form, or actually I'm going to say on create post. So when you create a post, this is what you want to do, right? You want to execute this function, and we're going to pass this inside of their handle submit over here. And that's perfect, right? Then since handle submit is handling our on create post, it will automatically give us the data that we get back from our form. So we don't have to worry about that. It will all exist inside of this variable. Then over here, we can just console log the data for now. And we'll see that as of right now, it's asking for us to define the data type. I'm going to give it an any type for now so we can take a look at how it looks. But if I open my inspect element and I come to my console, you'll see that I'll just make this look a little bit better. I will see that if I try to submit something without, for example, typing anything on the title, nothing will be console logged. But if I type something, it will now be console logged because it passed all the validation checks and it means it's working. Same thing with this one. If I don't put anything, it won't submit because it was required, which is exactly what we wanted. We wanted to be able to validate everything before you send to the database. But if I put something, it will call the function again, meaning that it will work. Now you look at the description of this and you'll see that it's an object containing these two fields. It's very similar. It's exactly like how we defined our schema over here. But TypeScript doesn't know the type of this schema. So what we have to do is we have to define an interface for this specific value. And we can create it over here at the top. We can say something like interface create form data, just like this. And then this will be the interface that will represent this type. Now it will have two fields. One of them will be the title, which will be a string, and the other one will be a description, which will also be a string. Now this is necessary for TypeScript. Like I said, if you're not using TypeScript, then don't worry. But since we are, we're going to use this just like this. But now, as you can see, it is giving us an error. And the reason is because I completely forgot that you need to also put the type of your data in TypeScript right over here next to the use form. So what we do is we just put create form data right over here. And now everything should be fine. So we finally have our own type definition. So our form seems to be working, but we're not seeing error messages. So let's just do it right now. To get your error messages, we have to come over here and grab some information from the form state. And the information we need is the errors, just like this. And errors is actually an object. And to specify which errors we need, we'll come down below an input. So we're going to go to the title one and go below it. We'll put a p tag, which is going to be the text for the error message. So in order to display it, we'll just come over here, grab the errors object, say dot, and then we specify, you see, TypeScript already auto-completes for us the two options that we can have. Either it's an error related to the description or an error related to the title. In our case, it will be a title error. And then we're going to put dot message because we want to see the message that is referring to that error. Also I just realized that the error message for the description says title, but we need to change this to description. If you noticed this earlier, that's a good catch, but we had to change this so that it worked, or it looks better for the user. So we're also going to do the same thing over here, just like this, but instead of being title, we're going to put description. And you'll see that, actually, I'm also going to add a styling over here. I'm going to just add a style and say that the color of this is red, just because I love when error messages are red. It actually catches my attention. So I'm going to do this for both of them, and it should be fine. So let's test this out, right? We have our little form over here. It's looking good. We're going to open our inspect element, and we're going to just check to see what happens if we try to submit something that actually has both, it doesn't fail any validation. You'll see that it works. We received that, right? And that's expected. You should be able to create a post that looks like that, although it's stupid. You should, right? But if you remove the description, for example, it will automatically tell you, bro, you need to add a description. So you should start adding. What if you remove a title? Same thing. It will say you must add a title, which is amazing. And if I try to submit, it won't even console log because the function is not being executed. So this is the kind of validation that we want to have in our app. It makes it better for users to use the app because they're able to look at the errors and understand what's happening, which is amazing. So now that we have finished up with all the validation, let's write the code that is going to grab this data and send it to our form, our actual database, right? So in order to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to first come to our config file for Firebase, because we need, similar to how we had to initialize a connection to the authentication service, we have to do the same thing for Firestore. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to come over here and we're going to import from Firebase, just like we did with the auth one, but instead of saying /auth, we're going to say /Firestore, just like this. Now with Firestore, similar to the get auth, we're going to say get Firestore function, just like this. And what we're going to do is down here at the bottom, we're going to create a variable called DB or database, whatever you want to call, and we're going to set it equal to get Firestore and export this and put our app over here so that we can tell our app that we're going to be using Firestore. Now we want to come to our create post again. So I'm going to come to the create post component, and over here, oh, it's the create form actually. And over here, what I want to do is I want to add the stuff related to sending the data to Firebase. We're going to do all that inside of the onCreatePost function. So on this one over here, we're going to have to use some stuff that we're going to import. So I'm going to come over here at the top and I want to import from the actual Firebase /Firestore package. And we want to import two things. The first is a function called addDoc, and the second one is a collection. So addDoc is a function that you call when you want to add a document to your database, right? So a document is, like I mentioned, a new entry inside of your collection. So when you call the addDoc function, it will just create a new entry, which is exactly what we need. And the collection over here is actually a function that is used to specify which collection we want to add a document to. So if we had multiple tables or multiple collections in our database, we'd have to specify which one we're referring to. So we use the collection function. So we're going to do that right over here, probably right above this. We're just going to say const, and we're going to create a variable that is going to be a reference or a ref to our collection. So we're going to call it posts ref, something like this, and we're going to set it equal to the collection function. Then we have to specify which database are we using, right? Now the database that we're using is the one that we connected from the config file, right? The variable we just created. So I'm also going to import at the top from our config file. So I'm going to say go back twice, then go back twice again, go to the config folder, and then go to Firebase. And then we're going to import the DB that we created in that file, just like this. Now we're going to pass this DB as part of our collection just over here. And then we need to specify from this database which what is the name of the collection we want to reference. It's posts. So we need to write here posts, just like this. Now we have a reference to that collection. So inside of our onCreatePost, instead of console logging the data, what we need to do is we want to call the addDoc function. Now this function returns a promise. So we have to make this function asynchronous and say that this awaits the addDoc function. Now with addDoc, we have to first pass in the reference to which collection we want to add a document to, and then we add the data that we want to pass. So what is the data that we need? Well, the first thing is the title. So we're going to say title is equal to data.title, right? Because we want to specify the title. Now, the second thing is a description. So we're going to write description just like this. And we're going to specify that we need data.description just like this. And then we need also the username, which we can get by using the same logic we used inside of our navbar component, grabbing the user from the useAuthState hook. We're going to do this right over here at the top, and we're going to import all the necessary stuff. So we're going to import this from the library. We're also going to import the auth variable from our Firebase config. And now we can use user to grab the usernames by saying user.username or user.username. think it's display name, right? Then we also need the ID, right? So the ID will be very simple. We'll just say user.uid. UID is the ID used by Google for that specific user, and that's the one we're going to be referencing inside of our database. Now, one little JavaScript trick I want to show you guys is, since data will only include title and description, instead of defining it this way, we can actually just delete this and say that we want this, like the object, to contain all the fields in data. So I know this looks weird right now, but basically the way it was before is we have this object called data, which has a title and a description. So instead of another object, we're creating a title and a description field, and we're just setting the values for those same fields in the data object to those fields in the new object, right? So if we want to not do that and basically say that the object, this one over here, will basically include everything from data plus some other stuff, we can just get the stuff from data by putting 3 dots and adding the data variable over here, and then adding the new ones. It's just a simple trick. It's called, you're just structuring the object, or you're using the spread operator over here, and it works the same way. But good thing is we are now being able to add a document, and we are going to test that out by coming over here and going to our React app and trying to submit. Oh, as you can see, my profile pic is here again. But yeah, that's basically it. We're going to try to submit a new document. So I'm going to create a fake one over here. We're going to call this my dog. Imagine you're writing a post on Facebook about your dog, right? And I'm going to say, my dog is really nice. He has 4 legs and runs around. I'm just making stuff up, but it's just an example. It satisfies the conditions we created, right? We put stuff for both inputs. So we're gonna click submit. And right now, we didn't see any confirmation, right? We're gonna add some stuff that will happen after you click submit, but we don't know if it's submitted or not. The only way to check it is by coming here and refreshing our page. When we refresh our page, we should see that there should be another document over here, but clearly there isn't. And the reason for this is because if you recall in the beginning of the video, when we were creating our database, we chose to actually set it into production mode. And you can see the error we're getting is because of missing or insufficient permissions. Because in production mode, you have to specify who can actually write or read your database data. So that's in order to make it safer, so that only you can specify who can do that kind of stuff, right? Right now, no one can, because if you go to this rules thing over here in our Firestore database, there's this little piece of code which is basically telling Firebase that the only ones who are allowed to read or write are no one, because false will always be false, right? If we wanted to make so that everyone can read and write, we'll put true, then we'll click publish, and you'll see that now if I click submit and I come over here, now it works, right? It has the data that we submitted. But we want to actually be able to specify that some users can read, some users can write, some users can do either of those. So the way we specify that is, for example, I only want to allow users who are to write to the database if they are who they say they are. So how would I do that? Well, I'm going to say allow a user to write into this database if the request, now this variable request comes with Firestore, they handle everything, but it includes some interesting things about the request being made. The first thing is it includes the authentication. So it will know which user submitted this request. And we can basically check that first. We're only going to allow it to write if request.auth is not equal to null. That's the first thing. But not only that, but we'll also want the request.auth.uid to be equal to the request.resource.data.id. Now, what does this mean? Well, the ID over here is the field inside of our document that we're adding, right? And it refers to the ID of the user who's logged in. I just noticed that it might get a little bit confusing because in our posts database, this one over here, right? We have an ID for that post, And then we have a field called ID, which isn't related to the post one. It's actually related to the user. So that might get a little bit confusing. So what I want to do is actually want to change that. I want to call this user ID, or yeah, user ID, something like this, probably a capital I, instead of what we had before, just because it will make it more clear. And since we did that, we have to change it in our rules over here so that we're saying that the user ID from the data is the one that we're trying to compare with our auth ID. So we're just checking to see if you're the person who is logged in and trying to actually send the data, right? So we're gonna click publish and we can test to see if this is working. So how are we gonna test this? Well, first of all, I want to delete the 2 other documents that we have because they are not matching the correct standard because they still have the ID field and now it should be called user ID. Then I'm going to come over here and I'm going to just say something like, try to submit this again, right? And it should work right now because I am logged in into my account and I am the user that I'm creating the post for. So I'm going to click submit, and over here you'll see that automatically we have our submission, right? We have our thing being shown, which is perfect. But now let me try faking this and like changing the user ID that we send in the document. What this will do is basically the UID of the user logged in is still the same, right? I'm still logged in as Ted Mosby, so that won't change. But what is changing is the user ID that we're trying to create our document with. So that the rules should check to see if they are the same, and if not, it shouldn't allow us to submit. So I'm gonna basically just come over here, click submit again, and as you can see, it doesn't go through because it doesn't allow. It's as if I was trying to create a document or a post for someone who I'm not, right? For an account that I'm not logged in, which makes our website way more secure. Now for reading, we can actually add another allow over here. And for reading, I don't think we have to only be reading the posts that we created. So it doesn't make a lot of sense, but I do think you should only be able to read posts if you're logged in. So I'm going to delete this condition over here, but I'm going to leave this one over here that says that you can only read if you're authenticated. So if request.auth is not no. Also, there's delete and update because you're able to delete and update. We're going to do that later. So I'm going to add a delete and update here as well. I think you should only be able to delete and update posts if you are the user who created that post. So I'm going to put them right next to write. And this is how you write your rules in Firestore. It's actually pretty cool. There's a lot more you can do, but I find it really interesting. And it makes your thing way more secure. But as you can see, we're now able to create posts inside of our project, and it's looking really cool. Now, in the next episode, I'm going to add reading everything and displaying everything in our homepage. I'm also going to add right now all the CSS for this page, and I'll be back in a second just showing. I'm not going to show me writing the CSS like I've been doing in this course. But in the next episode, we're going to read all of this and also add some really cool functionalities as probably the last episode of this project. But like I said, I'm going to add the CSS. I'll be back in a second when it's done just to show you guys. Okay, as you can see, I added a very ugly CSS to this and made it look like this. Just wrote it in like 5 minutes. This is the CSS if you're interested. Pretty simple. But yeah, now it looks like this. If we want to add something, we'll just write here. For example, let's make an example. Drink water every day. And then the description will be, I started drinking water. Now my life is amazing. Then I'm going to click on submit, right? And then we're going to come over here and it should have submitted. And it didn't actually because I completely forgot to put this back to how it was because I was just testing, remember, to see if it would work or not. But now that we removed that, I'm also going to add a hover to the button, to this specific button over here. We can just put over here a class name and say submit form button, and then just come over here really quickly and say .submit form, and then say hover, and then I'm just going to say cursor is equal to pointer. That's just something I like to do always. And obviously I need to put this over here, and we'll check this if it works. And I just have to click delete. Also, this should be with a capital F. Then save this, then just come over here and you'll see that we have a little hover, right? Then I'm going to click on submit, and we can check to see if it works. And as you can see, it did. It appears over here, the post that we just created. Like I said, I wanted to add a little thing whenever you create a post, and I'm going to do it really quickly because it's not that complicated. All I want to do is whenever you create a post and you click submit, I want to redirect the user to the home page. And to do that, we've done that already, right? We've done redirect in the past. All we have to do is, and we need to import from React Router DOM something called the use navigate hook. So I'm going to say use navigate, just like this. Then I'm going to say const navigate equals to use navigate. Then we just call the navigate function, and we're going to do this right after you add the document. We're going to come over here, and we're just going to navigate towards the home page, which is this. So you'll see that now if I add another post, I'm just going to call it post, and I'm just going to put description. I can delete it later, but it's just for an example. Now click submit. It should redirect us to the home page, and the post should now exist inside of our Firestore database, which is amazing, as you can see. Okay, everyone. So we're going to continue right from the point where we left last time, which is we have our little project over here. We're able to create posts, and they exist inside of our Firestore database, as you can see. But one thing that we don't have right now is the ability to display those posts somewhere in our project. And that's extremely important because what's the point of creating a post if you're not displaying it? So what we want to do is in our homepage over here, we want to have a list of posts being displayed, and they should only appear if you're logged in, right? We already did that in the previous episode by setting up some rules for Firestore. So over here, what we want to do is come to our code. You see my project is running. Everything is exactly how it was from the previous episode. But we want to come to our home page now, which is the main page over here. So in this page, we want to start writing out all the functionality related to getting the data. So in order to do that, what I want to do is I want to come over here at the top, and I want to import some stuff. So first I want to import some stuff from Firebase / Firestore. So the Firestore package inside of Firebase. And what I want to get is I want to get a getDoc function. Now getDoc without an S means that you're getting one document from a database. In our case, we want to have a list of documents. We want to get all of the documents that exist in this database, right? To just display it. Similar to how Instagram would have a bunch of pictures, that's what we want. So instead of using the getDoc function, we're going to use the getDocs function, which means that it will get multiple documents. Then what we want to do is we want to have call the collection function, which if you recall from the previous episode, this function, its main purpose is to just define which collection you're going to be referenced to. So it creates what is known as a reference in React, and it is referring to the post function. So technically what we can do is we can actually just copy this from this file and put it over here because we're going to be using it later on. So we're just making a reference to which document in our database we want to get the information from. So the posts one. So now it's given us an error because we still haven't imported the DB function, but that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to come over here and we want to import from our Firebase config function, our file, which we have to go back twice, then go to config, then go to Firebase. And what we want to import is the DB thing, the DB value that we exported from there. So this is what is going to be used in this collection function, and now you can see there's no errors. We also need a state that is going to keep track of all of the data that we get back from this thing over here. So one thing that a lot of people are confused on, because I taught React Query in this course, is React Query is used when you don't have control of your backend in their frontend. In this case over here, we're using Firebase. Firebase is an exception. You don't have to fetch data like in normal terms using Firebase, because Firebase provides you with a bunch of methods that can do that for you. So we're not using React Query in this project or any other type of fetching data because it's already done with the Firebase functions. And that's something that I wish I said in the first episode of this course, but I didn't, but now I'm saying it so you guys know. That's why we're not using React Query. And in this case, differently from React Query, we do have to create a state which is going to keep track of the data that we get back. So we're going to create this state, and I'm going to call it probably like a posts list, so a list of posts. And we're going to have a function called set posts list, just like this. And inside of here, we're just going to set it to null initially because the data will obviously be null until we get it from Firebase. Then we're going to create this function, which is going to be called getPosts. So it's going to be a function that is going to be used to call and get the posts from our table or from our document, right? So then what we have to do is we need to make this asynchronous, because if you recall, all of the Firebase operations or Firestore operations, they require an await. So we need to make this function async. Then we need to create a variable called data, which is going to represent the data we get back from the getDocs function, and just set it equal to await getDocs, just like this. Not getDocs. So I'm going to delete this. It automatically imported. So inside of here, we just have to put one thing, which is the collection or the reference to the collection that we want, which in this case is the post refs. So when we do this over here, data will now be representing the data from our database. We can actually check this. I'm going to just say console.log data, and I'm going to call the getPosts function just simply like this, and we can check to see if this is working. Inspect element, go to console, and we see that in the midst of a bunch of stuff, there is this thing over here, right, which is being console logged, and it includes a bunch of things. Now, it is kind of confusing to analyze this whole object because Firebase returns object with a bunch of stuff. So to make it simpler, I'm going to show you guys how you destructure or how you dissect this data object to get the information that we actually want. So first of all, I'm going to say data.docs, just like this, and it will give us a list of the documents that we're getting back. Then I'm going to map through each of them, because each document doesn't have the actual data. It includes a bunch of stuff about it. So when we map through each of them, we're going to get each individual doc. And for each individual doc, I just want to have an object with the data from the doc, which we can get by saying doc.data. It's a function. And we can get the ID for that specific document by saying doc.id. So it's kind of confusing, I understand, but this is how this data object is returned. And if we want to just get a little object containing this information over here, just this four things, plus the ID, which is this over here, we have to destructure it this way. You'll see that now we get back an array, and each element in the array is an object containing the information that we need, which is amazing, right? Because it's exactly what we needed. So we can see we are getting back the data. That's perfect. But what are we doing with that data? Well, we need to set the post lists array to be equal to this whole statement over here. So literally all we have to do is just grab this over here and set post list to be equal to this. Now it's given us an error, and it says that it's not assignable to this. It is because we haven't specified our type in Typescript. Now, if you recall, this whole thing will be an object containing the same format as we have over here. So we can define an interface over here at the top to represent that. And I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to call it interface, and I'm going to say post. This is an interface that is going to represent what a post looks like. And to define this post interface, all it has is an ID, which is a string. Then it has, and I'm going to just look over here to actually see because I forgot. It has a user ID, which is also going to be a string. So user ID, it's going to be a string. It has a title, which is going to be a string. Most of the stuff is just strings. It has a username, I believe, which is going to be a string. And yeah, actually everything is a string. And then a description, which is also a string. So description is also a string. And now that we defined what a post looks like, all we have to do is just say that our useState over here is of type post, just like this. Oh, but the error is still here because we defined initially that it can be null. And this is fine. It's just how we want to, like, we don't want it to be an empty post before the data arrives. We want it to be null just as a way for us to know when the data is here and when it's not. So what we can say is this state will either be null or a post. Now the error is still here, and the reason for why this error is still here is because this isn't a post. This is an array of posts. So we have to put the array symbol over here, and it is now an array of posts, which is exactly what we want. And since Firestore in itself doesn't know like what will be included in this little data function over here, so it doesn't know the format of the data beforehand. It just knows that it has an ID because that's what we manually defined over here. We do have to cast this to be as a posts array, just like this. And this will basically say that this will have this format. That's what the as means. So in a lot of situations in TypeScript, if you're running into a problem where the thing doesn't really know how the data looks like, you can cast it to be this type, and it will all work out. So now we have this function, we have this state that has the data that we get back from the posts, right? So instead of just calling the function this way, what I want to do is I want to call the function once every time the component renders. And to do that, we need to use one of the hooks that I taught in this course, which is the useEffect hook. And this hook will be called once when we render or when we mount the component, if we put an empty, like an empty array over here. And inside of here, all we're going to do is call the getPosts function, just like this. And it should be actually running this function and setting the posts list to be equal to the data. Then what we want to do is we want to get the posts list and we want to loop through it. So we're going to come over here and say postlist.map, because we're going to loop through each of them. And we do have to put the question mark because while it's null, it's not going to show the data. It's not going to have anything. So we are not going to map through something that is null. And then inside of this, we're going to say for each post in this list, I want to return something, right? Now, what do we want to return? Well, we want to return some sort of like square in our screen that is going to show, it's giving us an error, but I want to return like a little square, which is going to show a title, a description, and the username for the user who created that post. So I want to create a separate component that is going to represent what a post should look like. And since that is going to be part of the main page, I don't think we should put it in the components folder, because components folder is meant for components that are going to be reusable in a lot of different components and pages. This is just going to be used in the main page. So what I want to do is I want to create, similar to the create post, I want to turn the main into a folder. So we're going to call it main, and we're going to put the main.tsx inside of here. It's going to obviously ask us if we want to automatically update the imports. We're going to say yes. And it will fix all the errors because we used to be importing it from a different path, but now we're not. And inside of here, inside of the main folder, I want to create a post.tsx file. This is going to be a component that is going to represent an individual post. So we're going to say post equals to this, and then inside of here, we're just going to return a div for now. Now we're going to call this right over here. We're going to say post. It will automatically import a post from the file, and we're just going to self-close it. So as you can see, what we're doing is we're just looping through the list, and we don't even need to put this parentheses over here. We just have to return the post component. Oh, it's automatically putting it because of Prettier, which is an extension that I mentioned in the beginning. But at the same time, it is working. We're looping through this list and returning a post for each element in the list. Now, obviously, there's nothing in it right now. It's even giving us an error message. But if the error message ever appears, just like stop the server and run npm start again. But in this case, everything seems to be working, but it's not being displayed, which is fine. So what we want to do is we want to get the data from the post as props inside of this post thing. So whenever we need props inside of a component in TypeScript, we have to define how the props will look like by creating an interface called props, just like this. And in our case, all we want is a post, and a post should look like the post interface that we created over here. So I'm just gonna say that this thing will have one element called post, and it will be of type posts. And I know this looks kind of weird, but it's exactly what we need. Now, the reason why it's giving us an error is because the interface post is not public, so we need to export it so that we can import it in our post file. So I'm just gonna import this by saying import from main, and I want to import the post interface and just use it as part of our props, just like this. It is giving us an error, right? Because you can't have two things with the same name inside of a same file. So we're going to change the name of this to something else. And you can do that by whenever you import something, you can just say as and then give it a name. I'm going to say, for example, I want to call this iPost. And iPost just means interface post. It's just an alias I'm using just so I can bypass this error. And you can see that it is working now. And we have our interface for props. Now, how do we say that our props will look like this? Well, we just call props over here and set it to be equal to props, just like this. So now our component knows that it will receive a post as its data, right? So what we want to do is we're going to come over here and we want to destructure our props object and just get the post inside of it, because that's all we're going to use. Now, it is giving us an error in the main file because it is telling us that it needs a prop called post, but we're not passing it. So all we're going to do over here is just say post is equal to post because it is the post that we're mapping through. And now there's no errors because we are properly handling how our data should look like, and TypeScript knows what it needs. So now over here, let's start defining how our post will look like. So first of all, I want to have a little title. So I'm going to create a div for the title. And I'm going to give it a class name, but obviously I'm not going to add any CSS right now. But it's just for us to organize this. I'm going to call this the title div. And I'm going to add a little h1 tag inside of here that is going to represent the post.title, just like this. Then I want to have another div, which is going to be the body of our post. This body will just be where we add the description. So I'm going to say class name equals to body. And we're going to put over here a p tag to describe the post.description. Then right at the bottom, I want to add the footer for our post, because it's where we're going to add the author. So I'm going to add another div, give it a class name of footer. And then over here, we're just going to say we want probably a p tag. I'm going to say a p tag as well. And I'm going to say that we want to display the post.username for the username of the user who created that post. I also want to add a little @ symbol over here just because I find it cool. It will kind of look like the user has that username. And you'll see that if you come to our code, now it's displaying the posts like this. The title for the post, the description, and the username of the user who created the post. If I were to come over here and add a new thing, so I'm gonna create it with a different account just so we can test this out as well. I'm gonna go to login and then click on sign in with Google, and then I'm gonna choose this email over here, which is a different username, and you'll see that if I create a post over here, give it a title of do what excites, and then just write a description like do something nice every day. Random description, click submit, get redirected, and you'll see that now there's this post over here, which includes my username, my description, and the title, which is amazing. So bottom line, we are able to do all of the things that we wanted to do. I know it looks a little bit ugly, but don't worry. We're going to fix how it looks at the end of the video, where I'm going to do all the CSS, and you can just copy me if you're interested to. But as you can see, the website doesn't look that pretty anyways. But the good part is that we're able to fetch our data, which is amazing. So now what I want to do is I was really thinking about either adding a functionality for commenting on a post or a functionality for liking a post. I feel like both of them are really cool. I feel like liking is better. Although I know some people right now will be like, no, I really wish you would think that commenting is better. Honestly, both of them are similar, are really similar. The only difference is that commenting requires way more UI than liking, but both of them, for adding into a website, it has similar ideas. So I truly believe that if you learn how to add some sort of liking system to your social media website, you'll also know how to add your commenting, because that's at least what happened with me. I learned liking and then I realized, oh, this is similar to commenting. So now I can do that as well without even spending much time researching. So what we're going to do is we're going to add the functionality for liking other people's posts, which in my opinion is really cool. So to do that, we're going to have to add a button for each post, and that button, when clicked, will add a like to that post. We also need to display how many likes that post has, but we're going to do all of that in the footer of each post, right? So right next to the username, I want to add a button. This button for now, it's just going to be a plus, but I do think there is a Unicode for the like button. Actually, I'm going to search it right now and be back in a second. Okay, I just found it, and it is this thing over here. If you're not aware, I don't think I mentioned it in this course because it's not React, it's more HTML. But you can get this, like there's a bunch of codes like this one over here. They're called HTML entities, where they represent little symbols or icons that you can just put. So this one represents the emoji for a thumbs up. So now the button has a little thumbs up emoji, as you can see, which looks kind of cool. It's kind of representing when you want to like a post, which is nice. And that's what we really wanted. So now that we have this, we want to add the ability to like that post individually. So how are we going to do that? Well, we have to think about it this way. There's two ways to do this, really. Two ways to do this. One that is a little bit more complicated and one that is more simple. The simple one is very simple. We would just come to the post table and add a new field in each post called likes. And then every time you click on that button, it would give it a like. But there's an issue with that. Issue is that we don't know who liked what, meaning that I could just come over here and give a million likes to the same post and it would just keep increasing. And that's fine for a lot of projects. It is even fine for this project. But like I said, this is supposed to show you guys a little bit more complexity, right? And also, I feel like it would gloss over the fact that we only have one collection in this project when most projects have a bunch of collections, right? Different collections, meaning different tables, meaning different types of data that they're handling. So what we're going to do is we're going to write a liking system in our project that keeps track of who liked what and makes it so that you're only able to like a post once. And also, we can even add the functionality to prohibit someone from liking their own post. And I feel like that's actually pretty cool. It's not that complicated, and it will be a really nice addition to this course. So in order to do that, what we have to do is add a new collection into our Firestore. This collection will be called likes because it's going to represent different likes that occurred in different posts. And we're going to click next. Then it's going to ask for a document ID. Like I said, when we created the post one, we can auto ID it and just use this. We don't need to create our own. If you guys want to, you can do it, but it doesn't really matter. Then we have our little fields, right? So what do we need to know in this document, or no, in this collection, what each document needs to represent? Well, first of all, it should represent the ID of the user who liked it. So we're going to call user ID. Now, we need to be very careful with how we name our fields because this can represent which user is this representing, right? Is it the one who created the post or the one who is liking the post? In this case, it is the one who is liking the post. So we can just leave it this way for a moment and just put a random value over here because remember, we're going to delete this anyway. It's just for the first document that we're creating. Then we need to add another field, which is the ID for the post that this user is liking. So we're going to say post ID. And we're going to again put a random ID over here. In my view, this should be enough because what is going to happen is every time you like a post, we're just going to make an addition to this collection. And we're going to add a document with a user ID, with your ID, and the ID of the post that you are liking. And then when we're displaying each post, we can basically just query all the likes with that post ID. And that should be fine. And then whenever we try to like that post, we can check to see if in that post ID, there is a user ID similar, equal to yours. And if there is, it won't allow you to like that post. So that's the whole idea, right? Then we're going to click save. And as you can see, we now have our likes collection. So let's start implementing everything we need in this collection. I'm going to delete the first one, just because it is a fake one, as you know. But we're going to come over here to our code, and we're going to add some functionality when you click on this button. So we're going to copy most of the functionality from the create form over here. This part over here, we're going to copy the post ref and the function, just because it's very similar. And we're going to put all of it inside of this component. So instead of saying post ref, we're going to call this likes ref, because we want to add a new field to the likes collection, not the post collection. And also we need to change this to likes, because this is how we called the collection. Then we need to import everything. So I'm going to import collection from Firestore. I want to import DB from Firebase. And if you don't know how I'm automatically importing stuff, I just click on the thing and like command dot, and then it will automatically show this. If it's in Windows, it's just control dot, and it should do the same thing. We're also going to import the add doc. And I think that's basically it for everything. The other stuff isn't actually necessary. So we're going to call this function add like, and this should be likes ref, not post ref. And I'm going to delete all of this because it's not the data that we need. I'm going to delete this as well. So what we have over here is the add doc function. And as you recall, it first takes in a reference to the collection you want to add a document to, and then it takes in the data that you want to add to it. If you recall, we only have two pieces of data that we need to pass. We need to pass a user ID, and we need to pass a post ID. Now the user ID is going to be the user ID for your current user, the current user logged in. And we get that by using this little function over here, useAuthState, or this hook that we learned in this course. And it will give us, if we import it from React Firebase hooks auth, it will basically give us a bunch of information about the current user logged in, including its ID. Now we also need to import the auth variable, which we get it from Firebase config. So I'm just going to say auth over here, and it should automatically import. Then I'm just going to say that the user ID is equal to user dot, not ID, it's UID, just like this. And now we're setting it to the correct value. I'm also going to put a question mark because there's a chance that user is null, and we don't want that case. But it's probably never going to happen because this shouldn't even be displaying if user is null. So I wouldn't worry about that now. Then post ID, where are we going to get that? Well, we're going to get that directly from the post prop that we get from our post list. So we can just say post.id, and that's already what we want. So we're adding the correct information to our document. All we have to do now is just call the add-like function when we click on the button. I'm going to call add-like, and it should be fine. We can now test this out, actually. It's super simple. We're not even requesting any data because everything is already set up for us. So I'm going to click on the button, and let's check to see if this worked. It literally did. As you can see, we already have a document with the post ID and the user ID for the correct information. Now, what are we going to use? Like, what are we going to do with this? Well, we're going to come to our main file over here. No, it's not actually the main file, our post file over here. And when we display our likes, which we're going to do right next to the button, I'm going to create a p tag and say likes equals to, and then we display the likes. We're going to get some data from the collection to put over here. So how are we going to get the amount of entries in the likes collection with the post ID equal to this post? Well, we're going to use something called the query in Firebase. So the query is just a function that we can get from Firestore, just like this. And what it allows us is to specify what we want to get directly from our collection. And we're already kind of doing this when we do collection just like this. But when we get a document from the collection, we're basically just getting everything. But not now. Now we need to specify what documents we want to get, and we use a query for that. So what we want to do is we want to come over here. We're going to say const likes doc, because what we're going to get back is an actual document. And we're going to set it equal to query. And over here, we have to specify first what collection we're trying to get that document from. In this case, it's the likes collection. And then we can pass in some really cool stuff to specify what likes we want to get. Well, we want to get the likes where the post ID is equal to the current post.id, right? Where the post ID field is equal to this. So to do that, there's a function from Firestore called where, and it automatically imported. And this where function is really simple. It takes in three things. First is what field we want to compare. In this case, it's the post ID field. Then it takes in what operation we want to do. There's only a couple operations, but in our case is the equal, because we only want to get where the post ID is equal to this ID. And then we put the data, right? Which in this case is the post.id. And if you look at this, it's very simple to understand. All we're doing is we're making a query in our collection. We're specifying which collection we're talking about, which is the likes one. And we're saying that we only want to get the data where the post ID is equal to the ID of the post we're currently in, right? Because this is inside of a loop and we're only getting the information from that specific post. So now I can use this inside of the getDocs function, which we can just import over here as well, getDocs, and it should allow us to see all the information we want to see. So over here, I'm going to create a function called getLikes, and then inside of it, I'm going to call the getDocs function. So I'm going to say getDocs, just like this, and I want to get all the documents with this specific document. Just like, I know it sounds a little bit confusing, but we're specifying which document we want to get. And then this is going to be an async await function because we need to await for the data. And we're going to get the data by just saying const data is equal to await get docs. So now we're going to console log this just to see what it looks like. Now, if you recall, when we were getting the documents from the other collection, when we're just getting the post list, we had to do all of these things, which we still have to do. So I'm just going to copy all of this, just like this, so that we can just do this easier. I'm just going to say data.docs, just map through all of it and just get back that data. So what we should see over here in the console log is a list of all the different people or likes that exist for each specific post. So we're probably, since in this case we only have one like, we should only see one thing being console logged. And we are not seeing it yet because we didn't call this function. So I'm going to call a useEffect over here, which is going to be calling this function. So I'm going to say useEffect, and we're going to put the getLikes function, and then never forget to put your empty array so that you only do this when the component is mounting and not when it's updating. So now we're going to save this, and let's see what is console logged. We're going to refresh the page, take a look at our console, and it's a bunch of stuff appears. One of them is this array over here with one element, and in itself, it appears to have exactly the information we want. So this is amazing because it tells us that for this post, there is one element. That's nice because we only want to display the amount of likes. So the length of this array is equal to the amount of likes. Now all the other ones are 0 because they don't have likes. But if I were to come over here and like this one, you would see that if I refresh the page, now it would have an array with one like on this one and an array with one like on this one. You might also notice that it's console logging twice for each of them, and that's because of the whole thing that I explained about the useEffect on the useEffect episode, but it's only happening in once. Like it's console logging twice, it's running twice, but we shouldn't worry about that. And what we have to do now is we have to create a state that is going to represent the amount of likes. The reason why we're creating a state for that is because whenever we like a new post, I want to alter that state to add a new value. And to do that, that's how we do it, right? We have to create a state for that. So I'm going to come over here at the top and I'm going to create a new state. I'm going to set it equal to useState. And the state will be a number, which will start out as null again, because I don't want to display anything unless it's actually being displayed. So I'm going to come over here and call it like, or likes like amount, and then set like amount, just like this. And then I'm going to basically say that this is a number, because it is a number, but it can also be null if the data hasn't arrived yet. And then we're going to just set or display the like amount over here. But we want to display only if like amount is not null. So only if like amount exists, because we don't want to display the likes thing when there's nothing. You see, right now it's null, so it's not displaying. But if we didn't add that check, basically this is how it would look like. It would just say likes and nothing, which is a bad user experience, so we don't want to do that. Then we're going to come over here at the top, and we're going to set the like amount to be equal to the length of our data.docs. So I'm going to actually remove this. We only use this to see if our thing was right. But now data.docs should give an array of all the documents. So all we need to know about the documents is its length. So we just have to say docs.length, and that should be fine. But we're not console logging it. We're actually just setting the like amount to be equal to that. And that should be fine as well. You should see that now the posts which got a like have a like, and those which doesn't have a like. Now, one thing we need to do is we need to add a check to see if you already liked that post or not. So the reason for that is because if you do, then this little button should not be adding a new like. Instead, it should probably just unlike it. So what I want to do is, if you've already liked this, I'm going to turn this into a thumbs down, meaning that you can unlike whatever you liked. So we're going to come down here in our code, and we want to check, whenever we have this button, we want to check to see if our current ID is present in that list. So I want to get that list over here. But in order to do something like this, inside of this button over here, right, inside of this button, we need to know if the current user logged in has liked the post, right? But currently our like state only takes in the amount of likes. So this is where we need to rethink how we structured our project. And I'm doing it this way so you guys can see how I would personally structure, like how I approach this the first time I would do something like this. I wouldn't just know how to do everything from the start, right? I would probably start by setting the state as a number, like I just did, but then notice that if I want to add something else, I need to move backwards and restructure everything so that it now fits in with the new feature. And what we need to do is we need to replace this. Instead of being a number, we need this to be actually a list of all the likes that we have in this post. But we can specify what data we want to get back. And the thing that I want to get back is just the actual user ID who liked this, because that's all we want. So we can create an interface over here called likes, or like, just like this. And all it's going to contain is a user ID, which is a string. Now, each like, we're gonna define that over here, but now the state will not be called like amount, it's gonna be called set like, or like. And then this is not gonna be a number, it's gonna be a like array. I know this might sound a little bit confusing, but don't worry, it's gonna make sense. Over here, instead of setting the like amount, we're gonna set the like to be equal to data.docs, and then we're going to do the whole thing that we did before, the mapping. But we need to specify how we want our data to look like. Before, we were specifying it this way. We wanted to get everything from the data and the ID. We don't need the ID, and we don't need everything from the data. All we need is a field called user ID, which is equal to doc.data.user ID. Now, it has given us an error. I think it's because I didn't say it was a user ID. But basically, we're just setting this like object to be a list of objects containing just one field, the user ID. And that's enough, because now we have two things that we can get from this state. Before we only had one. Before we could only know the amount of likes for this post. Now, not only we know the amount of likes, because all we have to do is say something like like.length, because it's still an array, right? And I also still have to say that that like has to be null. So this still works. It still shows the amount of like. But also we know which users liked this post, which is great, because what we can do is we can create a variable over here. And this variable will be called has user liked. I don't know, I don't like this name, but whatever. Basically, it's a Boolean that is going to determine if the current user liked this post or not. And we're going to set this equal to the like array, and then we're gonna try to find in that array an element. So a like, we can't call it like because the array is already called like. Actually, we should call this array likes, not like. I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna change it to likes and set likes, and I have to change everything else to that as well. So I'm gonna copy this, and then copy this and this. So now it's called likes because it's an array. It makes more sense. And then for each element in that likes array is gonna be a like. If you're not familiar with the find function, all you're doing here is you're looping through the array and you're trying to find something where a condition you put over here is satisfied. So the condition we need is we only find elements if the like.userID is equal to the current user ID that we get from the useAuthState. So we'll say user.uid. And if that's true, then this should be true. And if this is true, then we don't want to display this Unicode. We only want to display this Unicode if they never liked. The Unicode that we want to display, or the HTML entity we want to display, it's not a Unicode actually, it's an HTML entity we want to display, is the thumbs down one. And the entity for that one is this over here. So this is what we want to display, not this. It has given us an error because this only exists inside of actual HTML. So I'm going to add a fragment over here just so that this is HTML and not JavaScript. And it should be fine. Now you'll see that for those which I liked, it will have a thumbs down. And for those which I didn't like, we'll have a thumbs up. Now, hear me out. You might think, okay, I don't know if this is working because this might just be that kind of situation where whichever post has a like, it will show a thumbs down. But no, it is actually checking to see if I was the one who liked. Because if I log out of this, go to login, and then sign in with Google and go with my other account and just go there again, you'll see that the thumbs up is here because I've never liked this. If I like this now, you'll see that if I refresh the page, now that will become a thumbs down, as you can see. Now, it's not happening automatically, which I don't like. We can actually use some optimistic rendering to make that happen automatically without having to refresh. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to come to our code over here. And inside of our add-like function, we're going to basically just set the likes array to be the same as before. So we need to have the previous value of likes, just like this. And we're going to set it to be the same as it was before, but now we're adding a new object to it with a user ID equals to the current user. So I'm going to say user.uid. All we're doing is whenever you like a new post, not only it will be sent to the database, but it's also going to update in our own project, in our own UI. Now, it gives us an error because this can be null. So basically, what we have to check here is if if prev is true, then we do this. If not, then we basically just set it equal to an array with this value over here. I know it looks kind of hacky because all we're doing is we're saying, okay, if prev is not null, then add to the end of the array, meaning that there's an element in the array. That's why it's not null. But if it is null, just set likes to be an array with a single element with the user ID equal to the user.uid. But if you recall, this is giving us an error because it's saying that user ID can't be null, which is true, it can be null. So what we're doing is we're going to come over here and we're going to add a check to say that if we only want to set the likes if the actual user exists, because if not, then we don't want to even get near this. And the error will disappear because user will never be null, so we can even remove this. So now we have this thing over here, right? This one, it has not been liked yet. So now if I click on this, it will be liked and the thumbs will change to down because now we added to the likes array the new value. Now, why this is called optimistic rendering? Because technically this can fail, right? The add doc can fail and the data can, for some reason, not be sent to the likes array. And at the same time, we're just manually changing the UI, which is not good in the case that if the API request fails. So we have to make sure that it doesn't fail by adding a try catch over here. We only want to add the set likes if this try catch is successful. If it doesn't, then for now we can just console log something. I'm gonna add an error over here and console.log that error. But now we're just ensuring that this will only work, this will only happen if this is successful. So now that we have this done, I want to add the functionality, which is the last thing we're going to add to this project probably, of unliking something that you've already liked. So technically I've liked this, and I can like other stuff as well, as you can see, but I want to be able to unlike what I've liked so far, because if I click on this, I believe it's going to try to like again, and it will send a duplicate user to the database, which is not what we want. So I'm going to come over here, and in the same place where I created an add like function, I want to add a remove like function. So remove like, just like this. This is important because it's going to be the last part of our CRUD operation, which is the delete part. And to do that, we have to call a function called deleteDoc, which is a function that we can get from Firestore. This function, it is called to delete or remove a document from your collection. And to do it, it's very simple. We're just going to say that we want to get the specific document. So we need to make a reference to which document we want to delete. And the document we want to delete is, well, we're going to say const deleteDoc actually. Actually, I'm going to call it like to delete. So we're just specifying which like we want to delete. Set it equal to doc, which is a function from Firestore that we haven't used so far, but we're going to use it right now. This function, it is used to specify a specific document you want to remove. So over here, all we have to pass is first the DB, the database that we're referencing, then the collection that we're referencing, and in this case is the likes collection, and then we have to specify the ID of the thing we want to delete. So what ID are we talking about? Is it the user ID? No. Is it the post ID? No. Then which one are we talking about? Well, it is the ID for the document in this collection, which has the post ID equal to the ID of the post inside of this component, and also the user ID equal to the current user's ID. So to use this doc function over here, we need the ID of the specific document we want to delete. But how are we going to get that? Because like as of right now, the like that we have, the like list that we have over here, first of all, only includes user IDs. And second of all, we don't have that specific like. So we need to get that. And the way we're going to get that is by making a query. So we're going to basically do a query just like we did over here. And we're going to get the specific like we want to delete. So like to delete, just like this. And we want to query the likes ref where the post ID is equal to the post ID, but also where the user ID is equal to, and ID has to be like this, is equal to the user.uid, just like this. So now we have this like to delete thing, which we have to use. Oh, I'm gonna, I just realized I named them the exact same thing. I'm just gonna say like to delete query as this one. And then now that we have this query, we're gonna get that specific like by saying const actual like to delete data is equal to await, and then we do get docs. Now it's not get doc because we still have to, when you're querying you're filtering for stuff, you still need to get like a list of things. I know in our case it's just going to be one element because there's only one like that satisfies this condition, but at the same time we still have to do it this way. So we put in the like to query, and we know that this thing will now have one element with the specific like. So over here we say like to delete data, and we say dot docs. Now it is multiple, but we know for a fact it's only going to be one of them. And we say dot ID because that's all we need. And now we are first querying the specific like that we want to delete. We're then getting the data from that like just to get the ID of it and put it inside of this function doc, because this function, if I just come here and replace this with a deleteDoc function from Firestore, all we have to put is the doc or the like to delete thing over here, and it will delete that specific document. I know that deleting sounds like it looks really more complicated than all the other operations, but you'll get used to it as you write more of this kind of stuff in your projects, which is amazing, right? It's amazing. And since we just did this, we can test it out to see if it works by basically coming over here. I'm going to even remove this for now. I'm going to add it in a second, but we also want to come over here in the button, the on click, and basically say that we only want to add a like if this user has liked before. So we're going to say has user liked ? Then add the like function. And I'm going to even call it this way. But if not, then remove the like function. And I think we can call parentheses this way. Is this the error? Yeah. So this is how we're doing. We're just, if you have liked before, then, oh, it's the opposite. You remove the like. If you haven't liked, then you add the like. If you click on this button. So now if we come to our code, we'll see this over here. Why does it say 110 and 92? I think midway through this, we were accidentally doing stuff. So I'm going to basically just delete all this document by basically just deleting the collection. I'm just going to say likes and I'm going to delete it. And then I'm going to edit again by just coming over here, adding likes, then auto-generating an ID. I'm clicking save. We don't even have to add anything. I'm going to delete this document, the original one that comes first. And now let's just start trying to add new documents. Is it adding documents without my knowledge? I don't think so, right? Yeah, I don't think so. So I'm going to click on this button. It's going to like this post. You see the document is here. And now if I refresh the page and I don't know, imagine I'm just chilling and I click on this button, now it should remove the like. We are not seeing the UI changing because again, we haven't added this functionality yet. We're still going to add it. I commented it out. But if it worked, now that like should have been removed. But the reason why I didn't is because remember in the previous episode, we set some rules for our Firestore, right? And it basically says that you have to satisfy all of this logic over here to be able to delete, update, and write. Right now, I'm going to basically change this. I'm going to say that you can delete if you are authenticated. And if I publish this, come over here, try that again. We should see this being deleted, as you can see. So if I refresh the page, now it should have 0 likes. And if I click on it again, it should have a like now. If I delete it again, it should not have a like, which means it's working. And we can now just add the final stretch, which is basically making that happen automatically by commenting this out. Then basically saying that if there's a user and we just deleted the doc, and we know that it actually worked because it's inside of the try statement. We're going to basically set the likes to be equal to what it was before. But we can only delete a doc or a like if prev is not null, right? Because if there's something already in that list. So we technically don't have to make this check over here. I'm going to even delete this. We don't have to make this check. What we have to do is we just have to set the likes to be equal to prev.filter. So we're going to filter the array, and whenever for each element we're going to get a like, and we want to remove the element where the like.id is equal to the user ID, the ID for the like we just deleted. So since we're going to reuse this twice, we have to we don't have to, but I'm going to make it this way. I'm going to create a variable for that. I'm going to say like ID, set it equal to this thing over here, and then just reuse it twice here and here. And you might notice immediately that this is giving us an error, and it's given us an error. Now, the reason why it's giving us an error is because you can clearly see that like doesn't have an ID field because our list of likes only has a user ID. But now we need an ID field, which again makes us have to change the structure of our likes or like interface. And I'm doing this way so that you guys can keep seeing how we keep changing back some stuff that we've done so far to adapt to new features. So now each like, we need the ID for that field in the database. So I'm going to say ID is, or I can call it like ID to be more specific, and it's going to be a string. And now over here at the bottom, I can basically say that I want the like.like ID to be equal to the like ID we have over here. Still giving us an error because look at this over here. When we set the likes to be equal to this, we were only adding the user ID, which is what we were doing before. But now we need to add another field called like ID, and we're gonna just set it equal to doc.id, which is the ID for that specific doc. Over here, same thing. We're going to say like ID is equal to, and then we need the ID for the new document we're adding, and we can get that by just getting the new document over here, set it equal to the addDoc function, and then using that to get the ID, just like this. And we also have to do it for this one over here. Really simple, we just copy this, put it over here, and that should work as well. Now the errors are gone. There's still one error. I guess we can just fix this by removing this question mark and probably just saying something like, if prev is true, like if it's not null, then set the likes to this. Yeah, it seems to have worked. And if I come over here and I like a post, I'm gonna like a different one. I'm gonna like this one. I like this one. It's gonna give us a like, as you can see. Now, if I unlike this one, it should work as well, but it worked, but it didn't update. Oh, it's because I used the filter function wrong, and I apologize for that. Currently, we're just filtering and keeping all the elements that have this ID instead of removing the elements that have this ID. So we have to put a not sign over here when we're trying to delete. And now, if I come over here, I try to like a post, like this one. It will like the post, it will appear over here. If I try to unlike it, it will now be removed and it will be deleted from here. So yeah, we added the like functionality and I think it looks pretty nice, right? Like I can like a bunch of posts. I can refresh the page if I want to and it will still be there. I can unlike some posts and it will just unlike that one, as you can see. And yeah, it's working perfectly. So basically this is it. This is it for this project. I'm not adding any CSS actually, because to be honest, it doesn't look that bad. And I don't know, probably my CSS would look worse than this, but I really enjoy that you guys watched this project. I'm still going to be doing some stuff for this project because I'm going to publish this project and show you guys how to publish this project online in the next episode. Okay, everyone. So in order to set up Firebase for us to deploy, we go to our Firebase console over here. And inside of our services, which is on the build part over here, you see that there's a bunch of options. We've worked with authentication and Firestore database, but now we're going to work with hosting. When we click on hosting, it should bring us to this page over here, and we're going to click on get started. Then it will ask us to install the Firebase CLI. So basically a CLI is just a command line interface. It's something that is going to allow us to generate stuff related to Firebase directly from our console. So what we have to do is we have to copy this and click add, just like this. And then we're going to basically just go to our code, which is this one over here. This is the code that we wrote. If you want to check out the code, it's all in the description in GitHub. Then we'll open up a new terminal tab, and I'm just going to install the Firebase Tools CLI. So as it is installing, I'm going to look at what are the next steps. So the next thing is signing into our Google account so that we connect it to the Firebase account that is related to where we created our project. So I'm going to wait for it to finish and then I'll be back. Okay, as you can see, it just finished installing it. So we're going to come over here, copy the Firebase login command, and we're just going to paste it over here. We'll ask us to log into our Google account, and it's going to ask, do we allow Firebase to collect a CLI and emulator suite usage and error report information? I don't care about that, so I'm just going to put yes. It's going to open up our Google accounts, and then I'm going to choose the account that I logged in to my Firebase project. So this, in my case, is the top one, but it has to be whatever one you use. Then I'm going to click on allow, and then it's going to say Firebase CLI login successful. Okay, then I'm going to come over here and it says to initiate their project. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to run over here the same thing, Firebase init. It's going to say basically, which Firebase features do you want to set up for this directory? Press space to select features, then enter to confirm your choices. So basically what it's saying is, which features do we want to set up with the CLI? So we see there's a bunch of stuff, right? Including stuff that we already set up, such as Firestore and authentication, all that kind of stuff, right? But over here, all we want to configure is our hosting. And the hosting we want to select is the hosting configure files for Firebase hosting and optionally set up for GitHub Action deploys. So here we're going to press space and you'll see that it will select this one and then press return. If you don't press space, it will just give you an error. Then it's going to say, we need to associate this project with like whatever project you have in your Firebase console. So we can either create a new project or just use an existing project, which is what we want. So we're going to select this by just pressing enter, and it's going to ask us which project do we want to use. So in my case, I have a bunch of projects already created in my Firebase account. So the one that I want to select is the one that says React course, because it is the one that we have using that we use for the project, as you can see. So I'm going to click on this one and press and enter or return. Okay, so now it says, what do you want to use as your public directory? So basically in a React app, you might know there is a public folder, right? Which is where all of your assets and all of your static files exist. I went over this on the first episode, but this is basically where most of our app exists, because not where most of our code exists, but where all of our app exists. So we just have to specify what is the name of this folder. And since it is public, you just have to press enter and it will automatically assume it's public. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you guys can see better. But then it asks configure as a single page app. So with this, we want to say no, because we don't want this to happen. We don't want to redirect all URLs to index.html. So I'm just going to press return or enter again, and it will automatically default to no, because that's just the default. Then it asks for setting up automatic builds and deploys with GitHub. You can do this if you want, so that whenever you push code into your GitHub repository, it automatically rebuilds your Firebase project. This is really cool, and I will be showing to you in this video because I feel like it is very useful for you to be able to do this, so that whenever you push code, it will automatically update the changes in your deployment. I feel like everyone wants a project like that. So I'm just going to put Y over here and press enter, and it will default to yes. So now it says file public index.html already exists. It's asking if we want to override it. In our case, we're going to say no. So I can just write N over here and it will default to no. So it's going to ask us to log into our GitHub account. The reason for this is because of what I mentioned. I want to automate being able to push code to GitHub and automatically update the real life version of our website. So I'm just going to sign in. Now it's asking me for my authentication code. I'm just going to do all the two-factor authentication stuff, and I'll be back in a second when I'm logged into my GitHub account. Okay, I'm done with authentication. You see there are, now it's asking us if we want to authorize Firebase to act and have access to our account. We're going to click yes, and it's going to say Firebase CLI GitHub login was successful, which is amazing. It's exactly what we wanted. I'm just going to close this right here. I'm going to open up our thing again. So what it's saying now is that for which GitHub repository would you like to set up your GitHub workflow? What this means is that if I go to my GitHub account right now, right? I'm going to go to my GitHub. This is my GitHub. This is where we have our React beginner course code, as you can see over here. So now that I'm here, what it's asking us to do is basically to copy this part of the URL over here and copy it and directly paste it over here so that it knows which repository we want to automate our pushing, right? So it's going to retrieve a bunch of information. It's going to configure everything. It's going to ask, do we want to set up workflow to run a build script before every deploy? So in this case, we want to press enter, which we don't want to run. And it's going to say, set up an automatic deployment to your website live channel when a PR is merged. I'm just going to press enter again. Then it's going to say, what is the name of your GitHub branch associated with your site's live channel? So this basically means that if you have different branches in your GitHub account, which most of you guys might not have because this is a beginner course, then basically just leave it as it is, just press enter. But since mine, as you can see, I have a bunch of branches, and this is because I separated the code of each episode in this course based on the episode, as you can see, right? So I created a branch for each episode, and in my case, episode 17 is the branch which contains the code for the project right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to write over here episode 17. But like I said, if all your code is in main already, which is what usually happens, just press enter and it should be fine. So now it says Firebase initialization complete. So now we're going to go back to our Firebase thing over here, click next, and it's going to ask us to just run Firebase deploy, and it should work if we do that. I'm going to copy and paste it, wait for it to work, and let's see if it will actually deploy. So as you can see, it says deploy complete, and it has a hosting URL for our project. I'm going to click on this and let's see what happens. If I click on it, it's going to open up our project. So as you can see, it actually doesn't display anything because we forgot to build our project. And I just realized as well that in one of the commands, we have to change something. So basically, we don't have our build folder over here, right? The build folder is where the build version of your project exists. And in React, you can easily create a build version of it by just running npm run build, just like this. It's going to build that folder for you. It's going to create an optimized production build, as you can see. And because it's already doing it, but the thing is, Firebase won't recognize unless you have that optimized build version. And the problem is that when we created the Firebase init, we didn't specify that the name of the folder would be build. We actually said it would be public because that's by default. But I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna run Firebase init again. Then I'm gonna go to hosting. I'm gonna select it by pressing space and then enter. And then it's gonna ask us, what do you want your public directory to be? Instead of saying public over here, say build, just like this. Then press enter, and then press enter to everything else. And it will say Firebase initialization complete. So all we did now is we just run npm run build to create the folder. And then we ran Firebase init again so that we could change the name of our public folder to build. Now, if I run Firebase deploy, just like this, it will start deploying our project again, and we can see if it's working. And now we have this URL over here, and you might ask yourself, okay, is this working? Well, let's see if it is. I'm gonna click on this, and yeah, it is working. It's a little bit different because I had zoomed in. I'm gonna zoom in again. Then we're gonna click on login, try to do the whole process we had before, see if it's working. Let me try to sign in with Google. Now I'm gonna choose my account. I'm gonna choose this one, and you can see that first of all, our data is already here because it all exists inside of Firebase. So it's all deployed already. We can do everything we did before using a real life app. If you actually go to this URL right now, you'll see all of this as well, which is amazing. You can log in, you can create your own account, whatever, use the same project as I did, and it will work. Meaning that our Firebase deployment has been successful. So yeah, that's basically it. This is really simple to deploy, in my opinion. I think this video is really quick. If you run into any errors, leave a comment down below or just follow step by step. I don't know if I went too quick or too slow, but you can slow down or go quicker if you want to. It's just a sequence of steps. You don't have to understand a lot of what you're doing when deploying because it's just deploying. You're just following a documentation. You know what I mean? So in this case, I don't think it should be that worries. I don't think you should be worrying that much about errors, because if they happen, it's probably just a mistake on the step, and you can just watch it again to see what mistake you did, or comment in the comments down below. So yeah, that's basically it. Okay, everyone. If you got to the end of this video and you actually watched the whole course, I wanted to congratulate you. This is a very long course. I know a couple people have already done that when they were looking at the playlist of the videos I made. But if you watched it through this video, I really appreciate it. I hope you gained as much knowledge as you can, or as much knowledge as I wanted to give to you guys from this course. If you enjoyed this kind of course, let me know. I'm thinking of producing way more courses than I currently do. I've only had 4 in my life, including my GraphQL one. If you want to check out those, it will all be listed in the description as well. If you have any questions, I have a Discord where I answer some questions. A lot of people go there. There's a specific channel in the Discord server specifically for this course. So if you're interested in that, just check it out. I wanted to thank every one of you guys who actually watched this course before I posted this video, because like I said, I posted this course in separate videos, and those people, I really wanted to thank them, because when I post videos separately, differently from this one, it doesn't get a lot of views. It's kind of hard to post. YouTube doesn't like it and doesn't push those videos. So I was only able to stick around and continue the course because I had the support of all those people watching. So I wanted to specifically thank them and thank everyone who supports the channel as a whole. I'm really excited for this new chapter of my channel, where I'm going to be posting more videos showing my face, where I'm going to be posting more videos with more work. I'm almost finishing university, and when I'm done with it, it will all be YouTube. Like I'll focus way more than what I do now. I'm going to post way more content. And I'm really excited to do this for you guys because I love teaching, I love helping, I love doing what YouTube allows me to do, and I wouldn't be able to do this without the support of all of you guys. So now that I got all of that out of the way, I wanted to thank everyone for watching this video. Leave a like if you enjoyed it, comment down below what you want to see next, and I see you guys next time.